Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. It's heart-pounding action and head-turning gunny coming at you live on the CDL.
World champion Attach leads the Vegas Legion in our first match of the day. They take on a young Thieves squad in a series that could go the distance. Who's got the ice?
The heat is turning up in Miami. The Heretics only have 2 matches left before their home major. This is a must-win series, but the Royal Ravens and their rising rookie Gwen won't go down so easily.
And we're closing out the weekend with a banger of a matchup. For the first time this season, Optic Texas takes on Toronto Ultra in a clash of the Titans.
Finish up that last ranked game. It's time for the Call of Duty League.
Shotzi may be the most entertaining player in the CDL, and he's dropping some of the biggest numbers.
10 spree ended ace. Too easy for Mr. Abizi. Oh, down to 64. Trying to go back. Pistol hits.
Draws his phone 2 in the middle of the map with the Renette. He's going to find the third as well. Draws a lighten up the kill feed. 3-0 over Toronto Ultra. We are in for one hell of a season.
Down Ultra are gonna do it with 10 seconds to go, locking it down on defense in the cruise missile again. If there's the trophy, it might only be Ultras. It takes down Shotzi. It's all up to Ghosty, and he is gone.
Oh, Ghosty gets eliminated, and this is it. Final moves from Hook. No, it's done.
Dry your tears, Optic fans. That was almost a full year ago when Toronto Ultra bested Optic to take home the Major III title, as we saw a rookie take home a championship for the team up north. Since then, he's been replaced. Envoy's on the lineup. Optic has made some big changes, and today, for the first time in the new title, we get to see Optic Texas taking on Toronto Ultra. This could be the best matchup that we've had so far this week.
Yeah, both these teams have made a couple changes. One a little bit on the decline in Toronto Ultra in the recent loss versus Atlanta FaZe, and Optic Texas looking to be on the win.
Let's start here with Optic Texas, because if you see their record, they are right behind the Subliners as one of 2 teams with a perfect 5-0 right now. This squad, they've gone to Game 5s. They've gone to Game 5 round 11s, but have proven to be the most clutch team in the game.
Yep.
Can they keep it going, though, against a juggernaut like Toronto Ultra?
I think you hit the nail on the coffin there. I mean, with Optic Texas, and you think about this organization in years past, and they've been unclutched. That has been the problem with them. When they're steamrolling, they have momentum, everything's going their way, they look like the best team in the world. That is the opposite this year. When the going gets tough, this team has been rising to the occasion. It's been a much different story than previous years. And Shotzi in this stage has been one of the best, if not the best SMG. I mean, he's taken over in every single game mode. And I think it's just a testament to the game's development. As the year goes on, the SMG players typically get a lot better. It just seems like Shotzi, maybe earlier than others, is finding his stride.
And the difference between him and a lot of our other amazing SMGs, you know, and I'm talking about like Hydra and Simple, whatever, is that Shotzi has been having to do this to clutch a lot of these series, to have that ice, to give Optic a lot of these wins. So he has just been completely unreal.
And you can see the difference. His teammates laying down that fire. He has been the finisher. A 1.22 in stage 2. A 92.1 Slayer rating is almost as impressive as that 1.4 in SnD.
Yeah, he's got the #1 stats when it comes to hardpoint and search and destroy. Top 4, like you said, and Optic are 5-0 unscathed, but they've been in some battles.
And this is what I find interesting. If Toronto beats Optic, that means we had New York beat Atlanta, but Atlanta beat Toronto, and Toronto beats Optic, and 3 teams are 5-1, but New York still waits to find out if they can finish perfect next week.
I mean, that just means it's truly anybody's game. And, you know, Allie, we were talking about, I remember stage 1 was like, this might be a top-heavy year. It's shaping up that way. I mean, the top 4 teams versus the bottom 4, wild difference.
And what's so crazy about it is usually we only have like top 2 teams heading into a major, right? Usually it's just like, oh, maybe one team or this other team. We have 4 juggernauts that I don't know who's going to take it.
Let's start here with the Ultra, because yes, they did just get 3-0'd by Atlanta FaZe, but if you ignore that matchup, this has been one of the most dominant forces we've seen in competitive first-person titles. Taking a look here at this Ultra lineup, they looked good last year. They look even better with this guy on the team. Where is their weakness, if at all?
I don't know, really, there's a weakness. I mean, maybe in the hard points because they've gotten pretty close against a lot of these teams. But that loss to Atlanta FaZe, I think that's just a testament to how good they've gotten during this split. I also think Toronto was testing a little bit when it comes to the map pool and kind of squaring up on some maps that maybe they shouldn't have. And that's what put them in this position in the first place.
I would say for Toronto, the respawns have been really, really close, especially the HPs since the patch. It's nowhere near as strong as it was throughout stage 1. You look at the team KD and some of the HP statistics, it has dropped. They have been trying some maps. Rio hasn't been that kind to them, especially in Search and Destroy. But when we talk about this team and the players on it, Kleenex was the best player in the world in stage 1. In Hardpoint throughout this stage, he's sitting at a 0.9 lowest damage per map on the team. And not saying he's playing bad, I'm just saying it's not the same as stage 1 when they were steamrolling everybody.
I don't think you can expect anyone to keep a 1.5 or higher going, right? Those are just ridiculous numbers. Toronto Ultra versus Optic, going to be a premier matchup. And we have a great battle in the middle of the day featuring an old man named Clay, who's got 3 titles and 2 victories so far with this current lineup. Do they get another one as they're going to face off against a struggling squad?
I think so. I think Carolina has been looking incredible during this stage. A couple of hiccups here and there, but they're certainly like a proper underdog team that has been pushing a lot of these top teams to the limit. They just haven't been able to close it out. Specifically, their respawn has looked a million times better. And I know Clay told us that they were working on Search and Destroy. They've also been really strong there as well, but they haven't had that much of a strength of schedule. So I think this will be a good test for them going against Miami.
Namewitz, what have you seen from Carolina, especially in their win over LAG recently?
Yeah, I mean, I think from Carolina, like, they've been a solid hardpoint team for the most part. Like I said, I just was waiting for them to get rid of Invasion. They've been doing that. Things have been working out. The slaying, I mean, it's a little bit inconsistent from, the 3 guys on this team, but Gwyn is the one consistent dude who's popping off in the respawns every single time, making a case for Rookie of the Year. I do think they've had some improvements this stage, though. Like, Control and SnD has been far better.
And they start off with a map 1 record win of 3 out of their 5. Let's take a look at what Clayster thinks about his current roster.
Yeah, the team's been meshing well lately. We actually have been focusing on our Search and Destroy more than almost anything else. We've been getting a ton of reps in Search. Unfortunately, didn't show that series, but it's just super nice playing with somebody as talented as Gwyn. He's a super low-key guy, super laid-back, down to earth. So we've been getting him out of his shell a little bit, and I think it's honestly showing in his gameplay. He's been performing phenomenally.
Now, Linz had a great matchup as a Rookie of the Year candidate for Minnesota yesterday, but so did Gwyn for the Royal Ravens this week. And if you look at his numbers, Ali, these are ridiculous. He's top 10 across the board, top 5 if you're looking at his hardpoint damage per 10 minutes and control damage.
He's certainly right behind the tail of Linz, right? I feel like Linz has been kind of that leader simply because Minnesota Rockers also been finding a lot of success, at least in the first stage, but not so much in the second. So if Carolina Royal Ravens are able to win this match, possibly force their way into winners, and do well at Miami, he might overtake that Rookie of the Year spot.
They got to make winners. They have to.
They have to, and they're trying to make the run against a team who has been desperately looking for a W. They haven't won since before the spawns were changed, namely. Yes. It's been a minute here for Miami Heretics, and I was kind of blown away. We're looking at the numbers. This team is somehow still in our top 8 despite being 0-5 coming into tonight's match.
Yeah, what were they? They were the 2nd seed, I believe. They were top 2 seed, headed into the last major, and I mean, statistically, they were fantastic. Pre-patch with their last roster, they've dropped everywhere. I mean, you're talking bottom 4 in all hardpoint statistics possible. They brought in, SMG and Eric Boom, and you would think it would work out in their favor. Rio haven't won a Rio, 0-3. They've tried it. It doesn't work, and I feel like that's sort of thrown them for a loop. And when it comes to SnD, this is a team that I thought was really well prepared in the last stage in all their matches, going to game 5s, having a good game plan. Not been the case this time. They've been terrible in Search.
Usually when there's a big patch, I feel like what we had recently heading into split number 2, it's kind of like you think maybe there are teams that are going to suffer. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. I mean, Miami is the most extreme case of they were great on the pre-patch, and now in post-patch, they just haven't found any success. 7 series L-Spree, the slaying has been there, but the fundamentals just have not been. And that's weird considering we've had interviews with Lucky, who seems to be their in-game leader, same as Vico. Like, we know they are good players and they are good comms, but the teamwork just hasn't been on point.
Too individual.
Miami looking to get things going in the right direction before hosting their home major. We are all heading down south to Florida in just 2 weekends, and you can join us live. Scan that QR code in the bottom left corner of your screen and party with us at the event presented by Gamergy. Heretics, Miami, Call of Duty. Doesn't get much better.
Yeah, and you can do the flamenco stance waiting in the line to get into the venue. Do you ever do that when you're like standing on one leg?
Oh yeah, I'm a left leg stander. How about you?
Same.
Definitely.
Or you can wrestle an alligator.
Okay. Let's get scan the QR code on your screen next to you get your ticket and watch Name Must Wrestle an Alligator, apparently. Who do you think wins?
Would you do it with tape over their mouth or no tape?
Oh man, I don't know.
You're
That's so cool.
You gotta scan it. You gotta scan a QR code to come find out.
Yeah, come find out. We got a battle versus Gators, and 3 teams are fighting in Call of Duty today, including Optic and Toronto Ultra Stage. 6 teams are fighting. We got Royal Ravens taking on Miami, though, in our Monster Energy matchup, and we start things off when we return from this commercial break with Dan Ghosty and the LA Thieves taking on Purge and Las Vegas Legion.
Purge!
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. Check out all of the awesome in-game rewards you can earn for free just by watching the Call of Duty League. What's on tap this weekend? An all-new lineup including a weapon blueprint, emblem, calling card stickers, and XP tokens. Just link your YouTube account now to start earning.
Welcome back. It's a Super Sunday. 3 matches coming your way, and we start things off with a much-needed win for LA Thieves. They were near the bottom of the leaderboard after Stage 1, and now they're knocking on the winner's bracket door if they can take out the Vegas Legion. Let's start here with LA Thieves. How have they righted the wrongs of old?
I mean, I feel like it's finally this roster getting on the same page as we head deeper into Stage 2. And technically in this matchup, I mean, we've already seen what they were capable of doing in Search and Destroy. We didn't get to see it in their last matchup, but in this series, they edge out in opening duel win rate, post plants, their retakes. The only issue right now has really been their slaying, and currently that's where Vegas Legion has been succeeding. So I'm gonna need to see the Kremp and Afro that maybe we were expecting when they first got added to this roster.
Yeah, you know, for Thieves, they've been great at Search and Destroy. They've been getting through a lot of these series, and in terms of the HPs, like they've been winning at least one and to get the series win, but Control has been terrible. Control is the game mode that's going to dictate where they win a lot of these series, and before they were dominant on Invasion. That has not been the case. They've been trying other maps, still haven't been able to get enough kills to execute traps on Highrise, and for the Monster Energy pregame, breaking is dysfunctional. They're 12th in break percentage, 9th in points per break, and 11th in rotation percentage. Listen, Hardpoint has always been the bane of this team. Remember, they started 1 in 12 in HP. Ooh. They're actually winning HPs in these last 2 series to get the dub. So for LA Thieves, progress is progress. Like I said, though, the Control dictates the series for them.
I want to know, how did they get loose for the game? I saw they were playing with a puppy. Dan was going through a walk through the park with Pines, and we're going to see what's going on with the Vegas side, because Attach is ready for this matchup, right? He's ready to take down LA Thieves and prove that Vegas needs to be considered a threat coming into Miami.
Listen, I think Attach is a vampire. 1, the guy doesn't age. 2, he's still shooting as good as he did 10 years ago. And listen, this team they're just clicking, right? Like, they got rid of a guy who's extremely talented. I know he's a great player, but they brought in somebody who obviously can't fill that shoes with the SMGs, running an AR and Geo, and they have gotten so much better. Like, the teamwork is there. The players who have like the star ability to take over games, they're taking over games when they need to in Nero and Attach. So I love the way this team's been playing, especially in the respawns, man.
And they've also just gotten really consistent, right? I think in the biggest part of this series right now is they're just gonna have to capitalize on the respawns. Like you said, the control has been incredible for them, 3-1 overall in this split, and their hardpoint has been great. They're probably gonna kind of slack in those search and destroys. They're 4-1 too well in opening duels, but that's fine because you just win the hardpoints and the control and you're fine.
LA Thieves, when they get wins, it's in a game 5. I think this one doesn't get past game 3. I'm scuffed picking Vegas Legion today.
I'm trying to catch up a little bit to you guys, so I'm going to take the edge here. I'm actually going to go LA Thieves 3-1.
All right, nice work.
I don't hate it. I do think Vegas have been the stronger team, looking like a great control team. And like I said, it dictates the series. Vegas takes this in 5.
Fans, they feel Vegas as well. And on the mic tonight, we have the man who always loves to suntan down in Miami. It's Young Stud with his friend Shift.
What's good, man? What's going on, Des? You know, I'm excited to go get a nice little tan in Miami. You know, I might be there, might not, but it's going to be a good time regardless. But Alan, how you doing, my friend?
Dude, I mean, I can't get enough of COD this week, brother. We had some insane challengers matches. Now we get into what should be some really good, I think, make or break matches, especially starting with this one. I know I was kind of framing it up when we were talking just before. These matches feel like kind of a litmus test. For Vegas, it's like a prove your worth. This should be a win for you. Whereas for Thieves, this feels like almost a must-win situation, especially with the premise of trying to get to the upper bracket if possible. They would need to essentially win 2 of their last 3 games.
Oh, yeah. LAT, they won 2 games, but it was versus the lower competition in the league. They played against Optic, and in their last series, they just played against Atlanta. They got absolutely slammed. So now you're going to get up against Vegas Legion, who've been playing great Call of Duty so far in this stage. And it has to start in the hard points. You have to be able to take these guys down because in map 1s, they're actually great. Sitting on 2-2 so far in this stage, that's where they need to find a success because obviously we know hard point is a struggle for this team.
Yeah, it's like we kind of heard on the desk. There's a lot of issues across what we've seen from Thieves everywhere. I think just more importantly, though, when you look at both these 2 teams and how they square up against each other, rotations are going to be so pivotal and so key as both these 2 teams have struggled in that department in particular. So those are the things to look out for. Here we go. Getting right onto the mix. Pretty even game at the moment. We have Thieves currently controlling the hard point and some good little bumps from Nasty trying to feel out where this next hit's coming from.
Oh, yeah, this is good stuff from LAT. They spawned over towards Mannequin side. They're getting a lot of time off of this P1, and you're consistently spawning Vegas Legion over towards the Palace side. So how much more time can you earn here? So you're going to now have Ghosty in towards the point. He's trying to locate this last player in towards Cafe, but the rest of the teammates are trying to apply that pressure up through Broken. Vegas Legion, they read it. They retake through mid, and now they have some layers where they can get some easy time at P2.
Yeah, this Vegas team, just to kind of put it out there, 11th in overall rotations, but they're one of the top 3 teams in hold percentages, especially on this map. So already kind of using that as a frame for success early towards P2. Thieves not under too much pressure, getting themselves set up for a clean break from the front. Nothing along the back at the moment. So this all has to be kills right in front of this P2 tank. Nasty, Ghosty trying to work things out, but good follow-up from Nero. And that'll be enough for Vegas to at least keep the kills even. Last attempt here on this setup, and Thieves will be pushed aside as the reinforcements for Vegas get back in.
Yeah, with only 25 seconds left, Thieves need to hold them on this setup. You cannot let them get on out. You already have Nero on your mini-map trying to work up through the middle of the map, but this has been a great hold from Vegas Legion to soak them a majority of this time. But even better from LAT to keep them trapped in towards the backside of Palace, because now you're going to be free off the rotation over towards P3 at Bathrooms, where that could be a full 60.
And you can even see that Vegas kind of stretching back into the old time, aren't 100% sure on where the Thieves members have positioned. So this is going to be really laborious in terms of how you rotate over to the third. I mean, there is absolutely nobody making a move through the right side of the map at all. And Geo actually hasn't moved at all. So I'm a little curious if he's dealing with any issues. A couple of shots, a couple of wiggles, but for the most part, he hasn't moved at all. So kind of keep a note on that as Thieves set up their holdover towards P3, and so far, so good.
So far, so good. Like you said, Geo is still blocking those spawns, or at least consistently spawning his team on that side of the map. Don't know what's going on his POV, but there you go. The game is eventually going to come to an end. It's a good start, though. It's a good start from both the teams. Obviously, Vegas Legion, they were able to respond to great P2 hold, but with the man down off the rotation at P3, you stand no chance of breaking that one. Let's get the reset in.
I was just about to come out. I was just like, boys, I get it, but like, can we rotate, please? Like, all 4 of us are in 5 seconds of scrap? No, there must have been an issue. Gio's already giggling about it, so I imagined it was something pretty minor. And now that we kind of have a chance here, you know, we didn't really get a lot of time to frame up this series, let alone this map in particular. I think the biggest statistic, again, just to re-hit it, rotational percentages have been miserable for both of these 2 teams across the board. You're dealing with your 12th overall ranked team in rotation, the side of Thieves, going up up against your, I mean, and this map 8th rotation percentage team, 11th overall for the side of Vegas. So both these teams are pretty miserable there. And let's be honest, in this game, this title, that has to just be better if you want to win more hard points.
Yeah, especially on a map like Invasion. We know how difficult it is to get time on P4s or on P5. So those P2s and P3s, you have to make sure you're setting up properly around those hills to get those times, because those are going to be the game changers. Whoever can chain those P2s to P3s. But more focused on this overall series, what really caught me off guard when we were looking at the vetoes was the fact that LAT, believe it or not, they've been struggling to control, obviously. They're sitting at 0-4 in this stage, but they were the team that actually decided to veto Invasion Control, which is their bread and butter. That one caught me off guard because you would want to play your best control map going up against a team like Vegas Legion, who have been on the upwards in control overall in every single map. But the fact that they vetoed that invasion, that means that they're not really confident in their defensive setup anymore. So that Highrise of map number 3 just might be the difference maker.
Yeah, and you know, Namos brought that up in the desk that this could just come down to who wins the control. He had this thing going 5, and there's definitely a world where that could happen. I think it's just one of those things, like, just to kind of re-harken back to it, this is kind of one of those matches that you look at for Thieves, and this has to be a must-win. I mean, you just haven't done well so far in this qualifier. Sure, you've improved in hardpoint, but when you've gotten 2 wins out of your total 3, we're still not going to be, you know, spitting sunshine at you. So there's a lot to be learned, I think, about what the potential and what the ceiling of this Thieves team could look like. We're on the other side, you know, hey, yeah, Vegas is having a much better go of it here in this Major II Qualifiers, but let's be honest, their schedule has been pretty soft. So you expect them to come out and put together results like this. You know, now it's just down to, can you handle business and continue to win against a schedule that you should be finding a lot of success in?
Yeah, that schedule hasn't really been the most difficult, but even though sitting at 3-1, the only loss that they took was versus Toronto Ultra, where they were able to win a 6-0 in the Rio SnD, and both the HPs were within 15 points. So you will take that versus one of the top teams in the game. Unfortunately, you fall short in those final moments, but you can see it's all vibes. Everything is clicking right now for Vegas Legion. They want to just already spawn into the map, make sure that the team over towards bathrooms. And the crazy thing is also, I also had the opportunity to play ranked with Purge, and he's such a great kid, because we were sitting there, we were just chopping it up, having a good time, and I was like, yo, Purge, you know me, I'm a sort of a little bit of a troll, so I'm like, Purge, what were you doing, like, when you were running that AR? You know, it wasn't a good showing for me. He's like, yeah, Jay, like, it just wasn't good enough. I was putting up 0.4s, like, it's because I play on stick and move. I said, stick and move? Playing on stick and move. But then I found that Abizi plays on stick and move, so he copied a page out of his book, and now running an SMG, stick and move like Abizi. All right, we'll get that working.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, like, when you look at what Purge has done in this qualifying stage compared to last, like, he's still floating closer to that 1.0 mark than way below it, which kind of was the case that I think really hindered this Vegas team. And again, it just kind of comes down to the point of, is it a for real statistic? Because, like you mentioned, they've only played one top team until this point. So they've handled the business as they've needed to, which is all positive. And I do agree with the desk's take. Like, Geo being added into the mix has definitely brought a new identity. And has allowed Purge to be more flexible into a position to where he can pick up the tempo a little bit and just get more involved. Okay, so that's a little frame up for the series. We're gonna get right back into it, friends. Again, just a small controller issue, so everything should be good to go. And here are the head-to-head records on this map in particular. This kind of, again, just re-establishes the things that we're talking about. We're not dealing with the greatest rotation teams in the world. The break percentage, not great for LA Thieves. The big standout here is the fact that when rotations do come through, Vegas are very successful at putting together good points.
Yeah, rotations are gonna be a key factor in this map, number 1. But I'm pretty sure we were looking at the hardpoint metrics for stage 2. But did that really say LAT's break percentage is only 6? That means that they cannot find any success breaking into hills, so you better be the team early off the rotation.
Yeah, for real. Especially in a map like this. So, here we go. Breakoff comes through again. This time, Vegas, well, may have learned something.
Way better.
May have learned something as far as how Thieves like to play this breakoff. It's perfect up until this point. Ghosty does spawn out, though, so a little staggered opportunity for him to make a mess of this setup, but can't quite convert on the kills, and Vegas will stay in the hill.
All right, they get the read on the spawn, though, because Nero's so aggressive up through Mannequin. Instantly pushes out gas and flips those spawns for LAT to now spawn over towards Palace. All out mix fest in towards the P1, but it's at least Vegas Legion walk away with 13 seconds. LA trying to soak up as much time as they possibly can, but with only 20 seconds left, it's about that rotation over towards P2. Before the restart, it was Vegas Legion at least holding, not from the preferred side. This time it's going to be LAT trying to do the same.
Well, Ghosty, Nade will open things up through this long P2 street. You got Nasty soaking up all the scrap time, and I mean, Vegas' spawns are way out. So these two players here try to hit from the front. Not only do they need to keep their lives, but they need to get a read on what this Thief setup looks like. Geo will open up one through the middle of the map, but the rest of the flood from Vegas is all down right in towards Kremp's lap, and he will take down 2. So good efforts here from Thieves, getting some kills in front of the hill.
Yeah, good stuff from LAT. More specifically, Kremp finding that double to relieve that pressure on towards the point, but eventually Vegas Legion find the trades, able to break right on through the front, and also have attached going on the pinch. All of LA spawning towards the backside of Palace. You have to try to get out. At least you have some positioning with players onto the point, but Vegas Legion, they're going to have the numbers. They're going to try to reinforce and at least keep you off this time.
And I love this little micro route from Attach. He hits the pinch and then immediately backs up over towards the mid connector. And you can kind of see Thieves were like not fully recommitting into getting into the whole time just due to the fact that they weren't sure if Attach was still playing on the flank or not. So nice little focus concentration for Vegas to get their break over towards the scrap time at 2. Thieves pretty free on this rotation over towards 3, but we'll have a little bit of a scuffle here front laundry.
Oh, it's a big kill from Nero to at least start off the engagements. Geo finds one through the middle of the map. You already have players in the point if you are LAT, but you see those spawns. They're all the way across. Vegas Legion are going to spam the nades, spam the tags. After was about to get isolated, so the break is going to come in for Vegas Legion as they're going to be able to control this lead a little bit longer. Now it's all about pushing out the mid-map and just making it a lot more difficult for LA to even get close.
Yeah, and that feels like a bit of a miss right there from Thieves. I mean, you've got 3 ARs that are set up, 2 of which are watching this cross in towards P3, and none of them really even take shots to even test that break attempt from Vegas. So almost way too easy, and with that, Legion will grow their lead to nearly double the points. Kremp tries for a little bit of scrap time alongside Afro, which the pistol will work out, but the focus for Legion is to not give any of this time away if they don't have to. So a long battle here for P3. We look over towards the minimap, and Thieves will also be setting up around this courtyard point.
Oh, but there you go. At least the play out of Nasty. He was sitting at 0-9. Before the restart happened, he was at 0-5 as well, but now he's on a 4 streak, starting to turn up in the game. Unfortunately, he was 1 shot, so the double beatdown isn't going to come in, but now it's LAT's opportunity to soak up time at P4. When we casted them in their last series, this is one thing that they were really good at doing, which caught me off guard. As they're already the team initially in towards the point. We know how hectic the spawns start to get over towards this P4 HP. One spawns left, one spawns right. A couple players over towards Palace, but it's still LAT holding on for 20 uncontested seconds.
Yeah, you can see exactly what the mentality is here for Thieves. I mean, Afro just plays on the front side of the hard point, watches the crossover towards Palace while his teammates who spawn Palace take the long route back towards Waterside. So they kind of avoid having to play for these parallel spawns, which lead to some really nasty engagements. And I mean, this is flawless from Thieves. And finally, they get Afro out of the hard point, but he just soaked up about 40 seconds for free.
Yeah, you take that. You take that because it definitely catches Vegas off guard. You were not expecting him to soak that much time off of that hill, but now it's all about that rotation. Vegas Legion are going to be on the preferred side over towards P5. You currently have gas control, but how do LAT decide to break it? We did see that clip where Ghosty is always going for a team nade and already starting one on Nasty.
Not what you want. Slows this down pretty considerably. Geo watching over the middle of the map, attach on his left side. Only a 1-for-1 trade for now in the hard point. Purge. Not the gunfight that you want to see a loss on. So now it's really just Attach who keeps his life. Spawns will be a bit staggered here for Vegas. Kills looking decent as Nero's having himself a burner. 4 in a row, 15 and 6. And with that, Legion find the rebreak.
Yeah, Legion going to be able to find the break. But you see the spawns now for LAT. 2 through the front, 2 through the back. This is definitely going to catch them off guard as Kremp and Ghosty are going to come behind enemy lines, find the break on towards the end of this P5. And with only 20 seconds left, how much does Geo decide to contest this? Because we do not have the preferred spawns that we want for the next hill, at least initially, but you know, it's only a 10-point game. They're going to be able to tie this one up at the end of this one.
Absolutely the case. Attach also looking for an early cruise missile on 5 in a row. I mean, this just feels like what it's always been, though, for Vegas. Attach and Nero. Attach and Nero. Just through and through, they have dominated in respawns. And you're having another one from Purge where you look at it and say, brother, come home. Try to keep up a touch. Attach looking for number 6. Afro tagged, but not going to be dealt with. The rest of Vegas still focused on breaking this large lead right through middle. Kills are decent, and here we go. Now an opportunity for Vegas to work their way through. Attach still looking for kill number 6, and finally is able to tally it as Vegas work their break through to P1.
Yeah, he's able to get it, and now with that spawn coming in from Geo, now you instantly turn around because you know all of LA are going to spawn over towards gas. So can he keep this streak alive? So he's going to try to cut off the middle of the map. Afro sitting in towards DVD, but it's time for Attach to continue to slay. He's only able to take down 1 as LAT doing a great job of holding the hill. Kremp again gets the better of Purge. Yeah, we got to start turning up. Those are gunfights we can't lose.
100%. A little 3-spree brings the KD back a little manageable terms, but Kremp is having his way. Also on a 3-spree of his own. Vegas will be on the backside of Tractor as we open up this construction hard point. Pinch dealt with as Nero finds Ghosty lingering through courtyard, and then Attach cleans up some action over the middle of the map, and that will be good for a very solid hold in construction for the Legion.
Yeah, and this is where Vegas Legion, they had the great setup last time around. Can they do it again? So you have in map control, and keep in mind, no players are deciding to be aggressive up through Broken. They're keeping all their crossfires right at this tank because they know how difficult it is for LAT to try to break on in. Trophy systems now get blown up, so you can use your attacks if you are LA, but it's still gunfights, still a lot of time being soaked up here by Geo.
Really well done by Geo. Afro able to find a little bit of damage, but immediately cleaned up as Nero tries to turn that into a clean double. Not quite the case, but lots of damage means that Attach can try to challenge, but he gets locked into place by a stun. Nasty finds the kill. Still a battle here for the last 20 seconds or so. Geo just watching over the top. Trades coming through. Thieves will step in from the front. Attach wants to give this one more good hit, and he will be able to at least keep this neutral. So we're going to rotate over to 3. Keep your eye on Purge. He's all the way in the back. Perfect time to see how they use this position with the Legion listening.
Okay, they're going to be side DVD door. Alright, guys, we gotta go mid. Yeah, try to go left with you.
Morgan left here.
Go see, dead.
Nice.
Good shit.
He's probably streaking work.
DVD crap. One shot.
I'm looking for him. He is dead. I can streak you. I'm gonna streak here. I'm gonna streak here.
Okay. Top shot.
One's in coffin. One in rugs. 2 in rugs. 2 on time. 2 rugs. 2 times. I'm going back door. I got one on time. Nice. I have 2.
Rug dead.
Let's go. All palace. They're all palace. Fly time. Charles got time. Fly. I'm blocking.
Behind me. I throw that front.
Nice. One of these guys nasty.
Bridge.
Back nasty. I spawned out with these guys.
That
Am I still spawn on me?
AC. He's absolute ACD crimp.
They spawned on me. I'm spawning it. I think
Crimp was ACD. Yes, I'm blocked.
2 more in spawn on me, bros.
Okay,
2 more palace. Are we still missing 1?
No, I don't think so.
I'm going in P1 tank. Where's P1 tank?
It's 2P1 tank. 2P1 tank. Run from the rain.
After 1 time. Dead. One time. 1 to be P1 tank.
Okay, yeah, he's definitely gonna be P1 tank. Try and flank dart.
Time.
Red.
P1 tank.
I'm showing him. He's dead.
Calm down, we have everything. Make core 1 shot. He's absolutely on their left wall.
I'm staying down. Nasty's the right wall.
ER kills, guys. I need another one mid wall.
Nasty's the right wall still. The right wall still.
You'll play for this streak's heavy.
I have left. I already have it.
Yeah, I told that. Okay, good shit. Mid wall, the cramp.
You guys are all going left.
It's okay. Don't tweak. Make tank 1 shot. Just hold for kills. Tank on me.
There's nothing right on me. I look time.
Yeah, I help time. I have your left. Geo.
He's in the deep right corner on top. I can't shot him, bro. Deepest right corner.
Deep right corner. One shot.
I'll do right me. Weak. Close right on me. There's 2 close right. I was going close right. Trash.
P1 tank.
P1 tank is there for me?
Let's get shot.
I'm on fire truck.
Be left. More on time somewhere?
I have left. I don't know where.
Let's get shit.
It's Afro first guy, guys. I'm blocking for me.
Mixy, but boy, Jay, I mean, I was just saying it there a moment ago. Thieves may be one of the best teams in the game right now, finding time on P4. They're continually not just soaking good hardpoint time, but they're forcing Vegas to have to step forward to deal with it.
And that's the reason why they currently have the lead that they do. Only up by 10 points, though, so you are forced to find a break in towards P5. Keep in mind, Geo at the same time during the listen was able to earn a cruise missile, so how can you decide to break on in? You have to get past Attach, who finds himself on another 5 streak. He's 28-11. I know you were saying it's always narrow and Attach, but what Geo and Purge bring to the team is just consistent plays, the dirty work, to allow these Slayers to be Slayers. And Attach now earns himself another cruise missile. Vegas take the lead, and now all of LA trying to break through the front.
I mean, we're dealing with just God mode Attach right now. Flat out, 30-12. Another cruise, as you mentioned. Good control around the hard point. A little bit of search and hunt right now going on for Vegas. Oh, yeah, we didn't get to see all Krebs player cam right there, but I'm sure the final part of that reaction wasn't positive. Scrap time going to be largely earned by Vegas. They'll hold a marginal lead, but Vegas off spawn looking to cook around the mid-side P2 tank.
Yeah, they're already sitting at 218. You have 2 cruise missiles to work with as well, so this game most likely will end at this P2. You have Nasty setting up a pinch, finds the timing to get past Purge. I was trying to find that kill as well, but screw that one. I'm going to go for the one mid-cut and then come back for the guy in towards the courtyard. Great plays out of Nasty. He finds himself on another 4 with LAT soaking the time.
Here we go again, though. Purge spawns outside the play. If there was ever a time for him to make his presence known, it'd be right here, right now. Gio going to support this with the cruise missile being called in. Nero following up with kills, and they actually just essentially chalked the cruise missile. No need with the kills that come through for Legion, so they jump back onto the hardpoint time, and now it's Thieves off to the races. They have to break through the old time and stretch over towards the second hill.
You have to find a couple kills to even make that happen. Has Gio and Attach combined with 2 again through the middle of the map. Final 10 potentially going to be theirs. It's going to be a little bit of a late contest here from Afro, but it's going to be all of Vegas Legion set up for the next hill. Only 20 seconds till they call game, and if it gets a little shaky, keep in mind Attach still got that cruise missile.
And look at the forward position here. Gio's just guarding mid-map. Attach putting his feelers out over towards Broken. It's just costing so much time, but the kills are pretty clean and they're pretty quick. Here comes Thieves, all 4 members for the break attack. Nero and Purge, the last 2 left alive. 5 seconds is all they need. Kills are there, and wow, absolutely perfect on rotation. Thieves can do no more, and with that, Gio pops off. Feeling the energy for the Vegas camp.
Okay, Gio, I see you, baby. He said my controller didn't work in that first replay, but it worked this time around, and I got it done. As that young man alongside Attach just take over with those ARs, but you earn a couple cruise missiles, you win a couple rotations, and then the second time at that P4, you do not allow LAT to soak up a lot of that time. They were just completely outslaying LAT from start to finish of that game. The fact that they were in that game was due to the great plays that they made at that P4 HP. But other than that, it was all Vegas Legion. Properly off the rotations, set up to make sure they gained much needed time. And then that P2 setup was perfect. LAD could not find a way opening through the front end, which is very difficult to do. Great stuff from Vegas Legion to start off 1-0.
And I love the call, too, just to, again, utilize Purge off that kind of weird staggered spawn where he comes in, clears out P1. Everyone else for Vegas spawns back towards Palace. So it's like, hey, we've got good forward position. Let's really use that and just add a little bit of insult to injury here to make sure that Thieves are having a real difficult time finding their way through P1 and then over to P2. But like you mentioned, look at the slaying. I mean, we're dealing with almost 330 bombs for the side of Vegas. And to be fair, Purge did step back up, 4,400 damage, 8 assists. So give him some credit where credit is due there, especially in that last rotation.
Yeah, he was making plays, man. Those crucial gunfights, like you said, when he's the player spawning on the pinch, he was at least finding that opening kill. As we got to the end of that P1, that cruise missile was simply for information. When you get a player spawning on the pinch, he gets that free opening first blood. And then everyone else now is scattered in towards the building, so you just isolate them one by one. But Vegas Legion, they dominated the slaying. They took over the game towards the very end of this one, because you can see it was back and forth. LA had the lead for quite some time, from P4 to P4. But when they got to the P5, changed to the P1, that's when Gio and Attach started going on some streaks. They were able to close out this game 1. I expect nothing less from Vegas Legion, especially the way that they've been looking to stage 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kind of want to throw this foreshadowing point out there if we do see a map number 4, which, to remind you guys all at home, it would be a Rio. Is there any encouragement in terms of the fact that, hey, this was still only a 40-point game, considering that Thieves got heavily outslayed? Does that give you anything to kind of look forward to in terms of if this does go forward, maybe there's an extra lifeline there based on how they play around the objective? Or does that make you worry more considering it's Rio and we often see teams that outslay dominate?
Yeah, it makes me worry a little more, especially with the way that Afro played in this game number 1. Like, Afro is their main SMG player. You only put up 2,800 damage going double negative, and you only lose by 50. But on a map like Rio, we watched them play it, and they got steamrolled by Optic Texas. So all their stats on everything on that map are basically dead last. But on the opposite side for Vegas Legion, they love themselves some Rio. Rio SnD, Rio HP. They had a really close one versus Toronto. That's the only loss that they suffered. So they're basically undefeated on the map besides that one. They have been enjoying some Rio. So I think if you are LAT, you need to be able to respond on this search and destroy, because like I said, they managed to ban their invasion control, their bread and butter in game mode number 3. So if you can't come out and win this invasion search and destroy, which is a good one for you, it's going to be very difficult to even try to get to that map number 4.
Yeah, okay. I like the call. Just a conversation point that, you know, again, I think that, you know, the desk was pretty right to assume that this one will likely go at least 4 maps, if not maybe more than that. Although I will say, and just for what it's worth, play both sides of the fence here, if this ends up being a clean 3-0 series for Vegas, I think that puts some considerable weight on what they may be able to do come the major. Again, their schedule may not have been the most difficult, but like you mentioned, you play up against a Toronto, you give them a pretty good go, and then you find ways to clean up the opponents that you should be. Could be very positive in terms of speaking about them and their prospects for a major 2. But let's dig into this invasion search and destroy, because, you know, it's interesting. Both teams have gotten like very opposite success points. Like Vegas, number 1 in overall getting the bomb down. but Thieves number 2 in not allowing the bomb to go down. So this very well may be not necessarily just focus off of the opening duels, but more so about who plays the objective better.
Yeah, because one team is great on the defensive end, one team is great on the attacking end, but at least if you are Vegas Legion, one thing that you need to work on, you get that bomb plant down the best on Invasion, Search, and Destroy, but it's all about your post plants. When you get that bomb down, you have to put yourself in a setup to win the damn round. But you're sitting at overall 7th in post plant scenario, so that means you're easily getting retaken or you're getting ISO'd in certain situations that are catching you off guard. And it's perfect for LAT because, like you said, they're the #1 retaking team. They only allow the bomb plant to go down once in a blue moon, the second best at doing that. And then they're also just one of those defensive squads that don't really give you a lot off the rip of the game. So I think if you are LA, you have to stay strong on defense. But if you are Vegas, it's just more about those post-plant setups when you get that bomb down.
Well, perfect setup as we will be spawning on those sides that we're talking about. Vegas on the offense, Thieves on the defense. Little aggressive setup here from Kremp, just playing a bit forward over towards this front lobby. Nero thought about it, but maybe was just playing for some sound cues to bait out some information. He doesn't get anything, so Vegas off of that opening setup will take their focus over towards B.
Yeah, and they use all the info that Gio was able to give them. He spots no one cross through the back lines of that B bomb, so instant rotation at this site. No trophy system, so that smoke grenade is going to be valuable as the bomb is now going to get planted. Thieves, let's see if that retake still stands strong.
All Purge gets stunned and ooh, try to take the pixel peek away from LA Thieves. Bomb planted. Now again, here we go. Can they get themselves a post-plant setup? Nasty's nade over the top, catches Nero doing who knows what outside front of the tank. Gio picking up the pinch, followed by Afro. Attach playing super deep, and this is all about can Attach find one more before Purge is double chowed. May not matter. Purge deals a lot of damage, but he's running out of ammunition and running out of life. Off the regen, off the reload. Chance to reset this. Shots over towards Afro, decent but not good enough. And there's plenty of time for Thieves to secure the defuse.
That's a good retake right there from LA. They saved their tax. They were able to get Nero off the site and force him to challenge something he probably wasn't expecting to. You find the first blood, you find the trade through dark, and then the fact that Ghosty is not going to fall to that two-piece double play out of Purge just simply stays alive for Afro to get back into the play and set up the proper pinch as Afro finds 3 on a round. Okay, young man, that's how you do it, Marcus, to have a response after not having the best map #1. You get 3 in round #1.
Yeah, we love to see it. Immediate bounce back. And again, hey, we framed it up. Bomb gets planted, post-plant not there. Thieves, once again, good on their retakes. So this is going to be maybe where we see the big difference maker. Both these two teams on these sides, Thieves on the offense, Vegas on the defense, not as strong as their opposing side. So what does the setup look like here? Afro SMG in hand. Expect him to try to get aggressive here at Broken, and that's indeed the case. Stuns himself forward. That's enough to clear out this B Street, at least largely.
This is a lot of information already gained. No one going to be pushed out in towards Broken. Afro's going to get put back down in towards Broken with only 8 HP. Just simply stay alive, but are they going to decide to ISO over towards Gio? You also have Attach watching that cross through mid-dark. Just trying to make it a little bit easier for his team, but LAT, they have slowed this one down. Just trying to get a read of what Vegas are doing.
Trophy system denies the stun out of Nasty. And keep your eye on what Nero may do here, depending on what information Attach can transmit. He is in a spot where he could pop the door at lobby and maybe find a freebie here through mid-map. SMG in hand, don't want to get too frisky. You also got Ghosty watching the outside. Here's a couple of shots that come through, and that's enough for Nero to say my position's now completely exposed. Back up a little bit and try to reestablish this A defense, which is being tested.
And there's only 25 seconds left, so Attach is going to be able to find the first blood. Nero sneaks his way in towards the closet, and now he's potentially going to find a second. No, the trade is going to be there from Kremp, so 2v2 with only 15 seconds left. You have to commit towards the bomb plant.
All but Thieves are looking for the kill onto Attach. He's completely repositioned. There's the leg shots from Gio. Stops the plant from coming through. Oh, great rotation. And you kind of saw it there for a moment. We got Gio's POV, but Attach, who was taking shots over through that waterside street, backs up completely. And the hunt from the Thieves just goes completely amiss as Attach is already out of there.
Yeah, they were just thinking like, okay, we're going to take mid-tank control. He's most likely going to be playing around that A-bomb site in one of those little corners, but the fact that Nero gives his positioning in towards Cafe, it forced LAT to play a lot slower because now they have mid-map control. They already pushed up aggressively, and you know there's crossfires through the mid-tank, so they had to try to work for Nero, and unfortunately with that much time wasted, just not enough time to work that bomb plant. As Vegas Legion secure the defense, back to the attacking side they go. LAT showing a different look this time on defense.
Gio, though, did see at least Afro cross. Nasty also made his move through dark. Looks like he stayed concealed, though. Interesting smoke placement here, trying to isolate this water street with nades beyond it, and doesn't fully work out for any information nor damage, but it would put some pressure on Thieves, and the re-wrap back into lobby. Kremp was trying to get aggressive to try to feel things out, and he gets punished.
Yeah, those are the gunfights that Nero lives for. Slide right into your chest. Up close and personal with the rival 9. Finds that first blood. He's ended up finding a second as well. So instant 4v2. The bomb is now going to start getting rotated over towards B. Afro at least does take down 1. They were not expecting him in this position, but Nero finds a third. Now it's all on the Ghosty. 1v3.
And he's got to worry about everything. You don't know if this is a B commit or if it's a cross back over to A. Does see Nero on the cross, so at least he knows this will be a B play. But, I mean, from this position, 1v3, it's just... you have to win some unbelievable 1v1s, and that will not happen in any form. Vegas, once again, get the bomb planted. This time they convert it.
Yeah, it was on the back of Nero. This time finding 3. Isolates players in towards the cafe, and it continues to work up through the middle of the map. As Purge lines it up with the AR onto Ghosty. Great shots to knock him off of that heady. But Vegas Legion now up 2-1. And I think for LAT, one thing that really stood out to me was that on their attacking rounds, they are great when they get the bomb down. 100% in post-play scenarios. But the thing that they struggle with is finding first bloods. Overall, 11. So you're good at getting the bomb down, but you got to be able to open up with the first blood, especially on attacks.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Kind of one leads to the other, right?
Yeah.
Cause and effect situation. You get the first blood, you likely get the bomb planted. But if you can't find one, you're not going to find the other more often than not. And look at this from Purge. He's going to see at least the corner of Afro, and maybe he saw the tail end of another. Whoa, how about Nero almost? Gets the prediction onto both, but only goes 1 for 1, and then Purge actually does get isolated out of that spot front DVD, so numbers now leading to Thieves working around this A site.
Yeah, Purge started off by giving that info to Nero, knowing that he was jumping up and checked that spot in towards Cafe, so he found the first blood, but instantly traded. Now Vegas Legion in a 3v2. Attached might have found the timing. He's going to work up the A street, find the free first, can't find the second. He was still a little weak, but now the play is going to be over towards that A bomb, and Gio knows.
This is all about, does he predict this right side corner, trying to clear it. Nasty goes a little elevated, but he still finds Afro. Sweeps away, but not enough to avoid the gunfight. Almost, but Thieves, numbers too strong, take their offensive win.
They were able to trade efficiently. Once that first blood went down, they traded Nero and then also find the free kill onto Purge. So in the 3v2, you're now forcing a couple players for Vegas Legion to try to shut down that bomb plant. And with the numbers that they had, they were just in trade scenarios. As in the 2v1, tucked in that nice little corner towards the mid-tank. Didn't allow Gio to spot him, but is able to put himself in a position to find the trade. Back and forth free goal, all tied up at 2.
Okay, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. How about this, though? Thieves aggressive in towards A. Ghosty playing forward. Kremp taking an early angle as everyone, I think, was looking Ghosty's direction. Kremp gets a freebie, and now you back up into a very stable 4v3 defensive setup.
Yeah, this is perfect. You know that Nero loves to get aggressive every single time through Mannequin, so this time you make the aggression go to him. Open up that first blood, and now Vegas Legion, with only a minute left, have to wrap back and work towards that bomb plant. As you still have a couple players gaining info up towards the B street, but they know we cannot commit to that side and open up this deep flank, so we have to go over towards A. Let's see what we can find at mid.
Nades over towards Tank, not going to connect onto Afro. You'd have to think the only reasonable play available is to isolate here at Tank, and Afro just slips into his smoke. Purge does get through, but largely speaking, this almost was going to be fine for Afro, but Gio gets 2? Absolutely no way. So now from a 4v3 to a 3v2 situation, Ghosty sees attached but elects to not take the gunfight. Instead, he tracks down Purge at mid-map, and surely this is enough for Nasty to rotate over.
Yeah, you got to get this bomb down, though, if you are Vegas Legion, because time is starting to dwindle down, and Ghosty at least evens up the numbers, makes it a 2v2. Potentially set up Nasty to find the kill on bomb. Now it's attached left in a 1v2.
But his position is completely concealed. Nasty looking over the middle of the map. Ghosty from courtyard, and shots are decent. Horses attached to reposition, and Nasty tracks him down perfectly. Wow, initially you think Gio maybe saves the round, but it's Ghosty on the other side to retaliate and get Thieves to 3.
Yeah, the good thing is that Ghosty, he gained the information early on to attach, but with only 25 seconds left, you know that the play has to come in towards A. We can't go for the bomb planet. We have to get the guy that's watching over him. So winning that one-on-one versus Gio sets up Nasty to find the trade onto Purge, and in the 2v1, that's where you originally spotted attach on that right side. So you isolate him and you clutch up on the round. Another successful retake out of the Thieves and the man disadvantage. They get it done to now take the lead a little bit by 3-2.
4 in a row for Nasty as well on top of that. So potential for streaks here, depending on how this offensive round goes for Thieves. Double hit set up for the defense of Legion over towards that mid-lobby position again. A bit forward from Geo, but he's got himself safe with the trophy system nearby. And wow, he doesn't just get a couple of shots deep. He also takes down After up close and personal. Attach is also watching for any follow-up here if there is a cross in towards the site. And keep your eye on number 7. Nero has got freedom to maybe move on the flank.
Oh, they're instantly trying to just get this bomb down. Smoke is going to be able to cut off Attach, so it's going to be a 3v3 on the retake. How do Vegas Legion decide to break on in? She's going to have Nero going into the deep pinch. Actually, everyone going into the deep pinch. And LAT, they're perfectly set up to read this play.
The thing is, they didn't have anyone watching that dark cross, so this is just, can Legion overwhelm quickly with this surprise hit from back? Nasty pinned in the corner. Does he go 1 for 1 here? That would be incredible. And he does get kill number 5 on a single point of health. There's no one to follow up, and finally the kill comes through. 2v2. Thieves can reposition, though, to deal with this hit from the Legion. They know exactly where Attach is coming from. Just comes down to, can they isolate? And yes, they can. Beautiful play from Nasty to get one, stay alive as long as he did.
Yeah, that's all he needed to do. Because once you have a player towards tractor and a player towards cages, that's a very difficult setup to break into. As Nasty does not earn the cruise whistle, but he earns the round for his team. Great plays from LAT to ISO Geo over towards the B side, use the smoke, instantly put the bomb down, and then not even have to worry about the flank because of the setup that they were in. 100% on post plants, and they show it there.
Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff. And I love the idea from Legion. It kind of felt almost phase-esque when it comes to trying to hit that retake. The only difference is they don't have anyone through dark. They try to just completely overload from the back, just not quite quick enough. So pivotal round here in this search and destroy. Vegas on the offense. Looking to maybe go with a little bit of aggression here towards B Street. No one's watching this mid-dark cross at the moment. Stuns and nades going Nasty's direction. He'll retaliate with some of his own. And finally, we've got Kremp kind of watching this cross. Purge tempting the fates if he wants to make a play for this. I mean, Vegas are fully stacked and loaded. Just comes down to when they hit the go call. Nade's following through. There's Nero. They get the information on Kremp, and now it's just a decision of actually, can they isolate Nasty?
Oh, they're trying, but Nero unfortunately does get stunned. They were able to shoot the trophy systems out, try to isolate Nero, but now the team, the reinforcements are going to be here. As all of LA, they attack through the back end. Afro's not going to slow down. He has a freebie through the mid tank, and that's going to be the round. Great plays right there out of LA. Too far on the left side of the street. So at that point, you're thinking if you're Vegas Legion, we can nade this guy out. Nero gets him one shot, but then there's more of the tacticals get invested from LA to keep him alive. And that's all they needed to do was just keep him alive till the reinforcements got there, and then it was all of LA after that, as they now put themselves at game point.
Clean stuff. I'd be curious to know, was that a Thieves stun that came through to
Yeah, 1000%.
Okay. If so, it's one that went over the top of the buildings, then it's pretty fortunate to land. Kremp will back up, find the bomb. Left and spawn a little longer than we would have normally anticipated, but no harm done as Vegas will set up a very heavily concentrated defense over to the middle of the map. Nero trying to get aggressive in towards DVD, but once again gets punished.
Oh, and that's a first blood this time for the first time on the attacking side for LA. So already in the man advantage. Just gotta try to pick apart this setup from Vegas Legion. Attach, evens up the numbers, makes it a 3v3, and that's gonna be the bomb player. So now if you are LA, you have to work towards that and eventually try to read this setup because Vegas are moving around.
It looks like they know Ghosty may have stretched in towards P3 here at the bus stop. And there's the confirmation of it. Oh, and the wall bang comes through. Purge just able to slip away. So no trade. And that's set up for Thieves over towards A Street. I don't know if they just didn't wait long enough for the smoke to embellish it, but that's almost a little bit too free for Vegas, and now they've got numbers.
Yeah, now they got numbers. Great read out of Purge to just play that patient. Now with only 20 seconds left, you just spot Avril the fire tank. You have to know the play's coming in towards A. Purge strikes first. He's able to take down one, but now it's after left in a 1v3. And gets taken down by Attach. Thought it was a great start to the round by LAT, finding that first blood onto Nera and towards DVD, but at that point, we know that they love to play around that A side. Attach is always playing Water Street. Purge tries to assist it over to the map. Geo's the only one that plays over towards B. Probably do not want to commit up to that Water Street side, especially with the smoke the way that it was.
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, that had to have been an LA offensive smoke that came through. I don't know if they just moved quicker than when the smoke popped or what it was, but I mean, looked like Vegas had full information on what was coming, plus the first blood through it, at least the return on the first blood through it. But still a long way to go here for Vegas. Can they stretch them together? A little bit of information through mid-map. Attach was trying to assist just in case anyone from Thieves did pop their head out a little bit longer than you would have expected. Nero through mid. We'll clear out lobby. And the only real question mark here is, do they have enough utility to break through this trophy system backside tank? And do they get a read on Afro playing really far forward here?
Oh, unfortunately, Nero gets caught again as the first blood goes to LA. Now it slows down the push from Vegas Legion. That's your most aggressive player. We have to try to work through the bit of the map. They're trying to ISO Kremp, but unfortunately he's just going to stay alive and allow his teammates to look over him. The time is starting to dwindle. Eventually the play has to come in for Vegas Legion. With Geo still getting a lot of information towards B, it might be the play called a rapid.
And I don't know if Purge was fully regened right there, but it looked like Thieves were wondering and maybe worried that he had pushed through that smoke. Not the case. Pops up on the other side of it. And now Geo gets isolated. Nice little turnaround to pick up the player at dark. And honestly speaking, that's pretty clean from Thieves. A couple of rounds that I think Nasty single-handedly just stays alive longer than he maybe should have. And that helps Vegas, or pardon me, Thieves kind of quell the hits coming out of Vegas. But regardless, through and through, really nice stuff from LA.
Oh yeah, they dominated on the defensive end. They only needed 1 to 2 attacking rounds and they got it done with ease. Great pressure over towards that B bomb, just getting the bomb down and then play your close plans. But every single time on defense, what it needed to retake. First round, 4v4 at B, they got it done. 2v3 at A, they got it done. They just know a little bit more on that defensive end to walk away with this map victory. 6-3 is the final score. Chopsticks out of Afro. What a bounce back game from him.
Yeah.
But multiple first
Really
bloods
clean.
onto Nero really shut them down, because that's your most aggressive player. He's your play caller. He's your playmaker. He's the guy that's always going to give that early information with that SnD. But when he gets picked apart, that forces Vegas Legion to play a little bit slower, especially with the 2 ARs that they have in Attach and Geo. It's not going to be easy, especially on a map like Invasion. Series tied at 1 now.
Yeah, it kind of felt like, what, 3 out of the last 4 rounds, Nero was first blooded?
Yeah.
You know, I'm not 100% confident on that, but it's kind of how it felt. So we will get the high-rise control, of course, but then also we were foreshadowing about it at the end of the Invasion Hardpoint. Rio will also still be here for map number 4, and then what could be a very interesting 5th map if we do get to Highrise. Of course, we don't want to bite off more than we can chew right now. We'll talk about that later, but when we come back on the backside of the break, Highrise control. See what happens. Don't go far. We'll be right back.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty Week. The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
I mean, I just want to show everyone why we're the best team in the world, and I think we've been putting up a lot of hard work.
Stun will hit. Just Abisi does a good job not giving him the one-on-one, then gets his head ripped, hits some great shots. Awakening tagged down weak, but it's Awakening that's able to win it. That is a clutch and a half in round 1.
Purge, he found the right moment to snap, and trades are gonna be there. Purge gets the double kill as well.
Edge gonna hold it down from the top right side. He was the one that really broke through over towards P1, and he might be the reason that Vegas Legion win this game.
With kills early, Wallbang's coming through, 38 HP for Abisi. He's dodging.
Sometimes you just gotta try different strats. As Abisi, yeah, he's up to 8 quickly.
There's
it might
another
just
one.
be a little bit too
There's
late.
Another 10 spree and an ace. Too easy for Mr. Abisi. That is disgusting and also can't happen. Shotzi, when he's in his bag, bro, it is so fun to watch. Like, there is a rhythm and a rhyme to his gameplay, and it's a blast.
Well, he's gonna call it a cruise right away. Flies on down, hits the speed boost.
He may be the most entertaining player in the CDL, and he's dropping some of the biggest numbers.
So Ultra players, it looks like they're gonna 4-man group up together and work.
Draws has found 2 in the middle of the map with the Renetti. He's gonna find the 3rd as well. Draws are lighting up the kill feed. And letting the phase, sending us to around 11.
Honestly, it's just us in Toronto, but as you've seen, we just 3-0'd them, so I think they're and we're on top.
Welcome back, all you crazy COD fans. We are locked into what looks to be probably a promising series here. 1-1 after the first two maps. Pretty tight hard point. Search and destroy, maybe a little bit more favoring towards Thieves overall, which leads us to a high-rise control. But before we start to talk into that, hey, if you're enjoying the games, I mean, I know we have a lot of storylines about who the top 4 are right now. You're to find out if you head on over to Miami. So make sure you scan that QR code. Get your tickets now if you have not done so. I know we've been hitting it a lot, but trust me, friends, if you've not been to a COD event, there may not be a better one ever than to go to Miami on spring break with great COD in front of you. Come on, Jay. I'm here for that.
That's the best, Alan. We're talking about a lot of events where we're just going to places that are really, really cold. But finally, we are going to Miami, which is going to be steaming hot. Like you said, during spring break, we got Call of Duty, we got everything. So make sure you guys try to make your way out if you can.
All right, here we go. Let's jump on into the high-rise control again. Not the most amount of reps here for either of these two teams, but again, there's a lot of defensive statistics that I think will lead us to really focusing on whoever spawns there, try to fulfill the things that have been successful for them. In particular, I'm looking at Vegas. They've been great at kind of valuing their lives and coming out with a huge life deficit when it comes to their defensive side, whereas on the other side, LA Thieves defensively have been really good at not allowing tick progression to come through. So it's kind of, again, 6 of one, half a dozen of another, as we have Thieves starting off on the defense and Vegas taking their attentions down towards bottom blue.
So what you're telling me, Alan, it's probably going to come down to whoever can put up more segments or even win an attacking round. It's going to be Vegas Legion to start it off, and this is something that they do struggle with. They simply get outslayed by 12 kills every time on the attacking side, so that's got to be your main focus. Just maintaining the mid-map control and slaying with the best of them, as it's already 28-28 in lives remaining. Purge finds himself crucial in a position to where he can potentially find a couple players in towards the spawn, but once he falls, LAT find all the kills, and now Vegas Legion forced to fight their way out of spawn.
And this looks familiar if you're a Thieves fan. They love to just control lanes and then try to get forward. And again, just milk the clock for all it's worth. Already down to 45 seconds on the clock, and there's really no presence on either zone or even near a zone right now for Vegas as they're getting completely destroyed. So great start here from Thieves. Nero, a small consolation kill over towards top propane, which goes who's quick to pick up on. Long range shots are nasty on towards Geo, and the last one left is attached, just trying to spin his way backside elevator. Not going to work out, and this has been a masterclass by the Thieves.
They just can't get out. Keep in mind, LAT, they're currently 0-4 in this stage in control. Practice has been hitting different these last couple of days, though, because they're coming out slaying. Already up by 10 lives. Not a single segment going in favor of Vegas Legion. Afro knows someone has to try to make a play through underground. You're able to cut down Purge, and with only 5 seconds left, I don't even know if Vegas Legion left the spawn. Like, they just got trapped to start a finish of that round. What a dominant display of a defense. LAT go up 1-0.
And now you've got 2 players that are either 1 or 2 kills off of a cruise missile early for Thieves. How pivotal could that be towards trying to secure some early offensive success? Also, you got to kind of ask the question, does that modify their break off? Can you find a way to kind of bait and switch to confirm 1 or 2 of these streaks? We'll see, but that is as good as it gets if you're looking at Thieves defensively.
Oh, yeah. Now if you're going on the attacking round, all you need is 1 segment to be up in the second column, because it was a shutout in that round number 1. So like you said, a couple players working towards some streaks. They could do no wrong on that the first defensive side as Afro opens up with the nade. There goes the cruise missile in the back pocket. And now they have a lot of map control to work with, because you're going to slow down the rest of Vegas Legion. We cannot afford to go forward that again.
Yeah, Cramp stuck on site. Trophy system not here, but survives through this MTEX. First tick of progress will be contested for a moment, but then immediately locked afterwards as Purge will drop. Just not coordinating the hit at all with Nero. Nero finally able to open up the door to try to get himself back in. Second tick of progress does get locked before Vegas can set up their rebreak attempt. So again, overall mission complete here early for Thieves, and they still have the extra resource of the cruise if they want it.
Yeah, you have 2 segments already complete. Unfortunately, Nasty falls off the map trying to hit the side, little wall hop. Now all of LA trying to push out through that green fence, trying to attack at least through bottom blue. As Attach setting up the crossfires, only able to take down 1, but LA, they still have a lot of map control. They can get pushed out as they find 3 kills. Pause the game clock again at A.
Nero has to make a move. Down through bottom blue. Timing here is everything, and Kremp catches him on sprint. So now you've got progress happening on both zones simultaneously. Oh, but Attach does at least take down most of the defenders, or probably offensive players, over towards A. Gets on to clear, but they're going to have to make the call to chalk up B. So you're going to have a minute 50 on the clock, 20v20. Cruise missile at the ready if Thieves want to try to secure this offense.
Oh, Gio said that 0-8. Yeah, we need our AR players to make sure we're performing on a map like Highrise. It's not going to be easy to do as they find another 2-piece through the feed. already pausing that time. As they're on A, as the first segment is about to get complete. They are just outpacing them right now. Vegas Legion are just caught off guard a majority of these gunfights as the second segment is about to get complete as well.
Catch, cheeky angle. Able to clear off the A zone, but this has been super punishing, and there's still so much time available. Ghosty, Nasty, working through the bottom side of the map. Help on the other side from the duo of Kremp and Afro over towards blue. There's the crossing angle. Purge trying to fight back, but it's a rival 9 against Nasty, which he is, I'm sure, very pleased to have come away with that gunfight win. Nero follows up, reduces that hit from blue, so now all of a sudden Vegas start to feel like they can move up the map a bit.
Yeah, they got some control. You now have top heli. You also are pushed out towards B Street. Release setup depends onto one player. Purge, if you can find this kill, can make your job a lot easier. He finds that one onto Nasty. It's still a trade onto the point, but it's still Vegas Legion holding strong on their setup.
And I would have to think if you're Thieves, you can find maybe 1 or 2 more kills and open up some space to hit back over towards A. That may be the premise of trying to call in this cruise missile and finding more progress or even maybe the offensive win. Not the end of the world, though, if they try to hold on to it for an insurance card later, but Vegas are making life a bit difficult here. 10v11. Nasty sneaking his way up towards B alley, not going to work. Ghosty finessing over the backside of the site on A, and he gets a bit caught. Still turns that into a kill onto Purge. Pistol out, and no, doesn't predict the window that Nero pops through. But the trades are decent here. I mean, 23 seconds, 7v8, and Krep can make life miserable for Vegas off spawn, but can't find the kills. Now it's just down to the offensive players on the zone itself, and Purge will come out from behind, find a couple, and Nasty dropping means that Thieves will probably find no more success here offensively.
Yeah, but at least you got 4 segments done. You maintained a lot of map control as well. Vegas Legion could not put you in a trap that they wanted to. You kept the kills scattered, and that's already a great job as Vegas Legion are able to take the defense, but now you have to make up for it on this attacking round because you're down 4 segments. You cannot afford to get put in the blender again right off the rip because then you're basically gifting the game to LAT. They also have a cruiser missile to work with as well. So if you are Vegas Legion, it has to start with the slaying, man. You have to be able to work your way out of the base by finding a couple kills, especially on a map like Highrise.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think maybe going a bit further than that, if you were to really think what a perfect round of offense would look like here from Vegas, maybe try to force LA to have to consider using the cruise missile on this defense, try to bait it out a little bit.
Yeah.
But it all starts with this break off. Geo, not the greatest start, but at least started to find a couple of kills late into that last defensive half. Ghosty, long-range shots, decent, but it's a late nade from Attach that finds the kill. Afro over the top at Propane, not able to finish off Attach, so he will extend his life a little while longer. And look at the route from Vegas. They've gotten through A. Purge has worked his way all the way up to the front defensive windows.
Yeah, that's good and all, but your teammates now have to fight under their spawn still, and good thing that Nero and Geo combined for 2. Now you can stop the clock over at this 8 point. Simply stay alive. Watch out for that barrel. It will blow up.
I was going to say.
But it's still really behind enemy lines as well.
Yeah, it does get caught. As I said, that barrel's not going to feel like good cover if it starts to get shot at. Geo sliding over towards B, so the first tick of progress at A does get halted and largely depleted. Good focus here from Geo now on 3 in a row. Trophy system earned and immediately placed. And you've got Nero watching your back, so this could lead to not just the first tick of progress. There could be more following if you can find the kills, which they do.
Oh, and it's already an early investment from Afro for that cruise missile. We cannot give up these segments and not allow them to put us in a nice little trap as Vegas Legion currently have a lot of map control. Purge can win this gunfight even better, but he does fall short to Krep. Pause that game clock again over towards this B point. Rest of all of Vegas Legion trying to attack up through the B street, but the nades, the tacks, the gunny, everything is hitting as LA find 3 in the feed. Now your last focus is where is Geo? You take care of him. All of Vegas Legion forced to hit the respawn.
Yeah, small silver linings though, right? You get the second tick of progress at B and you've pulled out the cruise missile, but the immediate action following has all favored that of the LA Thieves. 19v15, less than 30 on the clock, everything being watched. Attach would have to smoke Ghosty here, and he actually gets a little bit of help. Good teamwork play, and here we go. 3 members down. Nasty, the only one left standing, and he's over towards green. He really can't contest this B zone, and an extra 60 seconds could do wonders here for Vegas, especially considering how many players are already pushed forward on B.
Yeah, they're starting to bring this back. Great chain of 3 kills at a crucial moment. And now can you try to extend it? Big kill to take down Nasty. He's not going to put himself in a position to play for a couple of spawn kills. And you still have a lot of B street control. So Vegas Legion only down by 2 lives. You just got to maintain mid-map, and they're doing a great job of doing so.
Trades are decent. Nero stretching on in towards the zone. Here goes 3 dead. Not like this. Wouldn't you love to have a
cruise
cruise missile right here? Yeah, I'm telling you. Purge is going to sneak forward over towards the front windows again. Trophy system down at the exact right time as a lot of incoming defensive nades are on the way. Here comes the recontest through mid, and oh, that's almost a little bit too free. Purge a little late off this pinch, still finds 2, and that at least keeps this Thieves defense mostly restrained from moving too far forward.
Oh man, and Purge can't make a decision on what he wants to do. Do I continue to fly out or play for the spawn kills? And unfortunately, the decision is made for him as he falls. No more respawns now for Vegas Legion. Afro and Ghosty combined for 3, already into the spawn of Vegas.
Wow.
Narrows the final kill. He falls, and Vegas Legion had an opportunity right there. They had an opportunity. They found 3 to 4 kills. You sent them all to the respawn, but Purge plays the wrong angle. Like, if he plays from the front side of the window, watch them all break out through the front end, instead of letting everyone in his team fall, you probably stand a chance at walking away with that attacking round, but plays the 50-50, and it doesn't work out. I wonder if they made up for it in the segments as well. Did they tie it up at 4?
That's 4 right there, yeah.
Okay,
so I mean, the thing about it is this defense has to be perfect, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't let a single tick go over. And let's be honest, the end of that round was convincing from Thieves, so there very well may be a life deficit here. I mean, especially when you look over across the KDs and you're still looking at a 7 and 17 from Geo, it makes you think that Thieves hold a very significant life differential if we were to be tied in ticks at the end of this one.
That's your main focus. Keep them off the point and outslay the hell out of them if you are Vegas Legion to secure that defense.
Yeah.
But it's already LAT onto the point at B. Pause in the game clock. Afro finds some timing, at least onto Geo. He's not going to commit towards the gunfight. He's going to wait for one of his teammates to at least pick that one up off spawn. And that's exactly what's going to happen as Vegas Legion hold down the first push, only dropping 1 life. And now they have all the map control. LAT forced to break out.
Yeah, Nasty dropping from that top propane position means that Thieves, like you said, we're going to have to essentially fight out of spawn. They'll get through their windows, but they have to recreate some space. Purge tracks down Ghosty, bottom underground. Cramp looking for the trade. Denied. And okay, 27 plays 23. Thieves still kind of coming out of spawn very isolated. I mean, Nasty's in a 1v multiple, kind of the same situation for Afro. He very wisely waits for help, but it doesn't make a difference. Nero right there to at least keep this at least somewhat limited. Lots of damage from Attach, who's now again on 3 in a row, and then follow-up nades make sure that Thieves cannot exist on the A point.
They might be making up for this.
I agree.
But the way that they are putting him in this trap with only 28 seconds left, like, you have to get out, at least earn 1 segment if you want to guarantee that defense. They are making up for it in the slaying category. Attach is able to get Nasty 1 shot, but he is on a 4 streak, so he wants to play his life a little bit longer. If he can earn that cruise missile, it could potentially be GG, but the first segment does get complete at A. So LAT, they are going to have the defense if it does go to a round number 5, but they're finding all the kills in the feed. They potentially might close this out.
Yeah, they very well may. Purge takes 1 member off the A zone. Off spawn, here comes Vegas in full force, just trying to re-hit this. They desperately do not want to see this thing end here. Last bit of progress needed. 1v1 from Afro secures the extra 60. Still a marginal life lead here, though, for Vegas. 15 plays up against 12, and there's not a lot of spawn presence to at least reduce this if you're Thieves, so they're going to have to rework out of spawn and refocus this hit towards B.
And they're doing a great job of doing so. They're winning all the gunfights up through B Street, and now you have Nasty underground, just cutting off this hop-up angle as the teammates are able to get onto the point. All the Vegas cities have to find a way out in, and it has to be through the middle of the map. Nasty's going to get blessed for a free kill, but first segment is already going to be complete. Vegas Legion got to get a move on it.
Purge able to find 1 through the heli stairs, and then a follow-up. Nice bounce back here from Purge at 22 and 24. But this round is far from over, friends. Attached deep towards Elevator Alley, able to find Nasty. Do they expect Crimp? They do. Good reduction on the play from Thieves, and now you're in a 10v7, 45 seconds to go. Maybe 1 more good attempt here if you're LA.
It starts by simply getting out of your base. All of Vegas Legion do not have control of blue, so you can sprint right up through the right side of the map if you decided to. But with only 30 seconds left, eventually someone has to work their way up through the point. It's potentially going to fall into the hands of Afro, who's trying to make the flank play with that MCW in hand. Finds the freebie. He's actually going to be in tac stance. You definitely don't want to do that, but finds that kill. The rest of his teammates fall. No more respawns for LA.
I mean, he's still holding this tac stance.
He's losing composure right now.
I mean, well, what are we doing? Pistol's out. He's like, I'll just take the pistol, brothers. Don't worry about it. Okay, finally gets the reset on the tac stance. Clock will stop at 15.2. 3v5 situation, but Purge again through the middle of the map is doing it all. Last 3 kills, I believe, go his way. So big bounce back respawn here for Purge. Gives Vegas a lifeline, but they're going to have to get it done on offense if they want to win this map.
Yeah, that's the way you got to get it done. It simply comes down to the slaying. You can't afford to go 3 to 4 dead right off the rip of the game. You had an opportunity to walk away with your previous attacking round. Just 1 misplay. Like you said, Purge ending that round on a little bit of a streak could potentially earn himself a cruise missile. But I think if you're Vegas Legion, try to catch him off guard with something, you know? Like, we've seen a couple teams go strictly over towards A, spam those trophy systems, because a lot of players, a lot of teams put a lot of pressure over towards that B street. Maybe a different kind of play call right here off the round 5 might get it done for you.
May also depend on how much they want to try to set up Purge for more, or what kind of trophy systems you have. It's going to be a 2-2 split here offensively. Afro stun check, not going to hit anything as the bottom blue playthrough has already come out. Cramp looking to get aggressive. Geo's in position for this. Doesn't matter. Cramp able to scout him out. Follow up here. Vegas looking for the trade. And whoa, Cramp's going to take that one as well. Nero must have been low. And Cramp is still alive. How has he managed to keep his life for this long? Finally attached reduces the kill, but problem is that first tick of progress has not been completed and Thieves are all over this defensively.
Yeah, now you got to get out of spawn again if you are Vegas Legion. You have top heli control. You currently have all of B Street if you are LA. So it'll be very difficult for Vegas to try to wake their way out. Nasty and Crep combine for a double, make it a triple. Everyone from Vegas Legion trapped behind enemy line. And this is tough as Ghosty finds 3 with 1 clip. Those are great shots.
Absolutely destroys any hope that Vegas has. Stuns, nades, all fine, but you've got 30 seconds and you're down 7 lives and you still have Thieves members just in the nastiest of positions. Yep, I mean, everyone's gonna be good for 2. Ghosty off of his cruise missile says, why not? Get the information, see where Vegas is trying to hit. You still have Afro playing forward to make sure no one comes out of spawn with much safety, but kills do come through. Vegas with a little bit of focus can pause the clock. This would still be heroic as ever.
Yeah, this would be a miracle if they walk away with this round. Currently down by 7 lives, but you have to try to make up for it with pressure over towards B. Nasty finds the first kill. Nasty on the flank finds a second. Great shots, and that might just be enough to call game.
Yeah, Afro up the ladder. Nearly puts it away there. Only one more player to fight, and that's Purge. Wow. I mean, that's 2 out of 3 dominant defenses from LA. Flat out. Making them feel it there near the end as well with a couple of follow-up eliminations. So, huge. I mean, we talked about control. It has not necessarily been pretty for the side of LA, but that was one hell of a way to kind of reestablish some favor.
Oh, yeah. 0-4 in this stage, and finally you get one underneath your belt. They dominated on that defensive end. I knew Vegas Legion, they struggled on their attacking rounds, just simply keeping up with the slaying, but multiple times where they just go 3 to 4 dead, you're gifting it to LAT to put them in that headlock of a setup. You're holding top propane, you're holding B Street, you're holding top heli. There's no way in hell Vegas Legion are going to be able to get out. And that's what it simply came down to. Attach is the only one to go positive for Vegas Legion. Somehow, someway, he always figures out a way to do that. 6,500 damage, 24 non-traded kills. But it was all about the ARs on the opposing side. Crep and Ghosty just take over in map number 3. Now they're up 2-1.
Huge stuff. And that's massive, because not only do you see good AR gameplay come through, but let's be candid, Afro had a couple of good moments with the Rival 9 in hand, and he's going to need to keep that up because, you know, just kind of teasing you all, it's going to be a Rio Hardpoint next. But here's the thing, you know, when we were looking at this setup, we figured that both teams were going to have a lot of success defensively. That's been kind of categorically where they've really shined, but this was different from Thieves because it wasn't just making sure Vegas weren't having chances at getting any tick progression, they were also completely dominating them right off the get-go. The breakoffs looked so clean.
And the crazy thing for LA, this is a map that they weren't really familiar with. They played this in the beginning of the year twice, and then they took 2 months before they played it again. They did lose a round 5 to Miami, but you getting all that practice in on the back end, you're going to know the little things that we need to fix to get better at control. Now they can add this one to the playbook, because if you can allow your ARs to get set up the way that they were, consistently putting them in traps, earning cruise missiles left and right, yeah, we're going to start putting this one definitely into our series. But now you're going into a Rio HP where we've only seen LAT play it once, and it was versus one of the best Rio HP teams that we have in the game in Optic, Texas. They got blown out of the water. And on the opposite side for Vegas Legion, this is one of their bread and butter maps. This is one of those maps where you can allow Nero to really be who he wants to be.
Absolutely. And it's another one of those maps that you look at and you look at the statistics overall, and we go back to the same kind of points that we were talking about when we were looking at the invasion. Rotation percentage, not particularly great for the side of LA. However, when we have seen Vegas play this map, they haven't been just great on rotating. They've also been doing a nice job of making sure that turns into some good time as well. So that's kind of the big key here overall. And then just to kind of add insult to injury here, Vegas also happened to rank in the top 2 when it comes to breaking. So they're really getting it done in this map, and a lot of it I think has been because you've seen Gio added into the mix. The versatility's been super noted upon, and he's really performed well on this map in particular.
Yeah, they're just consistent on their hard points. You talk about the fundamental play, like being early over towards a hill, setting up proper breaks, and holding down for good time. They get it all done on a map like Rio, so that has done wonders for this Vegas Legion roster. And now you need this Rio HP to even force a game number 5. And I just think like the way that this one's set up, obviously for LAT, it was a struggle. It was a struggle on this map the first time that they played it. All their stats are one of the worst in the league, but they've only played it once. So you have a time to right those wrongs, and I think it's really going to fall into the hands of what Afro can get done, because when he's on with that SMG, he has that takeover ability to call game right here at map 4.
Here's the fun statistic. And again, sample size is 1, so just go with me on this one.
Okay.
The hold percentage for LA, 100% successful.
Wow.
But
okay.
how many hold opportunities have they had, Jay?
1.
Just 1. Just 1.
Okay. All right. So it's just one hill they're really good at. We need to figure it out which one it is, because that's the one that they're going to be relying on heavy.
Absolutely. Need to rotate better. That's the simple layman's terms of what we're trying to say here if you're LA Thieves. Again, they've only played it one time, so I'm so glad we got that graphic too. First in hold percentage, but they've literally only had 1 opportunity to hold a hard point. They have had 6 different break attempts, and they have broken the hard point 0 times. Yeah. So you gotta rotate better here if you're Thieves.
Yeah, it's just got to be overall better in every single category. Probably not the holds, because you're the best at doing that, but based off of the hard points in Miami, it was Dan Ghosty who was a man on a mission, 1.6. So can he try to do that again on a map like Rio with that AR in hand?
Yes, sir.
Definitely can get the job done.
Yes, sir. Let's see. Thieves gonna get into the hard point first. Vegas just trying to hit both SK sides kind of simultaneously here. And another test to see if Purge with this SMG roll swap can really help light up this Vegas squad. And so far, so good. Every single kill goes their way, including the one on the outside. That is a 4-man down situation off the break off.
Perfect start if you are Vegas Legion. Now let's see if LAT can change that breaking percentage right here, right now, as they find a break in towards P1. Already great stuff from Ghosty. He whips out the Rival 9. He said, I can do it with the AR and the SMG. Great plays from him as all of LA, they're starting to get aggressive up through the middle of the map. They're trying to force Vegas Legion behind them, and at least they're coming out on trades for now, but those plays from Vegas Legion spawning behind enemy lines are going to be able to set up a couple crossfires over towards the next hill.
I mean, this is Vegas spawning everywhere, but Kremp, whoa.
Hello?
Oh, door pop sound. Yeah, he just didn't quite track down where the kill was coming from. Now he's going to get isolated by Nero. A moment there where Kremp almost slipped through to be a huge problem for this setup at market. Ghosty, he's got caught again. I mean, Vegas just spawned literally in all 4 corners of the map. That's so tough to predict if you're Thieves, and they eventually will get taken advantage of.
Yeah, with only 40 seconds left at this P2. Now all of LA going to spawn out towards the back end. Gonna force a break in from the front. You do have Ghosty with that SMG setting up. Actually, with an MCW, hits a super route on the flank. At least finds 1 kill while the rest of the team is trying to apply the pressure through the front, but they all get cut down. Great hold so far from Vegas Legion. They're going to walk away with this full 60.
And a great start for Purge. Now on 4.
Hello.
Oh, almost clean shots to find number 5, but Nasty gets the elimination. And with that, Thieves will have 3 members set up over towards New, but they're struggling to get themselves in the right position. I mean, you had all 3 members that were on the backside of this hard point kind of holding hands. What are you watching? I'm watching the same thing. No, what are you watching? And now finally they get into a position where they're holding from the back of the hard point. So Vegas is going to get a lot of freedom for this setup to move forward. Just comes down to, can they find the opening kills? Gio good for the first. You've got 1 player moving around the back, and Vegas are going to try to hit this from all sides, but it's picked up nicely by the Thieves.
Yeah, this is perfect for the Thieves. You have a player puts out towards bridge. You know that all of Vegas Legion are going to decide to push through the back end so they can try to flip those spawns. But they read that first push beautifully. Eventually, Vegas Legion breaking through the bridge side. Attack up close and personal with the MCW. Wins another nasty gunfight. Now you set up Kremp to find a double through top mid. Ghosty again with that SMG. He's just whipping it out left and right. For some of these hills, you know, for the P3s, for the P1s, he's probably going to be the 3rd SMG, and he's making it grow.
Good game so far. Tied up at 57 apiece. Nice gunshot win from Ghosty. And that will completely eliminate Legion from having an opportunity to rotate unless Nero can do something to really make a mess of this setup from the Thieves. Ghosty still on the pinch, completely overwhelmed. Still though, Kremp alive on 4 in a row, taken down from the Heady, and that's enough for Vegas with the quick reinforcements to break back through. And you've got a tactic playing over for some garage control. This is pretty decent when it comes to Vegas on their break.
Yeah, this is a perfect setup, but that big nade taking down Purge from boxes might force a couple players from Vegas Legion to not put their focus on that position. Now all of LA just trying to bombard their way through the bottom of the garage, but Geo makes them pay for it as he finds a double. It's still Vegas Legion holding on with such a very intense setup. Everyone else spawn is just, where do I gotta go? Where do I gotta fill? And they're making it work.
Holding on by a thread, it feels like at times. Nasty off the regen, just too many things to worry about. And once again, the trends, the patterns in the kill feed continue to lean over towards Vegas. 3 for 2s here, 4 for 3s there. It's just marginal moments, but it's leading to some significant time here on the scrap of P4. Purge still clearing out more. Ghosty's tagged up. They're on the hunt for him. And he is absolutely stuck behind the dumpster. So great moment here from Vegas. They have our first big lead here in the game.
Yeah, up by 36 points. Now you're forced to find a break in towards the next B5, and big kill knowing that Ghosty's still gonna spawn behind you. Isolating him and now putting that pressure over towards the hill. Great shots from Purge. If you have more ammo, he's gonna get that one for free, but the break is gonna be instant. All you have to do is take care of Nasty, and all this hill time is gonna be yours.
Attach stepping in, Trophy keeping him safe for now. The Thieves working on a bit of a setup, not just from the front, but you've also got Nasty taking a long pinch around the back. He doesn't quite convert it as of yet, but again, he's just making sure Vegas do not feel comfortable coming off of spawn. So just when you thought Vegas had some daylight growing, Thieves right back in the mix. 20 seconds to fight for, and with these routes off spawn, Vegas look that they're going to concede it to play for some P1 control.
Yeah, they're just going to try to contest, or at least take top mid control. You still have a couple players contesting towards the old hill. Purge and a one-on-one is not able to win it. Ghosty gets a little bit of assistance there in that gunfight, but very close hard point, just like it was in map number 1. Ghosty up close in person with that MCW, makes attach pay for it, and it's going to be LAT early on, off the rotation, probably set up for P1 as they're going to take the lead.
Great stretch here from the Thieves. Lots of control surrounding this hard point. Kremp just making sure no one comes out from behind. Now with the spawn from Afro, Thieves will 100% know that if Vegas are going to break, it has to be purely from the front. Moment of contest, topside vending. Nasty cut in the corner. Purge just dives on into the hard point. Doesn't have a lot of support, but at least Geo's there to keep this only to 2 Thieves members remaining. 30 seconds of the clock here, and Vegas need to make a decision. Do you want to play for the rotation or play for the old time? And Geo makes that decision a bit easier as he finalizes the first 2 kills.
Yeah, that's a big 2-piece out of Geo because he's the only guy still alive over towards Soda. The fact he's able to walk away with 2 leads to the break for Vegas Legion, and now you're going to be able to take the lead right on back if you can walk away with this remaining P1 time. But LAT, they're not giving that stuff up for free. They're contesting that one all the way down to the very end, keeping that lead in their favor. And now Nasty whips out the SMG, trying to be a nuisance behind enemy lines. He finds a double, and this is going to be a rotation won by LA.
All right, well, we talked about it. They've had 1 hold opportunity, and it's perfect. Last time they played the map. Let's see how we listen in with LA Thieves if they can hold on to this hard point as well.
I'll go pinch. They're alive, nice. We're missing it. Get up time. I'm gonna it. I'm on mid. I have all long. I don't see short purging weak. Short purging weak. We're missing attach. One short purge. I was telling them. And mid-cut. I'll give me cut. Mid-cut, the two, double, they're on. Nice, good shit. First guy's zero. Bro, when you spawn up. I'm rotating left. Windy. First over to all going on. Nothing new. Promise you. Nothing new at all. So I'm out first. Alright, 2 on 1. Geo's sprinting up the right, bro. I'm holding back with you. I'm in the window, okay? I'll hold the back with you, Kyle. They go in garage. I'm one shot. They got wallbang. He's in garage. I'm in the close right angle. I'm in the back for you. I was just funny. Yeah, funny. I have the back. I have the back. They're going blue. He's 2. Nothing in the back. One dead. I got dead. Cash. Come on, Cash. I think Cash. I slow down. Blue attack. 2 on the back. You died. Okay, it's all good. There's 2 arcades. Take time. We're good. I'm cramming the deep right heading. We can go right. Yeah, I'm gonna. Someone's gonna be you. He's gonna pick you. Watch out. He is you. I can jump for you. Don't force. I'm hitting him. I don't see him. You dead. I need the car. The right hitty. I'm ironing it. I'm gonna shot that.
Well, it is just sequential hill after sequential hill from the Thieves, from 5-1 into the opening time, and maybe more so between 2 and 3. But a critical break from Vegas, 5 in a row from Attach. Maybe a lifeline here for Legion to get back into this game.
Maybe it is, but you have to get past the SMGs on LAT, because I'm pretty sure everyone has whipped one out at a point in this game, as they're just trying to be aggressive as hell on Rio HP. They're going to walk away with at least that final couple of seconds over towards P3, but it's all about the pinch setup from Vegas Legion. You see, they waited for that hill to be done, so their position was not going to be known, so they can now flood everyone through the box corner.
Trade over the top. Kremp still in position. He was here last time and absolutely ruined the hopes and dreams of Vegas. Looking to kind of reprise that. Well done for the first. Watts I mean, off of a bullet worth of health. Ghosty on the other side is also getting it done. 5 in a row for Ghosty, 4 in a row for Kremp. And all of a sudden, it looks like green pastures here for Thieves. They can hold on to the remaining time.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult break to even get on in if you are Vegas Legion, because you have to use your attacks to blow up those trophy systems. Unfortunately, not using the teenager teammates. That's instantly 2-10, and LAT with only 20 seconds remaining on this hill just continue to stay aggressive up through the ramp, not even allowing Vegas Legion to get close. They can win it here.
Absolutely can. Numbers for Vegas from the front, though, starting to be amassed. Nasty last one left, and he's just too weak to hold on to the hard point. But Kremp fully healthy. Maybe thinking about some last heroics there, but we'll see another hard point. Purge, Afro, the first two that are here. Opening shots from Purge takes care of Ghosty. He's going to have to find more than that, though, as Afro's able to convert onto one long-range shots to Geo. Doesn't necessarily need him, but it's from behind. Attach finding a double, and that's going to immediately call Kremp to pull out a cruise missile here. There's really no one from Thieves who can follow up off of this immediately. Just comes down to how many kills they can get, and they'll at least take Attach out of the hard point.
And keep in mind, you also had Afro spawn on a free pitch, so he's going to come behind enemy lines, there basically call a game, and that's going to be a GG.
Wow, unreal stuff, man. Got really fiery, especially as we jumped into that listening, and there's that passion, there's that energy. Ghosty and Kremp again, they're former teammates back at the beginning of Modern Warfare 2. Rejoined now once again, and Nasty and Afro look over and are smiles to see them pop off together.
Oh, they're feeling good, man. They're feeling good. Another W underneath the belt of LAT. Another hard point win underneath the belt for LAT. But this time, the difference maker was the control victory. As they were sitting 0-4 in this stage, you walk away with that. You're going to a Rio HP where everyone is counting you guys out. But when you're whipping out 4 SMGs and staying consistently aggressive up through the middle of the map, everywhere around the map, that's what gets it done on the Rio HP to close this series out in 4. They're just getting better and better every time I watch them play, man. Obviously, versus the top teams, it's going to be tough because you're still a very young roster. They're going to be well polished, but when they're playing against these lower echelon teams, not the top 4, they're keeping it really, really close. This time, it doesn't have to go to 5 as LAT are the victorious squad at the end of this one.
Yeah, I'll be really curious to see what total eliminations Attached end with. I mean, he was frying every single map.
Yeah.
And definitely was one of the reasons why Vegas found so much success, not just on the opening hardpoint, but also kept themselves in it on the control. And you can even argue again, also here on the Rio hardpoint, but 250, 173, and I think the indication of 2 players dropping out of the lobby early gives you all you need to know about how they felt about how that series should have gone. So good stuff from the Thieves, man. Again, it keeps them in the hunt here for not just an upper bracket, but if you can take not just this series, obviously, but maybe the 1 or 2 more of your remaining matches, you could be putting yourself in a pretty favorable seat as well going into Miami.
Yeah, you're feeling good, man. Obviously for LAT, the beginning of the year wasn't the best. You were one of the worst hardpoint teams, not the one of the worst, literally the worst hardpoint team in the game. But you make the roster change for 2 players. You bring in Nasty and Kremp, and they have just been making stuff happen for this roster. That's now 3 hardpoint victories on the stage. Finally, they get their first control victory, and also 3 victories overall as a squad. Looking good, potentially going into Miami.
Yeah, and I think just kind of reflecting back on it, just to kind of throw the analyst hat on for a moment, I mean, even the Invasion hardpoint, very winnable for LA. I think there's a lot you could look at and say, hey, you know, we're still doing a great job on P4, where not a lot of other teams in the CDL are. Just comes down to, can we make sure we're doing things like rotating well to P2, P3, and then also, if we're going to commit so much to 4, let's make sure we have a look at P5 at some point in time. And those might be like the only kind of curiosity points, but like, I think you're right, Jay. I think it's just one of those things you look back upon this series and you feel really encouraged about what Thieves showed.
You're feeling good, man. You're winning hard points. You're winning controls now. Everything is starting to click for LAT at the right time going into the event.
Yeah, absolutely the case. So there's our final thoughts. We'll send things over to the desk to break things down on their side.
Awesome first cast from Shift and Study to start the day. Thank you, gentlemen. Now it's time to put on our analyst hats. We have Alley Cat and Young Nameless. And let's start with you, Cat, because you were the only one who picked LA Thieves today. The fans were wrong. Nameless was wrong. I was wrong. You look real smart.
Thank you. And, my job rides on those predictions. So, for me to get this one right was incredible. I think the most impressive map for me out of the series had to be that control. I genuinely thought it was going to be LA Thieves having to win that opening hard point, but they pulled out a surprise card. They picked that map number 3 in control, and the most important round was the last one because LA Thieves secure defense. It's the final round. And it's a push to A. Like, they are on the back foot of it for a majority of the time. Vegas is getting all the kills, and it's Kremp and Dan that are just frying them pushed up in spawn. Great stuff out of LA. Yeah.
Those two just locked it in and control. Nameless, we saw this game 4 was going to be Rio. We said, we're going to a game 5 in the green room.
I thought so, yeah.
That did not happen. Where did Vegas fold here?
Yeah, a couple instances, Chris. So there's rotation 1. P2, we saw LA Thieves in the last rotation. They held it from the front. You're in a situation where now Vegas, you're on the back foot. What do we got to do? Get over towards P3 lobby and get a setup. Okay, bang, we did that. We're down 40 points. Now we have to hold this time. They are unable to do so. They're in a great position to hold it. After they break, they give up the left side street. 2 players get on through, and then they botch the next rotation over towards white truck. So these little things Vegas are doing really, really well last week. They're throwing them away there. I think they just got worried about the potential of losing to a bottom 4 team.
I do have to say, Attach was playing lights out once again. Today, you look at his numbers. Vegas definitely making one of the best off-season moves and bringing in a veteran to lead this team. Vegas, though, with 3 wins, is still looking to finish strong. They have 2 more matches, and the Thieves, they've got 3 to go. Let's take a look, though, at today's Scuff play of the game. And Ali, you asked our production team for it. Here it is one more time. Young Dan, the fiery fellow, getting the job done with Kremp.
Yeah, so this is the final round with Kremp and Dan. I mean, like I said, they got that final defense, and they've just been putting Vegas in this spawn trap. Of defense. Ghosty goes on a 6 here. Kremp over on the B side goes on a 5. I mean, it was just, the slang was on point for LA Thieves today, and that's what they needed to start winning some of these series.
And also, the patience as well, right? Like, you have to execute this spawn trap, and they did a really good job. Like, off the break, they played really patient. They killed Geo on the street, and then you see Afro sort of sneak up to the right side windows. He doesn't jump in to play for a ton of kills. He just stays alive and wastes time. So then you see Vegas like, where's Afro at? Where's Afro at? You take too much time, you're going to get trapped, and that's exactly what happened.
The man that you just saw in our Scuff play of the game now joins us for our Monster Winner Spotlight. All of the brands are getting a piece of Kremp today. Welcome to the show, young man, and congrats on a much-needed victory. You guys are now knocking on the door not only of the winner's bracket, but potentially a top 6 seed going into Miami. How you feel?
Pretty fantastic. I mean, it's just a process. We're just building out our system and figure out how each other want to play. And we're just getting better every day, and we're a great team. Practice is going great. We're doing good.
We're seeing it.
Yeah, of course. It's hard because, usually when there's roster changes, it's 1 player. For you guys, it was half the roster. So obviously it took some time for you guys to feel comfortable. When did it start to click for you guys recently where you were now able to take these matches?
Probably after our first win, honestly. It gave us the right confidence, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But after that, I mean, we just don't take our losses too hardly, and we're just constantly getting better every day, making sure practice is as good as it can be. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Kremp, congrats on the win. We haven't talked to you too much, but when you guys did win your last match, we talked to Ghosty, and he said when he brought you guys in, he was honestly looking to you guys for insight from challengers. How's that been, sort of focusing on the strategy within the team, trying to fix issues, and also be that turnt SMG player on the roster? How do you balance that?
Honestly, it's actually been pretty easy, considering me and Dan have a history of playing together, and then Marcus and Nasty have a good history as well. So honestly, it was pretty easy. Honestly, it just comes down everyone's playing their favorite way of playing the game, and we're making it work. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I don't know.
I'm looking through here. I see you guys are playing LAG next Friday. You're going to be playing Toronto Ultra next week as well. What are your thoughts on the remaining online qualifier matches before playing on LAN?
I'm feeling very confident for sure. I think the whole team feels confident. Just got to stick to the game plan, stick to getting better in scrims, and we'll see what happens,
All right.
I also want to ask, Kremp, how do you feel like you developed as a player from last year to this year? Obviously, you get that one opportunity, then you're back in challengers, and now you're back in the league and you look better than ever. How do you think you developed?
Well, last year I feel like I wasn't much of a system player. But going to this year, I feel like I'm better at learning a system. Shout out to FaZe Black and the boys. They taught me a lot. And then I just know how to play the game the right way. And last year, like, we just didn't mesh well. It's fine. But yeah, I've noticed myself understand the game twice as much instead of just getting kills.
Love it.
Love it, man. Can't wait to talk to you again in another Monster Winner Spotlight. We'll catch you down in Miami in 2 weeks.
All right, you too. Thank you very much.
That's Crimp, and that's Ellie Thieves with the first win of the day. Allie called it right. Can she stay perfect? Well, you got to stay tuned to find out. And, of course, you can find out when your team plays, Allie. How do you do it?
You scan the QR code on your screen, of course, Chris Puckett. Or if you don't have a phone for whatever reason in 2024, you can go on your computer and type in Call of Duty League/schedule to make sure you're in sync and up to date with all of your favorite and least favorite teams and when they play.
Nameless, there's 2 teams playing. One of them speaks Spanish in our next matchup. Who wins it?
Carolina. They're going to win this series.
Early call. Stay tuned to find out if it's true. Miami has been on a downward spiral. Today, do they stop the slide? We find out against the Ravens after this.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Behind enemy lines.
He's getting loose early every round. Like,
do a little dance, make a little love. Who's standing there? Stops the clock. You have to do a selling on the top side of the flat. Does indeed. That's good. Oh, the snap. Max stays alive. Another for Mac. That's unreal. 23 seconds. Pause.
Booza. Now right back over to Illy. He takes his fight as well, trying to keep this 100% at 100. And looking good so far. 2v1 now. Dashy last up. Full health though. Chance to make a play. Next guy drops. Dashy 1v1. Versilli, former teammate. Ah! Just gunned to sleep.
We're going to have some laughs during this match, Maven. I'm going to openly just ask, who will be the worst player we see in the All-Star game today?
The worst player from all of these teams? Oh, this is hard, man. It's the All-Stars. Oh, I got to think about this.
It's going to be Octane.
You think it's going to be Octane?
Yeah.
He was a beast, so he was number 2 overall SnD KD.
Yes, he has, but guess what? Octane's had one good event since like 2016.
I'm going with Nameless just because he can probably hear me right now. he's going to choke big time.
A little bit, but composure still there for Gorillas as rotations continue to be the talking point. A little bit of a scary spot as Draza turns on to App off the ground. I don't know how that gunfight was even possible.
Okay, one cross, two cross. One more. That's him. Alright, I'm gonna help you at B now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where he went. I don't know if he's still here.
There's deep perception. Nice one. Get that ace, my friend. Get that ace.
Probably in both.
1 minute remaining.
Oh yeah.
All just on the outside. But Nate Dogg's team was in 6th. Going big here, finding one. Tapa gonna try and take down Watch Waldo, but falls. The trade from Nate Dogg, it comes through. 10 eliminations. Look who's last alive. It's Huskers in a final 1v1.
2v1. They eliminated each other. Who wins the gunfight? Huskers pushing the fight. Zoning off with the grenades, finding it, swings around the corner, no place but chows it anyway. Nate Dogg gets the better of Huskers for the win. Nate Dogg with 11.
Listen, where am I looking here? It's Mother's Day, all right? Call your moms, all right? And maybe I'll call them too.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time to go. We've got Miami taking on the Carolina Royal Ravens, and if you've been watching the games recently, you know that Miami has been riding the struggle bus. After we switch the spawns, they haven't won a match, and this goes all the way back to Boston, where they entered with a top 5 seed, a top 3 seed.
Yeah, and since then, it's been a downward spiral for Miami Heretics, unfortunately, which is crazy because the slang has been there, just the fundamentals are out the window.
Let's take a look at what's been going down for the team playing from Florida, the host of Major II in just 2 weeks here, Nameless.
Yeah, what's been going down? Their record. Listen, they did such a good job throughout stage 1 that they're in a good spot when it comes to points, right? So they know that they're going to start loose bracket at this tournament. It's about like fixing some of their issues, getting back to where they found initial success, and that was things like control. They were ahead in stage 1, but they made a big roster change. They bring in Eric Boom, who's a fast-paced SMG player. They've tried to play maps like Rio. It hasn't worked. Time to reset. The one thing that I want to see them focus on mostly is search and destroy. I mean, their stats have dropped tremendously. They are last in the entire league in opening duels. When you have players like Vico and Eric Boom, that cannot be the case. They're second to last after they plant, winning the round. When you get a bomb down, win the round. Heretics have to improve and search and destroy. The fundamentals have to be better.
And unfortunately, we didn't really get to see the Monster Energy pregame, but if it did pop up on your screen, it probably is something about Miami Heretics needing to closing out Search and Destroys. Sure. They're a strong control team, but they are not closing out Search and Destroys 2-10 in their last 10.
Gotta win those game 5s. That could be the key today. Let's take a look at our maps and modes. And real quick, if you are talking trash about the Heretics in my chat, please post your rank. Are you gold 1? Are you silver 3? Are you still in bronze? Let us know live here on the channel. Allie is crimson, and I'd love to see it.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, well, I'm crimson, so I'm gonna sit here and talk trash. I mean, technically, Miami is stronger in conversion and post-plant and retake in this series, and they're stronger in control in this series. So realistically, you would think they'd have the edge, but Carolina Royal Ravens, they've been looking incredible recently.
I made the mistake of doubting the Ravens yesterday. I am not making that mistake today. It's the Ravens over Miami for my first scuff pick'em.
I'm going to go with Carolina Royal Ravens as well. Sorry, Miami.
I got Carolina 3-1.
And fans are riding with blue. No one believes the Heretics turned the ship around today. Do you shift and study?
Well,
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Hard to say. You know, again, just based off the maps and modes that we have, you don't feel particularly great about Miami, like trying to play to their strengths. And at the same front, it's not just they didn't really get anything that they're particularly strong on. They also let Carolina get a lot of their strengths into the mix. So it definitely feels like a map series set that does lean towards the Royal Ravens.
Oh, without question. You're talking about that map number 2, Invasion Search and Destroy, where Carolina, they have been struggling in SnD all season long on everything but Invasion. Yeah. They are undefeated on that SnD, so it's going to be a tall ladder to climb for Miami to try to bring that back. Oh, players look a little bit different too. Alan, you see this?
I'm seeing this. Oh, the fun that comes with online matches. But hey, here's the thing. Overall, you know, if you have a strong Miami fan base in Miami, you just need to give them something to try to hope for here, right? I mean, starting off on a Rio Hardpoint, it's not the fact that they're 0-3 on it. On average, they're losing by over 80 points. So
yeah, that's not good.
Need to see some signs of life immediately is really what I'm getting at here.
Yeah, you would expect Miami to be great at a map like Rio because they got those aggressive players like Meadows, like Eric Boom, and even Vico at certain times can run that SMG. But We're gonna be able to see if they've been able to right their wrongs on this map. And already starting off is my potential rookie of the year, because Gwyn, regardless of the roster, regardless of who he's playing, he's always putting up numbers. Can he continue to do so today?
That's the question. Good start here, though, for Miami overall. Decent eliminations, only allowing 10 seconds of opening time, plus a full setup here. Trying to finish off this P1 time here early. And I will say, not just as Gwyn really tried to establish himself as a potential Rookie of the Year candidate, but we need to see some life out of Eric Boom, man, because when you have the conversation between Journey, Eric Boom, the potential of a Real, I'll be honest with you, dude, it's one of those things. It's like, pick one of the three. I don't see the results changing that much, so like something needs to be proven here if you're Eric Boom.
Yeah, you need to prove it why you deserve to be here. And already finding a lot of time off of this P1, setting your teammates up for the next hill as well. As you see Vico already off the rotation, blocking that spawn for Carolina to now force them to push right up the middle. It's a great start to the game. Can you cover any more ground? A team kill comes in from Clayster, takes down TJ, but it's Eric Boom realistically walking away with a double, make it a triple. Okay, he must have heard you, Alan. He's starting to turn up.
Looking good, looking good. Rotation gonna get locked in here for Miami. 3 in a row for Eric in particular. Support is all the way around him. Ooh, clean shots from Eric. Okay, let me eat my shoe real quick. Oh, the snap down low, nearly also able to land, but now Carolina off 3 kills in a row. Just need to find Lucky, and as he gets tagged up by some lingering nades, that will be a break attempt here for Royal Ravens, fully confirmed.
Yeah, this is good stuff right here from Ravens to not give up all this time. Miami have come out swinging out of the gate, so you have to be instantly able to respond. Finding that break P2 is going to put you down by about 15 to 13 seconds if you can walk away with this remaining time, but it's going to be all about this rotation. TJ Halley is able to find 2 and now pops that dead silence, trying to block those ones from Miami to start spawning across the map.
TJ figured out though, Semtex will confirm the kill. A little bit of space gained as well as Metals finds kills at mid-map. So opportunities again for Miami to do really nicely on rotation here. That's one of the kind of problem points that we've seen them, not just on this map, but in pretty much every map. So already kind of making strides towards trying to correct those mistakes. Carolina setting up a lot of this hit attempt from the bottom side of this hard point. First blood good for TJ. Clayster just making sure no one comes off spawn. I mean, you see Lucky trying to anchor in the back, but he's not able to do so, as all the kills from the front are perfect fit for Carolina.
Yeah, that's beautiful for Carolina. Clay works his way around the deep end. You have both the SMGs attacking through side boxes. They find all the kills, but do they find the last player in Lucky, who is just simply staying alive to give his team another opportunity to find a break? They do so for at least 20 seconds. Carolina are going to get those close back spawns as well towards the back end, so they're going to be able to reinforce their way right back on in for the final 15. But Miami Heretics ahead of the game, rotating early this time over towards P4.
Looking decent to this point. Going to get right back in for possibly a tie game if they can rotate over successfully. Felony, though, caught over towards Box's side. So once again, Miami put themselves in the right position. But can they just find more off of their holds? If we're really to nitpick, that seems what's been going wrong to this point. Good start here, though. First 15 seconds should be pretty much locked and confirmed. Clayster working off the back, double hit through boxes. Not finding maybe as much success as Carolina would like, and as Clayster gets sniffed out of the backside, that's a lot more like it if you're Miami.
Yeah, they're playing really, really slow on these breaks. Carolina is. They're trying to set up the perfect opportunity every single time, and Miami just finding the kills around the hill or forcing them to play a totally different way that they want to, is now they've been able to hold this hill for a complete 30 seconds. Final 25 is still in their possession, but now you have Carolina setting up pinching. Clayster working his way around the back end, should be able to get the freebie onto Lucky, finds a second as well. So it's Carolina walking away with the final 20. But if you're Carolina, you cannot use this as a recipe for success. You have to be the team early on and setting up for some proper time, because Miami is slowly but surely just keeping the lead in their favor.
And that has been one of the reasons that Carolina has been so competitive on this map. I mean, they rank in the top 3 when it comes to finding success on their holds. You know, we kind of saw that not just in their first matchup, but they looked really clean, but in particular against Optic, they were also giving them a hell of a fight. A lot of it off rotation, so it feels a bit weird to see this Carolina team relying a lot on their breaks. But hey, the good news is, hey, they're still sticking in the game, and they found a lot of success doing that to this point. So 40 seconds to fight for here. Fellow off the pinch, able to take down 1, plus a little bit of extra damage in towards Eric. So no follow-up challenge coming through, at least as of yet, for the Heretics.
Yeah, this is a perfect break coming in from Carolina with only 12 seconds initially into this hill. And now you have TJ and Gwyn just slaying around this hard point. TJ going to be the aggressor. Unfortunately, does get taken down, but he was creating a layer for his teammates to be free over towards this HP. This has been a great response from Carolina. Great stuff from Clayster, just soaking up all this hill time as they brought this one all the way back. Now only down 10 points.
Yeah, looking solid. And this is where things can really reset. Great opening map out of TJ in particular, as he's kind of flipped back and forth between a rival line and MCW, depending on what he needs, and right now it's the rival. Whoa, Mo. Step on towards Eric. shuts down the potential trade, and with that, Carolina off to the races here on P1.
That's just what he does, man. He wins those insane gunfights left to right. And he keeps his teammate alive in towards the point. It's now Miami Heretics forced to break on in, but it might be just enough for Metals going on that deep pinch. Finds one, finds two through the middle of the map. Now he's going to put himself in an aggressive angle to cut off more. Finds another one. Miami Heretics on the back of Metals leads to the break.
And I was just about to say, doesn't this feel a lot more like the Metals we saw in the first 7 games of this Miami Heretics team? He's not just sitting back waiting for information. He's the one just moving out saying, don't worry, boys, I'll take care of it for you. Well, those words, but in Spanish. TJ, right on the backside. Okay, lots of damage confirmed. Doesn't finish his food on the first, but doesn't make a difference. Still comes away with both. And once again, Carolina final late break to keep themselves right in the game.
Yup, final 10 seconds is going to be theirs, but this is where Miami will start pulling away with this game at this P2 to P3 chain. So you have to find your way on in. And with all those teammates dropping around fellow, now you have to slowly work your way as they're going to apply the pressure through the front end. You were trying to time this flank. Going to be able to get a sound cue, find that first kill onto Vico. Now it's time to hit the go button.
Centec's not quite able to tag anything onto Lucky. Fellow still slips on in. Tough gunfight, but he had help from Clayster. Now it's just up to Eric Boom with a little bit of support from Vico over the top of the platform, and they're going to combine for 3. Last player to grab is Clayster, and how about that? Essentially call it what it is. 2v4 situation. Heretics break back through. 30 seconds still to go.
Okay, Carolina need to find a way to stop this bleeding, and it needs to be a break over towards this P2 because they've blown this game wide open. Now you're down by 50. You can't give away this extra 20 because then you have to get a full 60 hold at this P3 hill. But it's just Metals and all the SMGs for Miami Heretics is playing super aggressive on a map like Rio. We just saw it on full display last game what 4 SMGs are able to do. But now Miami Heretics, they've been able to blow this game wide open. Now you're going to force Carolina to try to make up for it over towards this P3 hill.
Have to have it, but for the Heretics, they can definitely feel a win brewing. Perfect time to take a listen into their comms as we jump in with the Miami Heretics. Listen in.
Estoy un tiro. Muerto Clay. Está pegando piña, Javi. Cállate un tiro, pelo. No está en la esquina en Tic, no está en la esquina en Tic. Te estoy esperando. No le veo un Tiki, bro. Pego piña al punto. Pátate la punta. Hazle un tiro. Hazle un tiro. Tiki, muerto. Un tiro azul. Clay. Buscarlo. Muerto. Buena. Otro más. Al fondo. Hacer amarillo. Creo que no hace amarillo. Hacen amarillo. Está en caseta el que buscáis, ¿vale? Tienes tu niña al fondo. Al fondo, muerto Clay. Era el pelo, ¿no? Pelo, un tiro pelo. Se va para X para arriba. Tiene un punto muerto. Sigue conmigo al fondo. Voy a rotar. Tienes tu niña de cara, Eric. Sí. Otro más te cae en la rampa, Eric, cuidado. ¿Matas? En la rampa. Nice. Tiro otro sin punto, Eric. Vale. Es que rampa, güey. Esa está de vamos a otro más. Muerto, yo por arriba. Vamos, tío. Rampa, muerto. ¿Pillas el pinch? Sí, voy. Otro Eric, déjame aquí, Eric. Déjame aquí, muévete a la que puedas. Voy a ir con el pinch. Roto de cara, chavales. Tengo la derecha, tengo el pinch. Tengo push, el coche de politilla y coche. Tiene una bala, no puedo echarle a la bala. Pinch, win, un tiro, cajas. Cajas muy tocado. Va a pushar la rampa. Hay dos de cajas. Cajas, no, encima el jeep, que vaya. Va por la derecha. Un tiro, ¿vale? El otro no sé qué ha hecho. Cajas conmigo. Toca cajas. Llega hasta el curva,
I don't know much Spanish, Jay, but I can at least pick up on energy, my man. And this just feels like Miami's just flipped a switch. They're playing with the same kind of energy and tempo and speed and cohesion that we saw in the first 7 games of their league debut.
Yeah, you can just tell, well, actually, you can't tell that they are 0-5 all so far on this stage because everything is starting to click for Miami. All I heard was amarillo, which means yellow. Pushing out the ramp, that's what Eric Boom was doing. You know, I am Spanish, but I don't really know a lot of Spanish. But it's still Carolina in this game, as they were able to keep P4 contested a little bit, but Miami Heretics have been on the gas pedal the entire of this map number 1. And now they're only 28 seconds away from closing map number 1, and they're all ready to team off the rotation.
Yeah, and this is one of those moments where for Carolina, you're not out of it yet, but you're not in a great position at the moment where it just feels like every other, or maybe even every rotation is continually being won by Miami.
Yeah.
Decent kills though. Gwyn able to at least open up a little bit of space. Pinstripe kill feed. Gwyn not done yet on 3 in a row. Metal's the last one standing, and fellow from behind will take him out of the hard point. So 240, 175. Carolina in a good spot. And interestingly enough, Miami going to take the passive route here, play through P1, and if they get the kills, great. If not, you're set up to try to win the game on the new hill.
Yeah, because all you need is one break if you are Miami. Now you have Eric Boo going on the pinch. He finds the timing for the first, can't find the one for the second. But it's still Carolina holding on. So this final 12 is going to be theirs. They can potentially win it if they can get a full 60 in towards the top P1 HP. But it's all about these next set of fights. Metal comes out with 2. Gwyn does trade, but it's still Metal's contesting through top mid.
That's an interesting call, though. It's only a couple of seconds. In fact, it's only just 1 second, and that leads to an opportunity here where Carolina could come off a spawn and try to reinforce this. 194, 243. Kills have to be perfect, but it's Fecal Metals able to turn up one absolutely needed. Last attempt would be from Clayster. Gwyn trying to make his way up towards Eskies. He would have to clean everything up, and outside of a trophy and a team nade, Miami will still hold strong. And that just feels like the Miami we used to know. I don't know where they went. I don't know what happened, but that's a little bit more like it.
There you go, Miami Heretics. Finally, you're giving your squad some life. You're giving your fans some life. Because your major is going to be next up, but you get a W on a map like Rio, where we thought when that map was implemented into our map rotation, it was going to do wonders for this roster. Getting a victory early on versus Carolina. You're starting to change that script. Great plays out of Eric Broom. Great plays out of Metals. Every single time he was finding the time and going on that late pinch. But I really think it was all about those rotations. Carolina, they were right back and forth. What is it? 8th in rotations for Miami. 7th for Carolina. But that was the turning point of the game. If Carolina set up properly for one of these hills, they would have been right into this one. But unfortunately, it was Miami every single time at all these money hills. All the P2s they got done. The P3s they kept scrappy. The P4s, they were the team initially there. And even at the bridge hill as well. They were just always staying ahead of the game. What did Ali say on the desk? They're keeping up with the slang. It was all about the fundamentals. Yep. And they showed it in map number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's just, I hate to keep saying it, but you know, when we were watching this team last week and really even all of this qualifiers, just like, bro, this is just not the Miami that we used to see. No. I think in particular, like, they really stood out when we watched like Terminal Hardpoint before it was taken out of the pool. Like, they were running through the map.
Yeah.
And it's just like all of a sudden we got post-patch and it's just like Miami didn't know how to, you know, get one foot in front of the other. They were just moving so uncharacteristically slow. And it's just weird to see that happen off of just an instant spawn change and some of the hill changes. But that's more like it. It just felt what we kind of started to learn about this Heretics team, and you just kind of want to see that all the time because it's fun to watch when they're pulling this off.
Yeah, it definitely is fun to watch because we know they play with intensity, they play with pace, and when they're flowing in that flow state, especially with those SMGs, they're definitely fun to watch. As you take a look at the game flow, Miami were in control from start to finish of this game. It got to the second rotation at P1 where Carolina were within 20 points, but everything after that was all Miami, just staying ahead of the game, doing the fundamental part correctly, and taking map number 1.
Clean stuff. Yeah, gradual graph all the way through. But again, all of that felt like it came off of rotations. And one of the things that we always say is 40-20 exchanges on hard points will eventually favor the team getting 40 every single time. So that's kind of how that goes. But here's the thing. Invasion Search and Destroy comes up next. And even though Carolina have not been great or even good at Search and Destroy, this is the outlier. They're perfect on this map to this point, and they're really kind of checking boxes on all levels.
Yeah, they're great on this map. The only map that they're undefeated in Search and Destroy, sitting at a perfect 3-0. They're great on the attacking side. They're great on the defending side. And the majority of that success comes to them finding success in the first blood column. Whenever they find that first blood, they turn it into a conversion rate being number 1 overall. So you give them that first kill, it's basically GG. And then on the opposite side for Miami, this is what the desk touched on. They have been struggling in this mode. 2-10 out of the last 10 games that they have played in SnD. That's not the best. That's not the best at all. And then now you're going into Invasion Search and Destroy, where for them, in every single SnD, they're sitting at 12 overall in first blood. But on Invasion, that's actually true because they are dead last in that conversion rate. You get the first kill, it goes in their favor because they have a conversion rate of 3rd overall in Invasion, but you see the stats from right there. Like 12th overall conversion rate, 5th in opening duel percentage, dead last for Carolina on the conversion rate. It's been a struggle, but on everything but Invasion, so they got that in their back pocket.
Yeah, absolutely the case. It's just one of those things that you look at the strengths across the board and you go, why here only? Like, what's been the issue of finding success across the other maps? Like,
it's probably because Clay is like 40 years old, you know, so he's been playing Invasion for quite some time, so he knows this map like the back of his hand.
Nah, that's off the cuff right there. That's off the cuff. So it's going to be interesting because there's a lot of, again, polish and really positivity to say about Carolina. However, you know, on the other side, we were kind of touching on it a touch here, but, you know, here's the thing for Miami, we need to be better at finding first bloods, bros. Yeah. Like, straight up, I mean, we're doing great at converting when we do find them, but it's just, an overall 36% of their opening duels, they're winning. Like, that's just not good enough. That's dead last in the league. So we need to be better at making sure we're picking good battles on the opening 30 seconds of these maps.
And I think, at least based off of map number 1, the confidence is there for the SMG. So they're probably going to be playing with that confidence in map number 2. So expect them to be pushed out in towards Cafe. Expect the aggressive plays up through Broken. It's going to be Carolina on the attacking side early on. Clayster tries to get early info onto the crossfires, but how many players are over towards B? Because you already find Eric Boom pushed up in towards Broken, which can contest Carolina and force them to slow down.
Yeah, and he's just watching on this quick cross. Vehicle deeper, making sure nothing hits their street side. And Eric has actually gotten up top. This should be a guaranteed 1-for-1 spot. Maybe over peaks that, and now all of a sudden Carolina know that they need to isolate if they do want to play through this B street, and they will. Good help from Vehicle. First blood decent, but it's immediately traded back. We go 3v3, now make it 3v2 as Fellow catches Vehicle up. That should lead to a plant.
Yeah, it's going to be an instant bomb plant for Carolina. You have Clayster watching a deep pinch. You can maneuver your way around Blue, though. But he is going to get info early on onto Lucky. Yep, just going out, playing with your life, not forcing that one-on-one engagement is a much better play as the bomb now goes down.
Oh, and Gwyn has gotten forward again. Pinch from Clayster also on the way. Although Clayster does drop. Gwyn did not see the player immediately below him, but still follows up on Lucky, and then the transfer over. Clean stuff. Maybe he did know. Shame on me to doubt him for a moment as Carolina come off the first blood successfully with the quick trade and also take the round.
Yeah, that's good stuff from Carolina to isolate the two players over towards the B side. You find the trade onto Eric Boom, and then the gunfight win from Fellow onto Vehicle. You instantly put that bomb down, put yourself in the man advantage, and then force Miami to try to break through the flank area. And they just get gunned down right there by Gwyn. Great plays again to find a double to close out the first round for Carolina.
Okay. One of those rounds that, again, the opening duel percentage will, again, favor Miami, but, like, did it. Like, it's so quick to the trade, and, okay, that's, well.
Take that. Take that, Alan. You take that.
I say that's a great first blood, but TJ's nade converts his own trade, so we stay 3v3 early.
Yeah, TJ was just running right off the middle of the map. He probably had ordnance gloves on as well to throw those nades a little bit deeper, even though he does get picky. Evens up the numbers, makes it a 3v3 still. And Carolina have every position covered. As Clayster's going to be the player, calling out everything towards this B side, but Miami, they've already cleared out Broken. It's only a matter of moments before they try to take this bomb.
Does Clay get a read on this? Yeah, he tracks down Metals for free, transfers over, but Eric there to confirm. So how we go, 2v1 as Lucky cleans up Gwyn through mid-map. Fellow's on the wrong side of the map, but he's going to be getting a little bit of freedom here. Yeah, I was going to say, because not only is Lucky holding this position frontside DVD for Fellow to scout out, but the bomb hasn't been planted yet, so it's going to give a little bit of extra time for Fellow to move on over, and he wants to continue to go quick. 1v2 situation, and he's caught over through cage side. No worries there, Miami battle back.
That's just like the go-to setup for everyone in the 2v1 scenario, everyone in rank play. If you do not know how to play a post plan at that B bomb, I promise you, it's just one player towards the tractor, one over towards the cages, because the crossfire is there, the team shots are there, and you're able to use that cover ground from both of those positions to basically play your life. As Miami do a great job of finding that first blood, even though it's instantly responded. Just finding another trade onto Clayster, and then Lucky on the deep pinch is able to find two. Yeah, great plays from Lucky to stay alive in that position. Miami tie the game up.
Lots of action here right through mid. I mean, boys, come on. Let's just get some trophies down. Why are we risking so much? But everyone stays alive. Setup is heavily concentrated, though, for the Heretics right over the middle of the map. And this is all about, do you get a read on the cross here? Because Carolina is still trying to field things out over towards B. And the less they see, the more they may feel primed to try to execute over towards B. There's the crossover. Eric only able to tally one for now, and look at Heretics right there at the back all the way off this setup just to make sure they have anyone on the B site.
Yeah, you better hope that you got all those stacks in your back pocket. Obviously, Eric Boom just invested both of those, but Carolina know that they have a free B bomb plan. Because they're going to already take tractor position. They're going to already work this bomb plan, and now Clayster was able to get some info. Thankfully, a nade is still in the back pocket of Meadows. He takes down the bomb carrier, first blood of Miami.
Maybe an opportunity as well with both Eric and Metals playing up towards mid-tank. They may feel like they can move over towards DVD. Lucky also clearing deep through A Street. This is going to be a full retake largely off the backside. So the focus has to go to what does Fellow see? And can Clayster maybe also help out? Because he's working on a pinch for them. This is both teams playing for similar ideas, playing around the backside, but Clayster and Fellow both drop. Now it's just down to Gwyn, and he is in an impossible situation. Just has to play his life over towards Ice Cream. Check from the window is good, and that is a perfect retake from the side of Miami.
Yeah, that one catches Carolina off guard. You probably want to get your trophy systems down because you cannot allow your bomb carrier to get naded off for free. You allow Miami to open up at the first blood, know where the play is coming in, and eventually work those pinches. But it simply does come down to, even in that 3v4, the fact that Vico is able to win that one-on-one versus Clay. Because if he wins that one-on-one, now you know where the pressure's coming in from. Everyone's arrow from Carolina starts to turn towards their back end. But unfortunately, when he loses that one-on-one, Fellow drops at the same time. And then Gwyn left in a 1v4 at B. Yeah, GG. Miami take the round.
Okay. Interesting stuff to this point, though. I mean, hey, if you're Miami, you're feeling good about how this map is going to this point. You're finding some decent first bloods. They haven't necessarily been clean, but hey, you're at least able to tally a couple more first bloods than we've seen largely to this point ever. And now you survive in the first 15 or seconds or so, and there's an opportunity to isolate. TJ gets caught over towards Ice Cream Door, and look how quick Miami are to follow up after that elimination.
And now this is where you got to rely on Carolina having a couple tags, but they do not have any. You could just tell by Glaciers' play right there. I gotta try to get in. I can't give up this bomb site. Instantly a 4v2. Both the players from Carolina trying to be aggressive up through the mid-dark. Fellow does take down one, so still a manageable round for Carolina. Until that.
Yeah, they lose Gwyn, and now Fellow's stuck. Bomb not being planted yet. I mean, really, his only avenue of success would be to try to find a long-range 1v1, reset everything, keep the bomb plant from happening, but no, it's just a lot to ask. Okay, so now a couple of rounds in a row for Miami, and again, this just feels more like the Heretics team we saw at the beginning of the year. Quick kill, quick decision-making, make your opponent's life a living hell. How do you deal with it? It's just, where has this been?
It's been gone for quite some time, but these guys know that their major is right around the corner. We cannot have the same thing that happened to us at Boston, losing 6 straight maps and going home basically on a Friday. That's not exactly what you want to do if you are Miami. So just giving the team some hope as they're fighting into the Search and Destroy, still up 3-1. A couple rounds back to back, and this time TJ's going to start it off with the first blood, not getting naded, as now Carolina are in the man advantage.
Yeah, that's just one of those situations of no more nonsense if you're Carolina. Let's just hit him right back in the jaw after being beat up a little bit. That nade may find success. Oh, Fellow not tagged by it. Bomb being planted. Vikul isolates. Well done. And then Lucky from behind almost takes the final 2. Gwyn doesn't get the plant off, though, so he backs off. And Vikul's going to go quickly, knowing he doesn't have the regen yet. And again, I mean, it's just like, come on, just do that. Just be better, make better decisions, and Miami's reaping right now.
Yeah, they cluster up on the round, but what is Carolina doing? Like, you eliminate both the players in towards Cafe. You know that those are the guys that watch over the A-bomb. You already gain info on the player towards the right side of Water Street, and Vico every single round so far on the defensive end has played over towards B. So you're in the man advantage. Let's just get the bomb down. They wait too long. They allowed the nades to hit through the middle of the tank, sets up Vico for the free kill through middle to turn it to a 2v2. And then at the same time, across the map, you just take Water Street control and put yourself in the man advantage. This is a great play for Miami, now 3 rounds in a row.
Decision making on point, flat out. Here we go, quick action once again. Vikul reads it, steps away. A little bit of assistance here for Metals. Tags coming through on both sides. Carolina are just done, though, with this early aggression from Miami, and they will set themselves up to at least have some sort of an early response here in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, Miami on this round so far, they gained the info of at least one player crossing it towards Broken. Fellow challenging through mid-dark, but I don't know if they're going to know that Glacier is now alongside TJ in towards Broken. So is there a game plan potentially to isolate TJ or just work our way up through Cafe? It's already been 40 seconds knocked off the game clock. You're not going to force them to back up, but it's going to be TJ to start off these engagements. Another first blood in his back pocket.
Yeah, just catches Vikul over on the corner from DVD, and here we go. Eric Boom working through A Street. The bomb is here, by the way. Metals has gone unguarded to this point as well. On the other side of the map, finally he gets caught, but the bomb is planted. Very plausible that a 2v3 post-plant setup could work out, but a lot of it's going to rely on the timing that Lucky gets, because Eric is kind of stuck on top of the site. Clay through courtyard. Oh, tough gunfight. Oh. Lucky walks away the winner. Now on the other side, Eric Boom able to get a clean one for free. Treks over towards TJ, but the smoke gets placed. This is going to force the hand of Lucky to have to make a decision. He's called the bluff perfectly to this point. TJ not on for the defuse yet. Now he's going to get a chance at the gunfight. Timing is going to favor Lucky just like that. TJ has to hop it, and he does it in time. Oh my goodness.
I just don't understand, Alan. I'm simply not understanding what Carolina are doing. They are throwing away a bunch of these rounds so far. We're talking about a 2v3 where you have them trapped in towards the A site. Eric Boom just finished getting the damn bomb down, but Fellow just allows him to get away with his life for free. Then once it turns into a 3v2, you see that Carolina, they're forcing, knowing exactly where they're going to be at, towards the Water Street side. Clayster challenge on the back end, loses that one-on-one to Lucky, but then at the same time, his teammates are still not working the fuse. Like, they're trying to find these kills, and unfortunately, none of those go their favor. Miami now 4 rounds in a row at game point.
This is all while TJ's on 4, by the way.
Like, how?
Like, what is happening? Wow. Crossfire setup here at mid for Miami's defense. Vehicle looking down B Street. Lucky doing the same, but on the opposite side of the map is Carolina, just kind of running a similar setup again to try to feel things out across the map. Metals will get stunned, but the thing is, there's plenty of support here with Eric Boom nearby.
Yeah, not even Eric Boom nearby. The trophy system was keeping them alive from all those tacks. It's now Carolina use a heavy load of their tacks to try to isolate Metals, but nothing to gain from it. It's already been 45 seconds knocked off of the game clock. TJ now trying to work his way out towards the A site. Metal gets the info. Shots are early on. Here comes the nade.
Should be a little bit too far deep, though, and it is. Eric also gets taken down through mid-map. Fellow, that's his elimination at lobby. Plus, Vehicle trying to stretch for the aggression will be cut up. Metals, not much he can do from there. Okay. So, better from Carolina there. Just kind of get reading the information. It kind of forces the hand of Miami with that little stretch through closet in towards the bomb site. And after that point, Carolina just completely ripped apart this defensive setup.
Yeah, they took mid-map control. You had Gwyn watching that late pinch as well. He was able to get a freebie, but there's great stuff for Carolina to change the tempo of this search and destroy, as they were the aggressors on that round. But now you have to do that for the next 4 rounds to try to bring this one all the way back, as you're going to be the team on the defensive end. Just like if you're going to give early info over towards that B point, do not allow the isolation to happen. And also,
for real,
where's the clutch gene? Like, we got to be able to clutch up in these man advantages.
Yeah. It's a long road here for Carolina. Clay, I don't know if he saw Metals on this cross or not, if he's just watching this angle. TJ once again gets up top, doesn't see much. It's enough for him to back away. Does Metals show anything here? Bottom tree house, not quite. And while all this is happening, look at the space that Eric's been able to take. There's no information on anyone playing through A water, and that's enough for him to move into lobby and also clear that.
Yeah, he should be able to slowly work his way up through the bomb plant, but now Fellow wraps back towards Water Street. He knows that there's no action early on over towards B, but Gwyn gets some bad timing, trying to text over towards the site. The door didn't even pop yet. Metal finds one on the repinch. It's a 4v2, make it a 4v1. Fellow 1v4.
They're just playing a different level of COD today. That, collaborating with a couple of key mistakes from Carolina, put away a convincing search. Wow. I mean, wow. I am having a hard time evaluating this. This does not look like the same team that we've had throughout this entire Major II qualifier. Looks like a completely different heritage.
You might be having a hard time, but Carolina threw away a lot of those rounds. Like, we're talking about 3v2s. You got them trapped on towards the site. You let them get away, and then you challenge them one-on-one gunfights. That was just like the worst display of SnD that I've seen in quite some time. You had man advantage in most of these rounds, in the majority of these rounds, and you just letting them get away from you. You're trying to put yourself in a position where you're always trying to guarantee a kill or guarantee a clutch, and Miami was just slowly picking you guys apart. Obviously, Metals was taking over on that deep pinch, right up through the middle of the map, finding multiple first bloods. Viku in the clutch, Lucky also in the clutch, Eric Bloom in the clutch. Like, they just had the clutch factor in their genes in that map number 2. Carolina, you want that one back, because it should have been at least a 4-4 going into a round number 9 right now.
Well, I think they're not just going to want that one back. They're going to want Rio back as well.
Yeah, like, what the hell's going on with Carolina? They're not playing fundamental COD today.
No, they're definitely not. And again, on the other side, this looks like the Miami that we saw at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was just they needed to kind of rebuild that trust with Eric in the system. I don't know if it was just a little bit of lack of confidence with the maps changing and the spawns changing, whatever it is. It's not been evident today. They have been lights out. So with that, we've got Highrise Control coming up next, and we've seen some good and some bad from this Carolina team when it comes to Highrise Control. So we'll see if they can find a way to regain as we head things over to the break. Otherwise, Miami, well, this would be one hell of a way to kind of finish off their Major II qualifiers. We'll see how things go when we come back after the break.
The Call of Duty Week is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Welcome back, everybody. Woo! We've got Miami decided to want to play COD all of a sudden. Unreal stuff, man. 2-0 up. Whereas for Carolina, I know I was watching this team over the course of the last couple of weeks saying maybe there's a chance these guys are starting to get more for real. Question marks right back in the mix again here, Jay, through 2. And I think the only real major good news here is, hey, Major 2's around the corner, and now all of a sudden Miami fans have something to root for. So, yeah. Hey, how about this? Scan the QR code, get your tickets, give that Heretics team maybe the little bit of extra energy they need.
Yeah, they need that. Make sure you go over there. Make sure you shout on Vamos, because they need all the energy as they're going into their own major. Now they find themselves up 2-0 in this series where they could potentially not be 0-7 going into their own major. So yeah. Confident to starting to build for this Miami team. On the opposite side for Carolina, I guess the game plan book that they looked at today was Call of Duty for Dummies, because all the fundamentals are just not there. Now they found themselves down 0-2 in this series, going into a high-rise control where It's basically a square up for both of these teams. The only difference that I see is the fact that Miami are slightly better on the defensive end due to the fact that they have played it less times than Carolina has. But you see the numbers there. It's basically mirror.
I thought the whole series for Dummies books was supposed to teach the fundamentals, though.
No, I guess not. No, there's literally called different. They must have only read the back page.
Well, here we go. See if Carolina can find a way to regain. Like we kind of were teasing before the break, there have been moments where Carolina have looked great on this map, and others where they have gotten completely obliterated on it. So far, great start. Gwyn, same route he always hits, gets around the side, finds himself two. Fecal backside hut, gonna try to give him a go, but Clayster holds on, and the A zone still gets captured.
Oh, this is good stuff from Carolina. They did this in one of their previous matches. The initial push over towards A, you just catch Miami off guard because you don't expect the team to stack over towards the A point without trophies. But when you got an SMG slaying the way that he is, Gwyn hits the route early on, now finds himself on 5 in a row. A is about to be done and dusted. What a quick response from Carolina.
Huge. Gwyn now off in, trying to find the 6th kill from the spawn side. Not going to work out. So Cruise Pistol gets eliminated. Clayster, good patience here.
Ay.
Eric with the quick turner. And then the follow-up kills from Miami are perfect. It just feels like no momentum is allowed to build here for Carolina.
Yeah, that age definitely showed a little bit right there, my friend. But now all of Carolina trying to fight out of their spawn. At least getting those underground spawns, and not a single player from Miami are looking towards that position. But Eric Boom knows there's something up. They have to be getting out from one way or another. And finally, they get a read on it as Carolina work their way through underground. TJ and Gwyn combined for 2. Clayster finds a 3rd. They're on the B point.
Fecal, the only defender really in place to do too much. Shots from the window, decent to kind of tag him up just a touch, but Clayster will finish it off. Okay, second tick of progress locked. 3 members on this stack. Holy cow. Lucky, able to jump in for a brief moment, but that's all it is as the follow-up eliminations are there. And it got a little sloppy for a moment, but flat out, that is a very convincing offense for Carolina.
Okay, that's perfect if you're Carolina. You catch them off guard with the early A aggression, secure that point nice and easy. And then eventually one set of kills to work your way out towards B, stack the point, and then that round is going to be done. As Carolina walk away with 6 segments, they walk away with an attacking round. Now they go on the defensive side where you just simply can't allow what you just did to happen on the opposite side if you are Miami.
Absolutely the case. Okay. Moment of regain there for Carolina. Not the greatest start for Metals either. Just trying to get a lot done, just not able to quite find the responses to Gwyn, who had a fiery start. TJ also finishing with 3. Heavy focus here from Miami. Right down elevator alley. TJ tested, doesn't know what gun to use, and that decision, or non-decision rather, is what kind of costs it as Miami will start to find some success jumping in towards B.
Oh, and Clayster with the nade in hand, unfortunately, does get caught off guard as the second child comes in. Miami are now stacking over towards this B point. They're finding all the kills. It's not going to be at A. This time it's over towards B. First segment about to be complete. All of Carolina trying to fight out of their spawn.
Yeah, Metals holding on to one side. Lucky a little bit further down, making sure from the staircase he can watch everything through mid. And Carolina's going to chalk this and try to rotate for an A setup. But Metals has gone completely uncovered. Oh, no. This is not what you want if you're Carolina. Only 1 kill tally to this point. Extra 60 seconds has been added. But at least the follow-up here from Carolina, much better than the start for sure.
Yeah, good on the exit kills, shutting down all 4 players from Miami. Now you can take some map control right on back. Already aggressive up through the B street. You have underground, and you also have blue. A couple players from Miami are able to sneak their way on out, but it's not going to get anything done because Clayster's still holding down top mid control. The teammates are still setting up the proper crossfires. Eric Boom now the only player out. He's trying to work up the middle of the map.
Oh, nearly, but gets caught a little bit on sprint. Fellow traded though by Metals, who nearly has a response for Clayster falling off top helo, but not quite enough. So the life deficit now just 2 for the side of Carolina. Clayster continuing to work on that with more kills from bottom helo steps, and for Miami, kind of have to rely here on Eric Boom to create some space because there's not a lot of room to work with coming off spawn.
And it's not a lot. You can't work your way up to B shoot. You have to try to fight your way through blue, and Clayster finds that kill to earn himself a cruise missile. So Carolina only found 1 kill early on into this round. They have now taken advantage in the lives remaining, as Miami can simply not work their way on. Now Lucky runs out of ammo. Clayster is still alive, now on a 7.
Pivotal streak earned. Underground hit coming though for Heretics. This has gone completely uncovered. Eric's gonna get all the way through. Metals vehicle at mid-map through B. Good, but Gwyn, oh, well picked up. able to at least mitigate some of the damage that was being dealt for a moment there by Miami. Still not out of the woods yet, though. Lucky does fall off the map, so that does turn things into a at least manageable situation towards trying to get this defense back online.
And with only 20 seconds left, this is going to be Miami's last push. How do they decide to execute? A couple players run through the middle of the map. Everyone else through bottom blue. Gwen starts it off with the first engagement. Meadows there for the trade, so they're able to pause the game clock for now, but this is where attacks need to be raining if you're Carolina.
Oh, Fellow turned around, though. Uh-oh. Not like this. Gwyn trying to work his way back over through mid once again. Can he find a way to jump on in? The contest is over, and wow, Gwyn just continues to win these gunfights, man. I know that, like, it's going to be tough to, like, vote for Rookie of the Year on a team that has not been necessarily as good as Minnesota, for instance, but Gwyn has been so pivotal towards saving Carolina time in and time out.
Yeah, he's been making great plays overall, but you see at the very end of this round, you get the investment out of the cruise missile from Clay. He said, this is one that we got a guaranteed win. As they're going to walk away with that defensive round, now up 2-0 on the control. And this time, I don't think Miami going to give up that 8-point as easy, so... Now, if you are Carolina, you got trophies to work with. You're already leading in the segment column by 3. Just got to try to get a lot done on this attacking round, and even if you lose it, you guarantee 2 defenses in a row.
Yeah. That is the big point. Okay. Moments there, though. Definitely feel the sweat building just a touch, especially from Carolina having to call in that cruise missile, but the fact of the matter is, you find yourself in a very convincing and powerful position up 2-0 early. 4 in a row for TJ. Could try to replace that previously spent cruise missile, and he's found a freebie off the opener. Does he see the player over towards Hilo Stairs? Not quite, doesn't need to, though. Teammates have picked it up, and all of a sudden TJ off dead silence can get forward and try to play for another free kill to get the 6th.
Yeah, he's just going to chill down low. Wait to see if any Miami Heritage players are going to push towards the lower end, but that stun is going to give the info that there's definitely someone in our base. And Eric Boom finds the kill. Great plays from Eric to shut down TJ off the streak. Finds a double onto Gwyn. And now all of Carolina forced to fight out of their base. Fellow at least opens one up on towards top heli. Finds a second as well. So here's the avenue to work towards A.
Absolutely. Clock will stop at 43 seconds. Follow-up eliminations coming over towards the B zone. So Fellow just needs to be a pest here. Let his teammates work over towards B, and that's exactly what will happen. Quick clearance, though, from the side of Miami. Metals try to take over top blue. Not going to work out at all. And now all of a sudden you've got TJ on the zone. Support nearby from the rest of Carolina. Eric trying to make his way up the back of the ladder, and he catches TJ on his transition to try to reset things up. First tick at B will be good, but outside of that, Miami have regained nicely defensively.
Yeah, Miami doing great work right now, holding map control, forcing all of Carolina to overextend up through the B Street side. Vika wins a big one-on-one as well. On to Fellow, but it's all Carolina through this B Street. All the kills, though, in favor of Miami. Last player is Clay, so you take care of him. Now everyone off the respawn with only 20 seconds left.
Yeah.
Miami looking like they're going to walk away with this defense.
4 life advantage as well at the moment. Got a lot of work to be done when they get into their next offense. But for now, things looking decent. Hold the phone, 8.7 on the clock. That will stall as progress is being made on both zones here simultaneously. The kills from Carolina are good. TJ stretching across the middle of the map, taken down by Lucky. May not have been necessary, but regardless, it does create enough time and space for a second member to join over towards B. Second tick of progress is locked over on that B zone. Clay trying to make life as hard as possible on this A defense, but not quite able to. But the better news here for Carolina is that they have secured the extra 60 seconds, and with that, mathematically, they will also have the defense.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there from Carolina. It was only 10 seconds left. You had to make those final couple of kills count, and now you have a potential to walk away with this attacking round. Great route from TJ to work through the side, wall run, finds the initial kill, Fellow through the middle of the map, finds a second, and now TJ's in a position to just keep these players at bay. He can find a 2-piece or even 1. That's a good enough job, but the nade comes in from Eric Boom. It's not going to get enough done as the second segment is already in. Carolina might close it here.
Yeah, they very well may. Fellow just holding his life at mid, taking so much focus away from Miami's defense. Follow-up eliminations are decent. Here comes the reach out. Third tick of progress being worked on. Clay off 3 in a row, having a much better map here. TJ behind him, and that will be enough for them to stack it up and convert 2 offenses. Yeah, I'll say that's going to feel a lot better if you're the Royal Ravens.
Oh, yeah, you're feeling good. Okay, all right. I was talking about some Call of Duty for Dummies. That's how you bring it back, though. You shut me up with a clean 3-0 on Highrise, walking away with 2 attacks. You simply do not see that. But the game plan, the strategies were clicking for Carolina. First attacking round, you get everything over towards A, and you rotate over towards B. You keep that slaying prowess on your side of the map. And then you win another attacking round with the final 10 seconds where I thought it was definitely going to go to Miami. Oh, that's good stuff from Carolina. Okay, now we got to chain that into the next hard point because they have a sub base where they are one of the best teams at the map. So you're feeling good.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. This kind of feels like, again, this is a weird series to this point.
It is.
In this spot where it feels like Carolina could definitely maybe even put it away at this point, but Miami's fighting, my man. Not so much on this map. And again, that just gives a lot of credit to the Carolina opening offense. I mean, finding so much value off their break-off when no trophies are available can sometimes be a menace, especially with the propane tanks being as mysterious as they are sometimes. That masked with the idea of getting the cruise missile just built up so much early favor for Carolina.
Yeah, that was just good stuff from Carolina. When you attack over towards A, it just caught Miami off guard, especially when you don't have any trophy systems. There's no way in hell you're expecting that play to come through because then you have to worry about stuns. You have to worry about nades. But when you allow those SMG to get aggressive as they were with Gwyn working that side wall run, that's basically a start off. So if you're playing Carolina, you watch that side wall run every single time on Highrise because you're going to be able to catch Gwyn. And if you allow him to make a play through that side, then you're basically the chalk up A. Yeah. Carolina came out swinging in this map number 3. Series is far from over as they finally come to life. And now you're going into a sub-base HP where both of these teams, they enjoyed themselves some sub-base. Like 2-2 for Miami, 4-1 for Carolina. But if map 1's going to tell us anything of how this map number 4 is going to go, it's about the rotations. We're talking about Carolina being second overall best on a map like sub-base, putting themselves at that new hill first. On the opposite side for Miami, they're sitting at 9th overall. But we saw it on map number 1. It was completely flip-flopped because they won every single rotation on map 1. So I think if you are Carolina to win this map number 4, you just got to do the fundamentals correctly.
Yeah, and just to kind of throw a little bit extra on there statistically for all of you big brains out there, Miami currently ranks 3rd in overall hold percentage as well. So that's another opportunity to where you look at and say if Miami is going to rotate successfully, hey, they're likely going to put together a handful of points straight back to back. So a lot of focus for Carolina needs to be, I think, where exactly you're pointing to, on rotation, making sure you're putting yourselves in the best positions possible, because the other side of that statistic for Miami is that they were ranked last in breaking on this map. So you just have to stop them from rotating and setting up their hold setups. And if you're Carolina, you're a fan of them, you do that, you likely see a map 5 come through.
Yeah, and based off what we saw in map number 3, Clayster is now activated. He was the guy who was taking over, earning a couple cruise missiles, and the vet has to now lead these guys to try to complete a reverse sweep. And there's no better map for him to go out there and dominate again, like that, other than a map like Subbase, where you're talking about top 3, top snow, rotating early, setting up properly with that AR in hand. So I'm really looking at Clay to just be the tone setter alongside Fellow, who had a slow map number 3, but we know what that guy's capable of. When he is on, especially in HP, he's a very difficult guy to shut down.
Yep. Okay. All the key culprits lined up for you guys. And the other side of things here too is, again, you know, we expected a map like Rio for Miami to be strong for them, considering how quick their SMGs had played previously, plus the addition of Eric Boom. But now you put a lot of weight on, can you pull out 4 ARs and actually fight back against what has been, again, I think the thing about Carolina, there's going to be a lot of heat out there about how their AR line maybe hadn't been performing as well as you would like to see, especially considering who those players are. But let's be candid, you know, you put them on an AR-based map and they do play well. I mean, their hardpoint record has been good and it's been reflected by a number of maps that are more AR favored in the last handful. In particular, Carolina, last they were here, beat LAG 250 to 198. I mean, take from that what you will, but you know, just being LAG, I think the thing about it is they do rotate well. You expect Carolina to kind of play into their strengths through that muse.
Yeah, that's exactly what you got to do. Just play into your strengths, not play to counter the opposing team. You be the team early on and you force Miami to break where they're sitting at 12th overall. Not good. That means they never find success. So if you're Carolina, it's just got to be the fundamentals. And I'm really curious to see who starts on the preferred side, because on a map like Subbase, it's all about trying to chain that P1 to P2, and it's going to be Miami Heretics starting off on the preferred side to get some good time over to P1, but set up properly to not let Carolina simply get across that 50-yard line.
Yep. Oh, wow. What a start from Gwyn. Yeah, that'll work. Immediately battled back though by Miami. 3 for 2 the exchange. Hardpoint going neutral for now as both teams are just trying to vie for positioning over towards the left side of the map.
Yeah, both teams are just trying to flip those spawns, and now, at least if you're Miami, you're winning the engagements to keep Carolina trapped the way that you want to. And one thing that I was really curious about for Miami is that the last time we casted these guys, it was Eric Boom consistently running that Rival 9. On a map like Subbase, you need to pull out that 4 for AR sometimes, so I'm really curious he's going to do so.
Trades back and forth. Fecal on 5 in his start. Opportunity for an early cruise missile to get earned for the side of Miami. And Viko's just kind of played for it. He is sitting topside snow, just waiting for someone to cross through the middle of the map. Carolina coming back with a little bit of scrap time here, but their rotational timing is, to put it plainly, slow. It is not, they're not even close to putting a setup together.
Oh, but the good thing is they take down Viko, who was on a 5 streak, shut down that cruise missile early on, and now you can apply pressure through the front end. So you have Clayster working around the deep, everyone else through the side door, through the front window. It's going to be a successful break and the spawns flip from Carolina. It took longer than we were expecting it to, but they get it done.
Yep, and they also shut down the cruise, as mentioned, so opportunity for them to get right back into this game. Viko timing, doesn't check his right, and Clayster's able to punish. Follow-up kills from Gwyn from the front, looking good. Miami in pieces, trying to find a way to break through this, and Carolina have read that perfectly. They say time for us to go, make sure there's no follow-up hit, and now all of a sudden you're starting to see the Royal Ravens really get across the map until Viko can get to top warehouse, and he puts a bit of a pause to the timing of this rotation.
Yeah, you just got to keep this positioning if you are Viko. Eric Boom trying to at least be the aggressor up through the middle of the map, not letting anyone slip on by, but gets some bad COD timing that he knew that they were pushing through Water Street. Fellows able to take him down, so Carolina now have the opportunity to work their way in through comms, to work their way through tunnel and try to take top snow, but you got to get past Viko.
Yeah, absolutely you do. And he has found, I think, every single one of his kills from this position. Tough battle with Fellow on the other side. Nades one side, tries to predict the follow-up on the other, but doesn't quite work out. Miami still soaking up a bit of time here, though, as the spawns are good for the Heretics. Metals try to create space in towards tunnel. That will work out nicely. Plus the follow-up over towards top snow. Very well capitalized by the Heretics, as now they're looking for a full 60.
Yeah, they've already held it for 35, so now Carolina in a situation where do we decide to be super aggressive and potentially spawn behind them? That decision has now been made for them. With only 15 seconds left, we just got to try to trap them in as long as we possibly can. You already have TJ off the rotation. Everyone else cutting off through the middle of the map.
Yep. Viko, tough gunfight there from Fellow. Both players predicting it, but shots too clean from Fellow. Lucky is able to get one on the exit. 40-point game, but the setup for Carolina looking pretty solid. Fellow back towards top snow. Lucky surely seen this. Now has to kind of predict it between there's one player deep on top AC, another one a little bit closer, and the help from Viko is good. So Miami can work their way through the middle of the map, and now they're just hoping and praying that Metals can catch some good timing on this water route. TJ inside the hardpoint has been dealt with very quickly.
Wow.
Easily, as that's going to be a full-on break. Spawn still good for Carolina, but that's a punishing moment for Miami.
Yeah, it's definitely a punishing moment for Miami, because you found the openings. Viko finds 2 through the cut, and then you set up your teammates to instantly jump in hill to win a one-on-one, but the close spawns are still there for Carolina. So this final 20 is going to be theirs, but it's all about the rotation over towards next. Viko putting himself in a position towards the propane tanks. If he can win this one-on-one gunfight, it's going to do wonders for his team. He does that. Lucky across the map gets the beat down. So it's going to be Miami winning another rotation, this time over towards P5.
The only player they may not track fully here, though, is Clay. Viko's watching from inside P2. Good lineup from Clay. Can't quite finish off Metals up top, but at least pushes him off the angle. And that's enough for... I thought Gwyn was going to try to wrap backside warehouse. Not the case. He just kind of runs right up in towards mid, looking for the player inside the hardpoint. Eric Boom is tucked into a corner. Finally, he peeks out, and when he does catch Gwyn looking the wrong direction. So first 20, more than that now. Pretty much perfect for Miami, and there is no semblance of a re-hit anywhere near the hard point here for Carolina.
Yeah, this is where the game starts to get scary for Carolina, because now those spawns flip. You're forced to try to break in towards P5 from warehouse, which is not going to be easy to do. Lucky finds himself on 5. Viko finds himself on 4. This has been another 60 hold, potentially, if they can walk away with this final 15. Knowing exactly where Carolina are going to apply the pressure from. They find the trade on to Eric Boom, but they're still not in a position to soak any of this time.
Wow.
Metals combines for 2, and now Miami have blown this game wide open. If Viko can earn this cruise missile, oh, that's going to really shake up the plays from Carolina.
Timing on the peak, though, not great. So once more, Carolina, kind of like what we saw in the Rio, are just hanging around, making sure it doesn't get too out of hand. But again, the work that's being done is just not significant enough. We're seeing Miami just winning rotation, finding tons of time off their holds. Now Viko off the respawn, able to get a trophy system in with the break. Shots up top, keep the player top snow also at a bay. So now you've got, again, this situation where, I mean, Carolina's just all over the map. They're not teamworking anything. These are so many individual gunfights. Fortunately, a couple of trades are there, but Miami are quick to pick up on it. Hardpoint at worst goes neutral as Metals cleans up another.
Yeah, with only 25 seconds left, you see the spawns from Miami on the preferred side for P2. So if you're Carolina, you have to make a play. You have to make it now. They tried to through the middle of the map, and Veek was able to line up too with that AR. So the final 12 not gonna go there because great team shots from TJ and the nade to eliminate him, but it's all gonna be about this rotation. It was Carolina finding that early break with only 15 seconds left, but they are forced to do it again.
Great moment here from Clay. A couple of kills come through. Carolina trying to still set themselves up, but they need this hard point. They need it badly. Let's take a listen in with the cops, the Carolina Royal Ravens.
I got naded back door. One more, yo, top got heady, you know what's up.
I got naded back door.
I spawned back 2-3 guys. Yep, I hear you. We spawned in time. We spawned close. I'm sending secret right now. Gonna be top sub, guys. Secret on me. No, nothing top sub. He's just holding pins. I'm sliding forward. Held up. P2 window. I've got top barrels. Hey, side door. Andy's top sub. Top sub. No one top barrels jumping in the hill. On time. Alright, guys. Down, boys. Slow down. Fuck up. 20 seconds. We're good. Lucky the old one shot. Yeah, spawn new. We have full shit. No, we have to. Vehicle spawn trap me P1. Vehicle's front tunnel. Vehicle's front tunnel. They might have a streak here, okay? In tunnel. They're not going. I'm pushing out your left with you. Holding top. Please hold P5 on me. Dead. Top got Eddie dead. Right's open. I'm getting on. Yeah, I'm trying to like hold it kind of. I'm holding your low P5 player, right? I'm gonna get up one. No, one shooting me from right. Control. Top control. Top control. Weakest spot. Vehicle. I don't have top now. I'm trying to back up for it. Top control. I'm holding your low, okay? I have your low. P2 went out middle. Vickle's right, one shot. And shooting from top P2. Top got heady, lucky. I spawned up. Above you. Vickle's on the right. I spawned out, holding up P5. Hopping in the back. He's got heady. Around left, guys. Vickle time, one slow P5. Around left. One slow 10. Got heady, Eric Boom. Not Vickle. I'm nading it. You naded. One P5 too. Got heady. She's dead. Back 10, one bullet.
Well, there's some visible and verbal frustration, I think, throughout that entire listen-in. We were kind of watching that setup. It looked like Carolina was in a good spot. Just a couple of overchows lead to some good shots from Miami, and now all of a sudden a quick break leads to what looks to be, again, a Miami win.
That's the biggest thing, man, is that they're challenging in the positions where they're not really supposed to be committing towards those fights. TJ through the back end, Clayson through top snow. If you lose those two positions, now you're going to spawn all the way across the map. They needed a full 60 to get back into this game, but it's Miami Heretics finding the break, now putting themselves at 240. Eric Boom already thinking the fundamentals. Cruise missile gets invested. This is game over.
Unreal, man. Trophy system that's lingering around will finish a couple off, but man, this just feels like an uphill battle times a million. I mean, wow. It's just so strange to see this because Carolina, I mean, let's be honest, like, again, you know, schedule-wise, maybe not the hardest ever, but look that they were clicking, man. You go back to that Optic series, they were playing hardpoint well against a good hardpoint team. But today, it just has not been there. A lot of individual challenges, a lot of players just kind of all over the map doing what they feel like they should be doing when it may not be benefiting the team. Cruise missile comes through, that'll open up the site. Spawns will move. And these last 7 seconds for Miami are going to be tallied up right here.
Yeah, that's GG, man. Miami Heretics have looked completely different today. You see Miko roaring. Vamos going 31-13 to close out this series. Miami Heretics finally showing some life. You walk away with the opening HP, you get the map 4 HP, and then you clutch up in the game mode that you have been struggling as of recent in that search and destroy. Everything was just clicking for Miami today. Nothing was clicking for Carolina when you talk about the fundamentals. And now they're in a very tough situation now because they're now 2-4. This is a match that you needed to potentially guarantee yourself a spot in winner's bracket. But losing a match to a team that was 0-5 in this stage is definitely not something that they had on their scorecards.
No, not at all. And again, there is, I think, plenty to look at on both sides, but I have to go more towards the positive side of the talking points here. I mean, this just looked like a more comfortable Miami. First time we've seen it, like we said, since Major I Qualifiers. And it's again puzzling to try to evaluate, like, why did it take so long for them to start clicking like this again? One roster change into a 1-for-1 role position. You know, yes, you have a little bit of a change up in terms of how the spawns, how the hills have moved, but it just looked like a team that was completely deflated. They were playing with a totally different tempo, a totally different level of cohesion than what we had seen previously. It looks like we finally have a piece of that here today. Just comes down to, was it, you know, a day late and $1 short here for Miami, looking forward to their own major.
And if you look at the game flow, you can just see where the turning point of the game was. It was down to the wire at P4, but they get a full 60 at that P5. They were able to chain it and keep themselves on the preferred side of the map for that P1. then you chain it to P2. Like, that's the game right there. You get a full 60, you keep it scrappy at P1, then you get another full 60 at P2, and then a break at P3. Like, Carolina just, you can hear the frustrations in their comms. Fellas, like, they're already on me. Clayster, he was shaking his head left and right. They just couldn't believe, like, the game was the way that it was right in front of them, because that's one of their best hard points. They lost their best hard point and their best search and destroy versus a team who is struggling overall on this stage. That's tough, a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Wow. Okay, so for two teams that are just trying to find something to work with, Miami come out with some major success there. It's one of those things that you kind of wish you would have seen it a bit earlier, but hey, at least it showed up in some form. Now it just comes down to, can they close off their qualifying stage and represent their city well when we get to the major. So that's it for game number 2. Back over to the desk for the breakdown and the setup for what is going to be, you know, the prime match of the day.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Study and Shift closing things out there. And Carolina making Nameless and I look dumb. Alley Cat, did you see the Heretics getting their first win at stage 2 tonight?
I didn't, but honestly, now looking at the map set, you know, post clarity, like, they actually did this really well. Their map vetoes extremely well, because they forced them to play 2 maps where the outslaying could put them ahead of the Carolina Royal Ravens, who have been slacking in that department in Rio and sub base. So the fact that they were able to lock up both of those in the hardpoint, even though it is Carolina Royal Ravens' best hardpoint map in sub base, Miami has been outslaying these teams. That's been their biggest problem, is they're hanging in the slaying, but their fundamentals haven't been there. What do they do today? They're getting all the kills, and they're out-rotating Carolina Royal Ravens in almost every single hill. Miami Heretics did what they needed to do today to get the dub.
Can I get a big vamos in the chat for Vikal as well? The man that stays on Florida from last year to this year, showing up big in a game 4 to seal the deal.
Yeah, he was on a tear. I mean, you saw on this map, like, Royal Ravens are one of the best sub-base hardpoint teams in the game. Yep. And, you know, Ali brings up a really good point, like the slaying ability, the pressure is the way that I would word it for Heretics. They play at a very fast pace, can be individual at times, and they were able to put Carolina in a blender. You saw, you know, Carolina set up on P3, they end up dying, they get forced into the bad spawn, and the Heretics are just having their way with them at that point. You know, this is a series that you look at, you're like, man, Carolina and the improvement they've shown, they should come in here and be able to steamroll these guys. Losing some of their best maps, their premier players are underperforming in the hardpoints. Clay did not play well. Fellow overall in the entire series.
Got shut down.
Shut down. Yeah, the AR's not playing well. And then even in the SnD, just uncharacteristic plays, throwing away man advantage situations. Like, this was the worst outing we've seen from Ravens yet.
Ali, you got time to talk over our scuff play of the game, because it's going to take a minute to show you all the highlights here from the battle between Miami and Carolina, 153-94. I think Carolina ended the game with like 109 points.
Yeah, it was just a masterclass hardpoint for Miami Heretics here in this game number 4. Their rotations were perfect. They were winning all of their ones. I think the biggest thing for me is the last time these 2 teams matched up, it was a Miami Heretics 3-0. Again, this was back in split number 1, so I didn't think it had a lot of, you know, weight when it came to this series. But I will say it did have weight in the sense of Vikal had an absolute masterclass in that series, and he was able to do it again in this matchup, ending 31-13.
Lucky's play right here, Nameless. We were going wild in the green room. He picks up all 4 members of the Ravens, secures the remaining 20 seconds of that hill, and at that point, I knew this game was done.
Yeah, I mean, they're just setting up, and they're able to take their time and just force Carolina into the deep spawn. Like, this is exactly what you want to see, and what we saw throughout stage 1 from the Heretics, right? And, you know, I'm actually impressed by Heretics, like, sticking to their guns, squaring with Carolina on some of their better maps. They're like, we're comfortable on sub base, and we played good against Atlanta on it. Like Rio, we have the right team for it. It hasn't worked out, but we have the right team for that map, and they still give it a shot. So honestly, shout out to Heretics coaching staff for sticking to their guns.
We have our Monster Winner Spotlight now with Eric Boom, the man who joins us for stage 2. And Eric, welcome to the winner's circle. First time able to chat with you. How's it feel, my guy?
About damn time, man. I promise. That was, I mean, that win feels incredible, because I think it's the only thing we needed. One win to get the confidence, because I promise that if you watched our practice, it doesn't show like it makes no sense that we were like 0-5, you know. So we just needed this win to get that confidence back, and I promise we're gonna come back.
Just gotta get that one.
Yeah, you gotta start with 1, Eric. You know, congratulations. Obviously, you know, it can't be fun having to have those scrims go that way and then not be able to translate it in matches. And because of that, what have you guys kind of been focusing on to try and get that translation?
So, I think just motivating ourselves, just get comfy, just motivate your teammate right next to you, and gas everything we do great to get that momentum and get that confidence back. I think it's what we have done this match.
Eric, first of all, welcome to the league. Congratulations on the W. How do you navigate like the mental side of it? Obviously, you know, I've been seeing the tweets from your guys' camp, the huddles before the game fives. They just haven't been going your way, and I know that can be very tough on you as a player. So how have you navigated that side of it?
Well, as a rookie, wasn't great. It wasn't a great start, and yeah, well, I was a little bit frustrated because I was like, fuck, you know, we can get a fucking win. And I was like, maybe I'm the problem, but just refreshing, regain, and go next. That's the only thing we could do. Yeah, we couldn't like think like negatively.
Absolutely. Eric, staying on the topic of you being a rookie, trying to kind of make it in that running, tell us about you. You know, what kind of player you are. What do you add to this team?
I think I add like this energy, this passion to this team. Because I have 2 old people and then another one with a lot of experience here in the league. So I just need to get the passion and gas them every single time. So they get like really motivated and they just try and I just do the other work.
I have to say, man, it makes me happy to see you smile. Final question for you, Eric Boom. What is the skincare routine? Who's going to sponsor that beautiful face?
Okay, I don't know. Thank you, I'm blushing right now.
It's just the first of many interviews. I have a feeling. Eric, thank you for joining us here on the CDL.
Thank you, appreciate you guys.
That's Eric Boom. That's Miami getting their first win before their home major, and it's all just an appetizer because coming up next, we've got the main course, arguably the best match of the week. Optic is taking on Ultra. We have 3 matches today, Ali.
My bad.
3!
It's the best match of the week. Tune in, it's gonna be a banger.
Scrapper Shotzi!
They're different roles.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Just a question of, is that what he's going to do? But he's just going to spot him, but Cell, so clutch. A great search and destroy player into a one-on-one. He's just going to finesse his life. The pistol, does he buy enough time? Can he get there?
I don't think he got it. I don't think he got it.
Close.
I don't think he got it.
He might have. He might have it. I don't know.
Oh!
No! Buys enough time.
Oh my God!
Oh, take a look at this rush. Take a look at this aggressive play from Minnesota. They make their way in through middle. They instantly hop into this B zone. Standing with a nice little angle. Oh, what a play! Oh, it's 5-3. Eli with the snapper.
And I don't think Hydra's going to be in a position to at least get towards the bomb. He's one to get top of his life.
Oh! Akko, the 1v2 takes him off to the fuse in the perfect amount of time. And Krim cannot believe it. Let's take a look at this again. Look at the top side of your screen. Oh, inches away. That's got to be 0.2, 0.1. And also
craziest play I have ever seen in my entire life. I don't know if anything will ever stack up to this play.
I mean, I can't believe he had time to reload for the first, part of that at all. And the fact that Priesta accidentally mantles the Godheady.
It plays a little different. It's nice to have like a map you love back in it, but it doesn't have to be exactly the same. As Draza, nice little angle through the statue. Rips one for the opening kill.
Yeah.
That's the problem. You gave them all the time in the world, and now Ultra have set themselves up perfectly for the barbershop hardpoint. The apartments, the alleyways, all the nooks and crannies are now full of Canadians.
And you have Abizi at 9 and 22, and this is only a 20-point game. You're looking for big plays in the final moments, but Envoy takes down 2.
Envoy the front line.
Flare left. They gotta push. Watch the 8-bomb push.
Gas.
Be advised, you're low on reinforcements.
Oh my God!
You won that round. Get ready for the next one.
What is this
9 and 4.
spot? What?
Oh, that looks very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable.
No, it does. Yeah.
You're basically balancing your nipples on a metal pole.
For some, that's a talent.
Yeah?
From a city, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique. On the table, 8-10, look at me. I love when the good news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trick continues, every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having the safest, so take a check. Finishing this drink should only take a sec, but Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage and tan. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Vinci my cologne after the show. She told me that shit was a favorite sense. Sprint advantage spacious, we could take it friends. What happened next? You could take a guess.
It's been 353 days since these two teams met up at Major 3 for the previous title. Now in MW3, we get the first showing since the Stage 5 qualifiers of the last game. Optic is finally playing Toronto tonight.
Did you just do that off the dome?
I did.
That's insane.
Big brain.
Big brain.
I also have a producer in my ear.
Oh, okay. That's
You're basically a Mentat, Chris.
Yes, let's take a look here at our friends from Toronto. Envoy joining Insight, Scrap, and a man who dropped ridiculous numbers throughout all of Stage 1, Mr. Kleenex.
Yeah, you know, Toronto, the going has gotten a little rough, right? It hasn't been as easy as Stage 1 was. We had a huge change in spawns, big patch, and, you know, these guys are sort of trying to add some things to their map pool, and they tested some things out like they did versus Atlanta FaZe. What happened to them there? They got bopped, as how it says, bibbity bopped. And now they got another very tough matchup versus an Optic Texas team who has played probably the most maps of anybody throughout this stage. They've been going game 5 in a lot of this series. They've been tested. But Toronto Ultra, we know this is a championship caliber team, and when they play a top squad, they can take it to them.
Ali, last week we were saying this is the greatest team on the planet. They look flawless. Then they run into Atlanta with recency bias. It feels like people are saying Optic is the favorite matching up against Toronto today. Do you agree with that?
I do in a sense of, I mean, obviously the green wall will agree with you. I think statistically, though, this is one of the few times that's actually added up. So when it comes to the Toronto pregame, Monster Energy pregame, the control hasn't been the best during this split. They've gone to a lot of round 5, and they're 5-5 right now in the last 10. But again, that's kind of just the way control has been flowing, it feels like, during this split. I think their biggest focus right now should be tightening up that hard point, which is their dominant point in the first split, and why they were able to win Major 1 is edging out Atlanta FaZe in those hard points. So I think for Toronto Ultra in the series versus a team like Optic Texas, who has been disgusting at hardpoint all split, that's going to be where they're truly tested.
Scrap and crew got shut down by Draws in Atlanta FaZe. Does that fire them up for today's matchup against Optic at all?
Listen, it should, right? You know, we've seen some like concerning tweets from the Ultra camp as well, like sort of about the game, frustration. Hopefully this can be the silencer of that, and that they're still just going hard and trying to get better. But also another player I'd like to highlight is Kleenex has been frying, but there has been a little bit of a dip in his gameplay. He was Superman in stage one. Let's be honest, right? So we'll see versus Optic. This is a really good matchup, right? You got Kleenex versus Shotzzy. Both those guys can take over map at any given point.
We got maple syrup versus meat and potatoes in this battle. We already showed you the team up north. Now let's talk about the team representing the South State. We got Texas represented by 4 young men who have been putting up some stellar clutches. The numbers, they are messy. They're beautiful at times. And Shotzzy, he's got some of the best in the league right now if you're looking at stage 2.
Yeah, Shotzi's been unbelievable. He's dang near 1.3 when it comes to Hardpoint and SnD. He's been lighting it up. And also, like, they have 3 players that are averaging over 4,000 damage a map in Hardpoint. So they're pummeling everybody. 7-2 in that game mode. #1 in breaking. It has been flawless. And their search and destroy, some of the key things that were bad in stage 1, they've improved upon. They're top 5 in retaking. The small little things in SnD is what they were focused on, and it's been translating to wins.
And of course, when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame that's going to pop up, I'm assuming that Texas is going to have something about maybe just tightening up some of their hardpoint stats, because even though they're 7-3, Toronto still technically edges them out when it comes to the statistics, and an 8-2. So for Optic Texas right now, it's just focusing the fundamentals a little bit more to stop creating these situations where Shotzzy has to go off and make a huge play for them to ice up and then win those series. So for Optic Texas, again, like I said, they are streaking at Hardpoint, but when you get into the nitty-gritty, there is some room for improvement.
If you're looking at the maps and modes for today's fight, well, you could have expected a few of these coming. Nameless, who has the edge, as we are starting things off with a real hardpoint between 2 ferocious SMG squads.
Listen, my brother, this is about as much of a square up as it's ever going to get in this series. Both teams feel like they got their best maps until we get to game 5, where Toronto and Optic, like, they just don't like that map. Toronto doesn't play it that often. Optic have been 1-5 on it. And in the last interview, Kenny even said himself, we just suck at making mid-round adjustments on terminals. So if we go to game 5, get ready for some crazy fireworks.
This is tough. I think Optic has a great start of the series right now. That invasion control, we all know how comfortable they are in it, and they're one of the best control attack teams on invasion. And then even that Karachi, I'm looking at Toronto, they're an incredible conversion attack and post-plant team, meaning their attacks have been really good. But on a map like Karachi, the bomb doesn't really go down that often. It's actually incredibly one-dimensional sometimes. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for Optic Texas in the first 3 maps of this series.
Nameless, I'm told the Toronto boys have put the toys away. They are focused up and ready for the fight. I mean, look at what was happening last time they played. They were so dominant, they're losing focus between rounds of SnD.
Yeah, Jaza said, put that damn fidget spinner away, brother. But listen, they're having fun. They won a championship. Honestly, you know, this is the online qualifier. They know that they're going to be in the winner's bracket, and they're testing some things out. When you go into comms and you hear these guys, they're still going 110%. They're just having fun.
Who do you think has the best nose for fidget spinning out of this group?
I am not answering that question.
Okay. I'm going to go with Envoy. He's just afraid to do it. We'll see it later after they get a win, I'm told. Kleenex, Insight, Scrap, ready to go. Toronto fans always having the squirrels back. And tonight, you have to think the chat is going to be rooting against them. Everyone cheering for Optic to catch New York at the top of the leaderboard with the perfect 6-0 record.
Do you think they got their fidget spinners like confiscated, like children at in their toy box, like you just got taken away?
I think maybe the coaches might have put it in their pocket. They got a pretty great staff back there. Let the boys play. It's a fun game. We're playing video games for millions of dollars. It makes sense. Let's take a look at Shotzzy's numbers, because this has earned the man bank. One of the highest paid salary players, one of the highest paid content creators, is also looking to take home some prize money.
What's crazy is that it just keeps getting better against better teams, right? Like against Carolina, he has a 1.55. You go against Boston, a 1.72. I am terrified on what that number is going to turn into against a team like Toronto.
Nameless, how many thousands of damage is he dropping today?
I mean, the guy's unbelievable. I mean, but at times, like, everybody on this team can put down damage. Kenny had the most in the last series, but for Shotzzy, I feel like Rio got added, and he can get into a Rio and get some flow going, and he just has that confidence the rest of the series. But, you know, as the year goes on, the star SMG players are going to improve and get better, and Shotzzy right now is hitting that stride. We know what he's capable of. He gets a couple kills, gets some momentum, and gets lost in your base. You're not having a good time, and he has a great supporting cast around him who are willing to take a back seat, and that's why they're finding success.
Let's take a look at our Scuff Pick'ems for the day. This is a 2-part question. Who wins and who drops the biggest numbers in game number 1, Rio Hardpoint? I'm going to answer this one quickly. It's Toronto and Shotzzy.
I think I'm gonna go. Wait, you picked Toronto, but you picked somebody else.
It's a best of 5, Allie.
That's crazy. Thank you. I didn't know that. I'm gonna go with Toronto Ultra as well. I think it's gonna be Envoy.
Envoy, okay.
I'm gonna go on Optic, and I think Pred takes over Rio.
Pred takes over Rio. Chat, let us know where you're siding with the individuals. They're also siding with Toronto. Using some math in today's picks, chat. You'll love to see it. And we love to see the caster for this one. Welcome back, Daddy Miles, and his second son, Chance.
Got him again! Back to back, baby. We're ready to throw down this rumble in Rio. This is one hell of a series. Can't wait. Chance, quick pulse check. How you doing?
What's up, man? We need a different theme of introductions, I think, or maybe I just need to start throwing to the desk and think of some daggers. Either way, though, this is one of the more exciting series we are going to have in the qualifying stages. It's a different feeling when you're waking up knowing you have to play against a team like Toronto, you have to play against a team like Optic. So the fact that they are going head-to-head, it's going to be fun. You heard the desk talk about the map set. It's a square up basically the entire way through, maybe just a precursor to them meeting up at the next major, because honestly, I mean, it might just be an expectation. If you're battling for the top 4, they're gonna find each other at some point.
Right, indeed. And this is going to be an absolute throwdown for all the new fans joining us. A very, very exciting build-up towards Major 2. This is definitely the match of the week, and we're excited to have it last here. For all the European fans staying up late, sorry, but not sorry. It's just the way it goes. Here we go, though. Map number 1, into Rio we fly.
And it's the man of the hour, Shotzzy. We already know that he is impossible to contain, and the lower level teams, they get bodied by him. Well, on the opening break, Toronto, well, they handle it perfectly well. The nades on point, the coordination is there, and I mean, even better news, you flip the spawns as well, or at least potentially. You're trying to work on that for Toronto as they're collecting the initial time.
Lovely opening kills. Shotzzy moving, scrapping Kleenex in the feed there, still maintaining a nice hold over P1. So many avenues of attack here, many angles to worry about, and isolating those fights, knowing where the enemy's coming from, nearly impossible. But so far, great work out of Ultra, a nice 20-ish point lead, 20 to go.
Is beautiful as well. I mean, this is as good as the time is really gonna get. Scrap barely shooting back against them. Optic, maybe good news is you at least, well, I'm gonna say good news, you partially keep the spawns over towards New. It's gonna be Kenny working with Pred on the right side of the map, and maybe an opportunity for Shotzzy to make the play, be a nuisance on the map. His teammates nearby. Shotzzy, though, checking the door. Again, interesting spot. He finds himself in. Scrap not going to expect it, and this is where Shotzzy can turn this map into his playground.
Beautiful stuff. He's already managed to subdue Kleenex, keep him back, not able to get into the fight. Insight stays on the donut for now on the approach towards P2. All Optic, Texas so far. Good stuff from them. Keeping a hold of this hard point. Scrap desperately trying to make his way forward. The gun's ringing out, dashing out toe-to-toe on the point with Kleenex. Wins the fight. Optic hold.
Good handles as well. Now it is all just one direction. Guns looking forward, and for 30 seconds on this time, you imagine maybe easy to collect. Some good gunfights coming through. Insight actually ribs Dashy off of the old hot dog stand, but in the meantime, while Toronto is sort of battling for that old time to make sure Optic can't get it, a little bit of square up on the other side of the map, and Shotzzy constantly behind you. I think almost every one of his kills has come around the boxes section of the map, but now he gets to play the cutoff man. As Toronto, they do get the left side spawns, they get to square up, and the pressure from Optic clearly present on the hill.
Shotzzy is still moving. Here comes the next fight. Will he get it? Kleenex backs up, Scrap with the teamwork. Pred from up high, can't get both. Nice shots, nice work. Optic take the hard point back.
Got the spawns as well. That is the big thing long term. So a nice moment there for Optic Texas. Window, though, going to be opened up. You see, as soon as Optic have one thing going for him, it is double trowels rolling through. It is a 4-man wipe, and the spawns are gone. The hill time gone. In Toronto now, they just get to collect.
Rio is a banger already. 30 seconds remaining here on the point. Envoy holding Optic back. Kenny over the top side of the Humvee, taken care of. Dashy with a trade. A second for him. Ooh, the snap, but not enough. Optic are still holding it. Pred waiting for his moment to strike. Shotzzy, though, doesn't wait for a second. Soars on in. Pred picking up the pieces, and the final 10 should go to Optic.
Yeah, now Pred trying to put on the pressure as well through boxes, right? You had, I should say, Toronto over towards the new time first, but they can't feel comfortable. I feel like Insight is the benchmark player. When things are going to go well, he's going to thrive, but 3 and 7 for the moment. You can see Optic really trying to push the pace. At the same time, though, anytime Optic does something well, Toronto bounce back and does it even better. A near 4-man wipe is Ultra. Reclaim the time, get back in position, and Envoy pouncing, ready, waiting for his next kill.
Significantly outnumbered so far. Can Ultra find a few more? Oh, unfortunate back and forth. Absolute bloody pandemonium here on the outside of Rio. Lovely shots from Scrap. 12 and 8 as he puts Dashi in the dirt.
Yeah, that's like the extra lethal threat that you have when one of your main AR players can rock an SMG and thrive like he has. I mean, he's putting up the Kleenex numbers, so Scrap, you know, the case for MVP, always going to be there. Right now, cutting off Optic for making their way towards the hill, and the cutoff should pan out. You expect the trades to exist. Insight going to deliver. Pred, last man standing, though, wins the gunfight, but that is all for 7 seconds. Over towards New. Ultra continuously ahead of the game.
The name was not wrong. Pred 14 and 9, certainly taken over, but his team not so much. Ultra still with a commanding lead, still with full control. A bit of a help for there from Kenny as the Semtex clears the point briefly. Envoy soaring through the kill feed, desperately now onto the time. Optic, the counter attack is not quite over yet. Shotzzy, the tip of the spear, Insight backs up, taken care of as Shotzzy finds 2.
Nice 2-piece to open things up. Kleenex now waiting in the wings, needs to respond with kills of his own. So not going to dive out to time, but Shotzzy does not give you time to breathe. Jumps up from the opposite angle. Envoy finally there to shut him down. That is the nice little bounce back moment Optic we're looking for. Still though on the break, Ultra are soaring from over top. You just see every trophy, every player. This hill is being lit up with everything. And for the final 15 seconds, I mean, honestly, on Rio, there's no room to breathe. It is so difficult to collect this time. This is definitely a high-octane match.
Oh, indeed. Absolute non-stop chaos. Now, as hot as the game may seem, I know one thing that won't be that crazy, and that's the comms of Toronto Ultra.
Is it Pred still, right? Do we kill him?
Yeah, toilet.
Yeah, I'm holding.
Promise you.
Try to trophy tail. Don't see him.
One's left.
Still don't see him.
One's him. Close up. One's, I'm gonna die here.
Still don't see him.
And then security. Nice security.
Someone there, hop smoke. 2.
On time and a cat.
Nothing pinch.
Take our time.
Doing time. You
don't need to.
You on right side time.
Dude, push that whale.
All good.
Then the armor. Whale armor got me. Just going, chop.
Weak in.
I'll be cat.
Caution steps.
I flipped.
One's
a cat left side, going cat steps.
Both flipped. Gonna play for all.
Red's cat steps. 2 you, charm me.
Okay.
Go and chop 2, Shotzzy. Hold new.
Yeah, one's already on the right here on me.
I spawn a calf.
Yeah, right. One shoot, give me a sec, bro. You dead. That's the guy with streaks. Could be in the security, by the way.
Already shot. Nice, last one. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm Eskies right now.
Okay, guys, trust now. You push. I'll get your shot.
I'll see this guy ult. Ult dead.
One's cross garage now. I rep front.
Okay. Can you rep over?
I'm gonna die to an 8.
Yeah.
He's close ramp.
Yeah. I didn't see anything ramp. I have to like back up.
Drop pinch for a second.
Go gate.
You ramp. Another one, 2 hop up.
Calm as ever, Toronto Ultra. Now to the other side of the stage. It's Optic Texas managing to slowly but surely pull this one back. Now for a quick listen in.
One shot scrap.
I'll tell.
You throw shit. It's behind him.
When he's on.
You want to
He's gonna go new. Envoy's gonna go new.
I need time. Yo, caution and gate.
Yeah.
Just hold this.
My pit box.
Yeah. Number something. Yo, I spawned it boys. Back up. I have ramp.
Hold on, right, push it.
I'm calling.
Plant box said he did. We ran.
I'm too low. Two on time. Not too far.
I'm one shot. I'm trying to hit him.
1 HP at old. 1 HP pillar. I'm helping it out. You can only do something.
On the pillar hitting me.
Trying to help you
You're I'm full step.
I'm moving it out. I'm
living. There's two right. You're good. One right. Nothing there. Close on it.
2. Okay, one box deep.
I will pick up deep. I have deep.
I have boxes.
Push you, bro.
One's boxes on me, boys. I think they want boxes.
Over dead. I didn't get him. I'm one.
I'm looking for boxes. Could it be left?
I'm so one shot.
Yeah.
Scrap. With the scrap.
Boxes, shit up. Yo, hold time. Pick it up.
Scrap.
Can you get your time?
I got time. You're good.
No one left.
He hit the deep right then.
Go left, P5. 1 HP. I'm holding mid. I have all there. One con in mid. Top mid and con. He's shouting left. I have your eskies. Could get staircase. Can go staircase.
I'm gonna stay.
I'm trying to rep the back left. Absolute.
Yeah, I couldn't get
it. 3 there, bro. 3 there. Split the row. What's deep? You guys stay alive. At the stairs, 1 HP. Watch upstairs.
Graffiti. Are you just trying to get a hole? Top you.
I got one top mid. Stairs on top. Where's he on top? Eskies, I think. I don't see him.
Give me stairs.
One of that, guys.
I'm challenging shit. Yeah, back to scrap and node. Hit one shot.
I'm on you end. Where are you?
I'm on the tram. Go back to it, Brandon.
I'm leaving. They flipped.
I hear you. I'm holding our pace, Brandon.
Madness. Optic Texas comes so close to taking the lead chance, but not quite able to do it as Ultra still climbing away.
It's still, though, so nice. You can see both these teams, they're just both playing good COD, so the reads are always on point, and anytime they make a small mistake about where the spawns are coming through, it takes all but another second to figure things out. But Ultra with the advantage in the game by a very small margin inside the time as well, doing the dance to try to stay alive, but the nades and stuns and the players flying over top. You can tell they're feeling the pressure, but the coordination is there. Scrap and Envoy able to light up the feed and still stabilizing and holding on, but by God, they are just desperate for a trophy.
It's non-stop, man. Anybody at my kingdom for a trophy is Insight gets it in there. Wait for it. The engagement now as Optic fly forward. Should we get the break here? No. Insight pulls a couple with him down to the depths of hell. Well, from there, we now go to a brand new hardpoint. Other side of the map, nearly through. This absolute banger of a map so far.
And the way this hill played out last go around was Ultra got there first, and then Shotzzy just broke it down. This time Ultra got there first, but it is a pinch, it is a swarm. You got Dashy pushed out to a corner of the map. He does get cleared out, but it's Optic now playing from the other side. Of course, though, they're also in a pinch, and that is a mixy moment that Ultra thrive in. But now you got to read the spawn. You got Envoy cutting off 3. On the flip side, you had number 8 Kleenex maybe even watching the back. So you talk about a game with spawns that are difficult to predict. Ultra are playing for every possibility.
Oh, we're over 200 points now. As Envoy's still alive here, he managed to break contact and buy so much time for his boys, it will amount to nothing. Optic break the point. They've got control now, and 20 seconds with their name on it.
I mean, you're playing for everything, but yeah, it's still tough to read, and even Ultra getting the split spawns. If this is a hill where you were constantly just head on a swivel, Envoy, though, fighting for these final 10 seconds. Any advantage you get with this small amount of time is going to go such a long way in Ultra. Again, it has been consistent, just ever so slightly ahead of the game. Again, that new rotation, they're in P1 first. Shotzzy setting up for the flank, but number 5 is going to read it. But again, the reads are one thing. The execution is different. There are players going on tears everywhere on this map.
Ultra still full control of P1, 25 now for the win. Optic, one more break. You got to stay alive right here, right now, lads. Kenny manages to catch out one. Fly forward. Optic with the numbers now. Can they get the break? Here comes Shotzzy, the first man in. Doesn't get a mount for anything. Dashy gets one. Traded out. Ultra still with a contest. Kenny keeping the play alive. Optic with the break.
And they got the spawns for new as well. So if you continue this gameplay, if you keep the pressure on them, and you make sure you maybe even block those right side spawns, again, a situation where Optic are just reading and preparing for the worst, but it's the square up, it is the break, it is Ultra getting the first 2 kills, but they've yet to get that time.
Still thinking about the rotation as well. That was a big win, and that's it. Ultra are in. Can't get the win here on the map, but they put themselves dangerously close. Optic already looking towards new. Scrap's gone on a big rotate. Oh, what a win against Kenny. The backline is now open to war on 2 fronts. Kleenex taken care of as Optic dig in.
And you got inside flanking too, so you got every member on Optic with their head on a swivel. Scrap paying patient because his teammates are going for the break. He's gonna get his 3rd on this life, and you're keeping Optic off the time. And he's still getting the kills, looking for the new.
Looking for the new Envoy in. Time going to Ultra. Optic have got to find it again, and it's Shotzzy. The late break holds it down. You've got an open angle now. War on 1 front. Scrap destroys Shotzzy. The hard point open again, but nobody close enough to get the time. Nades from Scrap. Endless onslaught here as the barrage continues. Scrap head down. 5 for the win. Can he stay alive? His boys have got the kills. Kleenex drives them back, and map 1 is done.
Oh my god, yeah, the absolute blender. That is Rio Hardpoint. That is non-stop start to finish. That is like an endurance map as well. Just for the fact that there's like 2 or 3 different hills where both of these teams are making good plays on the mini-map, prepared for every single spawn out, waiting for the rotations to go through, the trades on point as well, but it's mixy and difficult to keep track of everything that exists on Rio Hardpoint. Ultra come out on top, and that is square up map number 1 out of the way. Toronto with that extra edge. Things starting good.
Well, the Rumble in Rio is over. That was exciting. My goodness. Great plays either side, but just that little bit extra from Toronto Ultra. The game flow will show you that. But before we get that to the stats, 36 from Scrap. Sweet child of mine. Your boy was frying. That's 27 non-traded. One of the things I wanted to sort of bring up, Chance, from an individual perspective, just the pure eye test, Scrap and Envoy, making life incredibly difficult for Optic in nearly every single step of the way.
absolutely absurd. Yeah, 100%. I will say though, like that is an incredibly balanced like stat line that we just had too. Every single player in that like 5 to 5.5k damage. Every single player just about with double-digit assists, except for Scrap, and that's just a Scrap, was winning most of his gunfights. The man got 36 kills, but for a balanced score line and a balanced game, but it was quite literally, I mean, the biggest hill was just the opening break, right? I mean, Toronto Ultra get 46-1 after the fact. Every hill, it's a bit of a balanced game in between. So that it might honestly be a case of you win the opening break, eventually you win the map, as long as you can continue to play nearly perfect. But I mean, Ultra, they certainly brought it to the map one.
Exciting stuff there in our first map of this series. Again, it's a best of 5, as Puckett had to remind Ali as we look across the highlights. And honest to God, I mean, these are great highlights. We've seen some fantastic individual plays, some really nice multi-kills all across the map. And again, Kleenex, not necessarily the craziest in the stat lines, but look at these entry kills. The man knows how to break a hard point. Same can be said for Shotzzy as well. But individual prowess across all 8 of our players here in this lobby, it truly is some top-tier COD.
Yeah, and even in these like highlights, it's just people picking up the flanks, getting the trades, reading the weird spawns. Everything is on point, and everybody was like taking turns being the fry man. Like I know Kenny had a bit of a slow start, but he's also the man that popped a 3-piece to go and break like the P3 and became a thorn in their side. Maybe you give the most credit to Scrap though, with the most kills. And again, there's certain teams in the league where when one AR has to switch over to the rival 9 to run that third sub, some players struggle. Some teams don't even, like they run the 2-2 setup as well because they're not comfortable with their AR pushing the pace. I know Optic Texas, again, maybe dabbling a little bit more with the double MCW setup, but the extra pressure, maybe something that panned out for Toronto towards the end. Certainly a close Rio Hardpoint, but 42-point win. Ultra happy for it, and it'd be fun to see if they square up again if they meet at the major on the old Rio HP. But now the pace is going to be dramatically slowed down as we go to a Karachi search.
Indeed. Well, we'll see if that pace changes because, I mean, Karachi could go crazy. You never know, man. I mean, the way we've seen Shotzzy playing recently, endless love for him on the timeline and across all social media for his very, very fast and flashy plays. We'll see what happens here, though. Mate, I was just going to go back to that pressure. I mean, Ultra seem like one of those teams that just know they have this fantastic understanding of when they have to push forward a little bit, change gears, hold back just for a moment. And I think that sort of comes down again to the good comms they have. There's not so much, there's much more airspace to work with. They're able to have those kind of conversations. They're able to make those calls. Everyone's listening fantastically, and it's showing in the stats so far. Actually, both these teams looking pretty solid.
Absolutely. I mean, the record's maybe not as perfect that they might be striving for come major time, but when you're talking about a map like Karachi, it is you want to convert when you get the bomb down, you want to convert when you get the man advantage, and this is where Toronto Ultra have been nearly flawless. Any situation where they have to clutch up in some capacity, they're the best team in the game at it. On the flip side from Optic, that's their theme for Search and Destroy, maybe more specifically on Terminal compared to Karachi, but it is the mid-round adjustments, and you can just see that conversion rate not nearly as high. Still decent for the side of Optic Texas, but right now going against arguably, or maybe not so much, the best team in the game.
Indeedy. Well, we'll see how the black and green fare, as they've got a tough one here. Shotzzy, though, again, looking at the stats, looking at his KDs. This is just from Search and Destroy thus far in our qualifiers towards the Miami Major. 1.43. Obviously had a whale of a time against some other teams. But for now, we'll see how he goes on Karachi. All eyes on that man. A superstar to some. A colossal pain in the arse to others. Here's map 2.
Well, colossal pain in the ass to everybody that plays against him. That is certainly the thing that is universal. But, you know, he can be a route man as well, leaning towards the A side. More often than not, a lot of the first blood battles can take place over towards A. But in the meantime, Scrap just beams Kenny. Does get traded out because Shotzzy loves the top red avenue. But now just about that being colossal pain. Do you read him? Insight does, but he's a little bit fearful, as you should be. Shotzzy able to get that next kill. Man advantage from Optic. The dance doesn't last for long, though. Odds even. Optic towards mid. Is looking like a B hit overall.
Pred, those players did not go past him. He's still carrying the bomb as well. So Pred, oh dear, Envoy, maybe more than his spidey sense is tingling, but he doesn't actually see Pred get the plant down. He'll kick himself, but only for a moment in this 2v2.
You expect one wins the bridge, other guy MIA. Not the best smoker. Maybe the smoke just to get out towards bridge. Awkward moment. They're going to hunt down Pred. You at least have to get this trade. You set yourself up for the 1v1, but they have no intel on Dashy.
Dashy. Oh, nearly spotted out. The reach out. Big Bruce. Lightning on the second attempt Envoy simply not able to handle that kind of gunfight. We will see Dashy's POV for that final kill. A very, very strong showing. No problem for Big Bruce. 2 on the round.
That to me is just great instincts, right? Like, you know, it's Envoy. You know, he's got the rival 9. So as soon as he gets that intel, he's like, well, he's going to have to sprint at me. That's the only play. So Dashy, instead of leaving it up to the finesse game of Envoy, goes for the instant chow, has the advantage with the better gun. So Dashy on point in that round. And Shotzi as well, making a nice little route sort of play. Maybe another one going to come through. 2 players leads throwing nades out from Ultra, looking straight towards the middle of the map, but it is Kleenex that comes out on top. Gets the quick for his blood, but heck, SMG is there to trade. Pred up top being annoying. Dashy's got the coverage, and Optic right now on point so far on defense to the point where Pred, I mean, he's already made the play.
He's made the play. He's behind number 7. He's behind Insight, and Insight's out. So an awkward moment where the lights are on, but no one's home. Insight's just run past another player. How many more players will run past one another? All down, a scrap now, 1v3. He's got to find that bomb just down by the B-bomb site and somehow take care of 3 members of Optic.
And this is hopeless as well. Gonna have to absolutely gun some players, but good shoulders being thrown. Dashy even throwing the extra shoulder to know he's getting pushed, and that just means Pred gets to go active, and you got Kenny and Dashy grouped up together. Good shots coming through, but it doesn't make a difference. Dashy right now, he's locked in. He's on point.
And this is the Dashy that so many teams are worried about. This is Big Bruce when he's absolutely gunning. Look at the confidence here in the re-challenge. He doesn't necessarily have a huge advantage over Scrap. We saw it from Scrap's POV, but Dashy's certainly feeling himself. Immense confidence so far out of the Optic squad.
Yeah, in perfect shots as well. Advantage or a disadvantage doesn't exist in certain gunfights when these guys hit every bullet. It's just who gets those first tags. And again, that is a look of focus. There's no joyous laughter. It is on to the next round. 2-0 lead right now from Optic. On point for the moment. Nate's coming through as well. Doesn't look like there's any heavy connection. You got Envoy being annoying as well. Talk about a route. Envoy might have found the hole in the net. He's got the intel. Not a shot you can take, but he's coming to his team. Hey, they're more pressure over by A. Got to be ready for it.
I mean, you're looking at a very, very close first and second for the most annoying cerebral players in the league between Shotzi and Envoy. Guys who really do get under your skin. And in this point, directly under Dashy. That's the damage dealt. Insight cleans it up. First blood, Toronto.
That is wonderful teamwork as well. Shooting a guy jumping over like that. Now you got Shotzi on the flip side, though, making the other play. So again, the route men on point. Shotzi, this is the part where he is a colossal pain in the ass. You lose track of him. He can be anywhere, like right above you. So difficult to contain.
We can see the routes he takes. We get to peek behind the magician's curtain. With the bomb planted now, Ultra have got to make a move. And Kleenex is on it! Kleenex has dived right under the defuse! Will Optic check it? Kenny! He checks it just in the nick of time. Damage dealt now from Envoy. He has to spring to life. 1v3 as Kleenex nearly won the round. But Optic Texas, Kenny, what a intuitive play to just check that bomb at that right time. He cannot believe it.
I don't know about intuitive. That's just Kenny learning from mistakes. I remember the start of the year on this map where they didn't check the bomb until it was a split second too late from the exact same sort of spot. So yeah, fool me once, shame on you, Kenny. Not getting fooled again. Maybe, I don't know, the Dikembe Mutombo finger wag towards the end. It was close, though. It was a good play out of Kleenex for a 2v3, but yeah, I don't think there's any ninjas on Optic, at least in that sort of situation happening.
That would have been something. Wow. Well, 3-0 so far with Optic Texas. Looking particularly dangerous here on Karachi. What we're going to see this round. The team shots have been very good. Great heads-up play. That stun's going to land. Little bit of information here in the Envoy. The bomb carrier. Soon to be the man who delivers the bomb nowhere. Nice bit of work there from Kenny. Slides on through the smoke. Can he get a kill out of this situation? Maybe. Spots plenty. Big win. The second. Kenny gets it. That's an outstanding run so far. No streaks, but that's basically the round.
Well, Dash is getting active, though. It is a 2v2. And if you try to plant this bomb, you might get caught on some bad timing because Pred has maybe a small amount of information on the cross, but Dashy's pushed you out so far. He has to be telling Pred they're working through our spawn or they're trapped in P2. The patience on point, and he gets out with his life. Dashy making plays all over the map, and Pred closes the door. A perfect 4-0 in round count right now from Optic. Some of the best SnD they have played all year, and they're bringing it out in the right match at the right time. Don't count the eggs before they hatch, though. Things are good, but it is not over. You know, Ultra, a team that can absolutely fight back. They got to keep it up. But again, perfect play. I mean, Kenny's picking up pieces, finding the timing on the right routes. Everybody from Optic right now getting involved.
Wonderful looks out of Optic Texas from Karachi. They are swimming through this one so far. Attacking round now. Kenny with that bomb in hand over towards B. Those eggs might not be hatching, but there are chickens on this side of the map. Let's find out who clucks first. It looks like Dashi, but the trades have gone the way of Ultra.
They've just like swarmed as well. I mean, those players absolutely disappearing. Pred, though, able to get active and catch one, but in the meantime, Scrap, I think, is going to hunt him down. Oh! And he just gets gunned. Oh, my word. The Rival 9, what a gun, let me tell you.
Let's get a player cam react from that fight. Scrap not impressed. Kleenex now 1v2. Pred. Bang! Optic Texas with a dagger round. That was the confidence killer. Look at the smiles on those boys.
Yeah, he's blowing them away on that one. That's just, I don't know. Them's be the break sometimes. The Rival 9, absolute shotgun in that moment. Scrap makes the perfect play. That is not a player that misses very often, and I don't think he did. Pred just had the sauce, and yeah, you'll see the reaction too. Just confusion, elation, maybe an element of joy, but outside of the joy, you are down 5-0. I don't know what it is. This might be the 7th 6-0 like stomping we've had in Search and Destroy this year. Toronto Ultra, they found themselves on both sides.
They have indeed. Well, you're about to find all 4 members of Toronto Ultra here by the B bomb site. Pred, I don't know how many red dots he saw on that minimap, but I tell you what, it's looking deadly. Lovely shots. Insight can't keep up with him. One more kill gets Pred a cruise missile, which in this round is basically it. Can he get another? Shotzi's first blood helps out. Oh, sugar.
He forced the team kill. Did his job, yeah.
Kinda counts. Insight now 1v3 to stay alive on the map. Jamie Craven, the king of clutch. Get it done. Shotzi, wonderful damage. Not enough to get the kill, but plenty to make him move. Optic are holding hands. You will not be fighting one at a time, unless by some stroke of magic.
I mean, there's just simply no way, right? I mean, bomb downs over toward B, 35 seconds to work with. You're going to have to guns just straight up at least 2 different players, if not all 3. And nobody's giving away any freebies. Kenny's just going to be throwing shoulders. You already got the intel, playing his life as well. You get time to flank. This is going to be a goose egg. This is Optic dominating Toronto Ultra on one of their best maps.
I was going to say, 15 seconds to go. There is no way. He's running to the very much the wrong part of town. It's all green. It's a clean sheet for Optic Texas in map 2. 6-0 to tie the series up.
And we saw the way the gunfights were going too. Just straight up blowing them away. 6-0, number 7 on the year, I do believe. Ultra, I think, are responsible. They've been a part of 4 of them. I think they're responsible for 2. But a wild thing to see Ultra getting goose egged again in stage 2. I mean, they were on pace to maybe break the Search and Destroy record for the number of wins in a row, but simply outclassed there on Karachi. And for Optic Texas fans, got to be happy with that SnD performance. There is literally nothing you could possibly complain about. First blood's on point, big plays from every single player across the board, and I mean, maybe for Pred, just a little bit of electricity in that man's gun.
Arc rifle, I don't know, I can't remember what it's called, but that's 250 to 208. Map 1, Rio Hardpoint. We slow things right down. Optic Texas, they do a little bit of a slow dance. No kissing though just yet. We might be getting a 3rd base here on Invasion Control. That's map number 3 to find out who takes the lead in this series. Skid Row and Terminal to get to that end of the series. And again, we've talked about this, the desk touched upon it. That Terminal is a spicy one for both teams. We'll see what happens there, see if Optic can make those mid-map adjustments. We'll find out if we have to go to game 5. Way ahead of ourselves, friends. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, it's time to play Control. Don't go too far. It's Optic Texas. It's Toronto Ultra. This is the CDL.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator. Now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Eyes on those monitors, friends. There's always a meme or two for you. We're nearly ready to get into map number 3, but if you're enjoying the matches so far, because they are indeed very, very spicy, and you're enjoying the show online, you can watch the show in person. Come on down to Miami. We're selling tickets in a moment. There'll be a QR code to scan on your screen in a brief moment. That's right, folks. Get it. We'll hold it so you can get that code. Maybe the person next to you. Maybe if you put your phone, I don't know, if you're watching this on a mobile device, good luck. I think you can screen grab this. There has to be a solution in there somewhere, but do what you can to grab yourself a Major II ticket and come to the GamerG event. It's going to be absolutely delightful. We're going down to Florida once again. It's going to be a good time. You're going to see these teams in person, up close and personal. For some of them, in the splash zone. Because let me tell you, these boys are spitters, and these boys have been spitting as well. Look at them stats.
I mean, the stats completely out of control. You have Dashy, maybe a little bit more objective-minded compared to Scrap, but the damage output, very comparable. And of course, that is across the entire game mode. It can be map-specific as well, but we're going to an invasion where, I mean, if you've been paying attention, Optic Texas, they've been blowing teams out of the water. Like, it's a theme. It's difficult to win offensive rounds. Optic have just had some where they have looked perfect, but it is going to be Toronto's try on the attacking rounds first. Straight over towards A they go, everything exploding, including Dashy, which means Envoy. He's already made it to the point.
Explosivo start. Kleenex on the absolute snaps. Pressure now from Optic on towards that A zone, trying to get the players out. They do. Shotzi's the man to get in there and slice Envoy up. Kleenex trying to hold position, trying to hold this forward spot. Shotzi's going to keep him at bay. So far, so good. Toronto find themselves over by B as well for now, and this is a very, very clean kill feed for the boys in purple.
This is just unbelievable patience by Kleenex as well. If he had ever taken a step forward, Shotzi would have killed him from the sort of window jump up. But if the kills weren't going their way to actually capture A, got to make sure you play your life and keep your map control. Someone needs to watch Dark, and someone needs a trophy. A peach of a nade right there just to eliminate the players from the B zone, make your life that much easier. And Scrap's over here taking routes. He doesn't have much team support right now, but every kill he gets is going to soften the blow. Or Shotzi might have the timing on the flank. No one's going to turn. Couple tags coming through. There's number one, and he's doing his job just by staying alive.
Straight on the eyes towards the spawners as well. Oh, come on. Shotzi's playing real good tonight. Nice tags. There's the damage from the rest of the boys as the reinforcements arrive. The cavalry is certainly here, as Shotzi is still in Pinch City and somehow is evading danger. I don't have a clue as to how he has managed to survive this situation for so long. B is still in danger, but Shotzi has done everything humanly possible to save it.
Well, that's on one side of the map. On the other, Insight has just made his way to the A zone. He's got Kleenex as the cutoff man. So Shotzi's spree is fantastic. He's got a cruise that is great long term, but in the immediacy, Optic need to get these players off of A. Shotzi's still the cutoff man, but no one else on his team is repositioned. Shotzi versus the world. Can his teammates get inside off the point? Thank you. They did give away an extra tick in the meantime, but if you keep them off B, this is a beautiful, a gorgeous round right now from Optic.
We're going to stay on board with Shotzi until this life comes to a close, I'm pretty sure, because my good God, what a round of control this young man is having. Cruz there, 15 seconds to go. He could call it in and possibly save that zone. It comes down to Pred. Can he win a gunfight against 3? He gets 2! Wow, yeah. Pred gets 2! He can't get the 3rd, but here comes Shotzi, 10 in a row, looking for the 11th! That's the round! You may never see one like it. Damn!
Lupe Fiasco, many years ago, wrote a song about this man. Good God. It quite literally doesn't get better. There was a moment where his team maybe wanted to be a little bit quicker to reposition over to A, but Shotzi does such a good job of picking apart the spawners before he even turns to help. That's literally perfect. Every chow, every reposition, playing your life, going for the ego. I mean, talk about, I don't know if that's like a top 5 player or what you want to call it, but one of the best played rounds of control you are ever going to see. And they won the defense. Nice job, Optic.
Yeah, nice job, Optic. Good stuff. Well, on the other side now, we've got Toronto Ultra on defense. Will they be as fluid and as exciting as Optic Texas were there? Wonderful, wonderful start to this invasion control. My goodness. We're still on board with Shotzi because he hasn't died yet. That's 12 now.
Second cruise.
Castro. The second cruise, he's got 2 of them. There we go. He's going straight to the spawn. The timing might not be working out from here. I take it all back. He's got another. Can he find the kill? No. It comes to an end. Lucky number 13 for Shotzi.
His first death in 3 minutes. The man pulled off the double Drake, and now you just have Optic pinning Ultra effectively in their spawn. If it's not annoying enough dealing with Shotzi, I was gonna say, you gotta check every corner as well just to kill Pred. The amount of map control Optic has, you're never comfortable. You're begging for some trades. Luckily for Scrap, Envoy's there to help you out, but now if you're Scrap, you gotta deliver against Shotzi, and he does. So the trade's on point. Ultra finally able to stabilize, but that's not until the B zone is already secure. Optic gets themselves up beautifully. Honestly, if I'm them, if you ever get that like cafe control, get pushed up into rugs, get players behind enemy lines, I'm calling in that cruise straight away.
Middle of the map. Still being held on. His Insight at range. Man alive. He's shooting straight right now. Jamie Craven keeping it all composed. Here comes the next attack from Optic. They've made it through the old B zone. That side of the map's all theirs. stun check, but no one's actually going to make this hit, or will they? Because they've all gone back. There's Shotzi. He's at the tank. He gets...
Okay, dude.
What is... I mean, like, what? How does it happen? What does it look like? How come no one finds... Is he running Ghost?
In every... Dude, every death of Scrap, by the way, his player cams are going insane. Yeah, Shotzi breaking records against the best team in the world, leaving absolutely no room for doubt. Not that there ever was. Now from Optic still, though, trying to get out of their spawn. It's Shotzi, the most aggressive player on the map. He does not last for long. But still, though, A Street, nobody's pushed up to the bridge. It's 55 seconds right now on the game clock. Optic right now just searching, hunting for that clean 3 or 4 down.
Beautiful shots out of Insight. My word. Only a few pixels of Kenny's head there available to work with, and he gets it. That gives Ultra a nice life lead, 18 to 13. As we're looking at 35 seconds on the clock. Again, Jamie Craven keeping the middle of the map safe. Pressure is now on. Here comes Kenny. Optic with a bit of space to work with.
Not a lot, though. Again, you still have the crews, but with this much time in the game clock, I don't know if they're going to find the moment to actually make that investment, but you never know about a pop-off play. Good timing on the side from Kenny. He gets the best of Scrap. Envoy 2 and 11, looking for his 3rd kill. He's going to get double challenged. Good damage. He gets at least 1, but here comes the flank. Here comes Shotzi, and you know he's going to win it. He's forcing out the deep spawns. He's getting his boy over towards time. I don't know if they have a trophy. They're going to have to dodge some nades, but the nades are coming through as Shotzi is eviscerating you.
4.9 seconds on the clock. No option for a stack just yet. Shotzi's got to find the kills. That's it. The kills are done. Stack it. Optic, get in the damn robot, Shinji. Dive onto that point. The second segment long gone. This could be the most unbelievable turnaround. They've managed to pull it away. Ultra, fly. No hope. What a round.
What more do you want this man to do? He can't do it. This is the best control performance we could have possibly have. He's blowing away some of the best players in the game on the mid tank. He's the guy taking the deep routes on the flanks to break open the spawn. He's blocking it. He's the main slayer. He's the cruise getter. Shotzi, Mr. Do-It-All in Ultra. I mean, hey, good luck. You're going to have to win at least one offense, if not multiple. Because Optic, they have been so good on invasion, and I mean, we're getting a masterclass performance right now as to why. 2 rounds in, 19-4 performance. If this somehow goes to round 5, Shotzi, he'll break the kill record.
Shenanigans on invasion. Ultra, though, far from over. Okay, fine. Shotzi is 21-4. Draining the work they managed to get done there over by the A side of the map. B wide open right now for Ultra to move on in and get very cozy. Nice shots from Kleenex. Gives Shotzi his 5th death.
Yeah, it stops that cruise missile coming through as well. I mean, again, he still is in the back pocket. I don't know if there's a need to go triple platinum, but he's working on it. Meanwhile, Ultra working on the B zone. Double stack coming through, and they're playing the 2-front game. It's only Pred right now trying to defend this A zone, and he gets picked as well. So you got inside the hill. Kleenex to look over him. You're not winning the fight over towards B either. Maybe good news, though. Looks like someone got beamed out of the A zone, but it doesn't mean the pressure isn't still on. Tobias Yule Janssen looking to step up to the plate for the team. Right now, he's just dancing, trying to stay alive, doing an electric job as well. He's bought his teammates a lot of space. He still have to get the kills, though, and for the moment, Ultra struggling to deliver. Maybe just a 1v1 gunfight for the time. Dashi versus Insight. Oh, and he's gonna get it.
Gets
the extra tick, though, has come through, but still a long way to go for Toronto.
Yeah, they did a really good work there. Very, very solid attempt towards that A zone. A single segment is all they've captured. 2 more to go. As Optic now set up for the hit. Shotzi back at it he goes. Back on his BS as he has been since the start of this map. We are looking to try to break the kill record. But at this point in time, all he wants to do is keep those boys away from the zone.
I mean, there ain't going to be a kill record that you're just not going to be able to go to round 5. In the meantime, by the way, Scrap has 21 as well, so it is certainly a battle in the kills department, but Shotzi the man impossible to weed out. Ultra, you're able to get a decent amount of map control, but as soon as they get to the 50-yard line, they are getting completely shut down.
Yeah, it's been, you know, it's corner to corner close quarters battle here on Invasion. Very, very little long-range gunfights outside of what we've just seen. And everyone from Ultra doing what they can to find these kills decisively. Pred's on a massive flank right now. He's about to get himself a couple. Slowing down the hit from Ultra as they are just unable to really get the ball rolling. Unable to find that momentum. Optic still holding it together.
He's got the right gun for the job, too. Dash is going to be calling out there's 2A Street. The shots he want to flank, or does he want to rat back and help his teammate when this happens? He's going to rat back. Again, the call-outs coming through from Bruce. But playing so smart as well and so patient. But everybody's grouped up. Everybody's right here. This is the big hit. Ultra, they get the first blood.
Find a few more kills here, and you're laughing. That could be it. We could be now onto the point. Dashy's got to do something absolutely unbelievable here and take down many members of the Toronto Ultra roster. 2 of them on the inside. Dashy goes for the slide. They can get the win right here. Big Bruce finds one. Somehow manages to get in. The reinforcements have arrived. Pred takes care of Insight, and the defense has held. The cruise is here. There's 20 seconds to go.
That's the stamp on the game, too. 3 players out, completely exposed. He only picks up 1, but it is the funnel system. Optic, easy gunfights, but that is a masterclass performance. And if these 2 teams meet at the major, I would be shocked if Ultra run Invasion back again.
Slammed. Top right-hand side of your screen had a very big part to play in a historic Invasion control. Optic have got to be feeling sensational after that one. It's the composure and the resolve of Toronto Ultra that's going to be saving them for the rest of the series. Will we get to that terminal SnD? For now, we're basking in what has been a very good series so far.
Hey, dude, I know around Shotzzy there's been a lot of yapping just for like the sake of it in a sense, but I think maybe the most telling thing was an interview Shotzzy had a few weeks ago where he was just talking about through stage 1, he's playing with new teammates. Like, he goes from playing with Hook in Modern Warfare 2, who, believe it or not, has a slightly different play style than Pred, and there's an adjustment period to get used to it, but Shotzzy said that he's found his stride, that he is much more comfortable, and my God, is he showing it off. He went on a 13 spree. That's ridiculous. He double cruised in control against the best team in the game. Yeah, top stuff.
Well, we have our highlights from this matchup. Not only our highlights, but it's also our scuff play of the game. And yeah, you guessed it, boys and girls, it's just Shotzzy. What an unbelievable opening round he had, start to finish. A masterclass from the young wizard.
And I just love the looks too. Again, it's like down to the detail. The number of things he's doing is perfect. Every chow, reposition, the decision making on when he wants to jump on the gunfights and go for it. When he's living inside their base, it's like the wrap around. You're feeling the pressure when Toronto's capping the A zone. Still plays for the spawners first before he turns around, and like, he quite literally was Mr. Do-It-All. He was everywhere on the map. And again, just a player that is impossible to keep track of. He had to like 3-piece Ultra before the first trade finally came through.
Unbelievable. It just keeps going, guys. It's the never-ending story. This scuff play of the game. Really sensational stuff out of Shotzzy. That's the stuff that you want to see from him. And that final bang just to help end the map and give Optic the lead here in this series. 6-0, 3-0, Skid Row up next. Will they be able to get a perfect score there? I seriously doubt it. Ultra, though, we saw the promise they showed there in the opening Rio. Brilliant stuff there. Can they find it again here on that Skid Row hardpoint? Force the terminal search and strike. Force that game 5. We'll find out.
Well, a lot to talk about and break down, but I do want to give a quick shout out to the observers as well, just for staying on the Shotzzy cam for that long, because I think when we're switching perspectives all the time, you feel the pace of the game coming at lightning speed. But Shotzzy had a life where he's playing over by the A zone just around Cafe. Didn't get a kill for 45 seconds, but you can see the sort of work he's putting on and able to like just understand the map control that is going to be important on the map. So basically what I'm saying is rank play teammates, please learn from Shotzzy. You're definitely not going to be able to do what he does, but like some ideas orchestrate into your gameplay. But yes, Miles, as you did point out, back to Hardpoint. But it's another square up map. Optic was so good at Skid Row at the start of the year that it almost became the auto ban against them when teams wanted to play. Optic are happy anytime it slips the net and gets into the series, so they are absolutely going to be poised and ready to go for the map 4. Of course, the same thing from Ultra. Maybe the best, if not the best, hardpoint team in the game. They're happy for Skid Row as well, but so far in this square up series, Optic, they've been coming out on top.
Yeah, they've certainly come on top. Well, it's whenever you talk about your rank play teammates, Chance, you tell them like, yeah, be more like Shotzzy. You hear that, Zeem?
Yeah, well, again, there's only so much you could do. Like, trying to replicate Shotzi's gameplay at times can be a recipe for disaster because there are very few players in the world that are actually that good. But I don't know, Halo kids they're built different.
Yeah, this is egregious. Wheeler! Tweets coming through. Shotsy, stop it. They're dead already, says Nolan. Stop it! It is a masterclass. It really has been. I mean, look, there's a lot of these tweets. There's no doubt about it. We're all talking about it.
Hey, the series ain't over though. Series ain't over. That is still the true thing. It is still Toronto Ultra. It is still a hard point we're going into in that terminal map. Okay, yeah, we'll just keep the tweets rolling. How many was that? It's good gas. It's great gas.
Waterfall of engagement regarding that last one. My God. Well, Skid Row, Hardpoint so far. Hold percentage. Both our teams fantastic at locking it down on this map. But then again, frankly, nearly everybody is because it's Skid Row. Let's find out what happened, boys and girls, in a P1.
It's good side Skid Row, too. And the opening break, honestly, might have been the difference maker on Rio. Here's the opening break. Shotzzy, surprise, surprise, gets the first blood. More shocking revelations. Pred on the flank, daggering you off the jump. Ultra, bad spawns, tough spot to be in. You already got to be worried about streaks. Maybe good news, you can rotate over towards P2, but bad news, you're already down 20 points.
Hey, that's not bad. Skid Row, we'll see it happen. Top left-hand side of the mini-map is exactly where P2 is going to be. In Ultra, we are looking at them holding it for now. Can they get that time? Because they will be soaring right back into this one. Optic will be looking good after P1. P2 is now very, very close to business, and Ultra set up for it.
And for Optic, we saw the stats as well. They don't rotate like crazy on this map, but that's because their holds and breaks are basically second to none. So they're happy to take that exchange. We get 50 seconds on P1, and we trust ourselves to break down the money hill. Because even if they don't, it's virtually just going to be a tied-up game. A couple trades, though, getting exchanged. At least no flanks are coming through. Maybe Envoy toying with the idea of working through Garage, but right now, Optic just trying to pressure the man on point.
Pressure is the name of the game, and they are winning it so far. Forward we now fly. You've got a bit of space to work with. Kenny checks every possible corner. You know those players that be coming out of tunnel have to move quickly. Get involved, Kenny. Targeted down against Kleenex up close and personal. The tags are there. The trades are done. Last two members of Ultra. The walls are closing in around them, but in sight, Diamond. Absolute diamond that boy is. Doesn't go down. Ultra hold.
Yeah, absolutely on point. Ice in your veins. It is not easy. Well, it's extremely easy to be the guy in the hill in those moments if your teammates have good comms, but it gets a little bit nervy when the jump ups happen. And maybe better news from Ultra. Not only do they get the full 60 effectively on P2, but on rotation, an opportunity to at least be a nuisance. Envoy being forced to try to make the big play, can't quite deliver. Certainly makes an impact, but at the time, Optic again, you got enough time on P1 that you're allowed to stay ahead of the rotation game, set up on P3, and potentially just go ahead and retake that lead.
Here it comes. Envoy gets it done finally. Contest. Oh, wow. 4 down for Optic. That's a big win for Ultra, and lots of time there. 36 plus seconds. That's a huge victory.
I was busy yapping. By the way, Insight 3-0. Hasn't died yet this game. 4-0.
Nice. He's a diamond. Kleenex. Oof, nearly gets the second there. Pred. Hot hands still from that last matchup. Optic now with another chance to hit this one. Try to get the break. One side dealt with, the other done. Ultra, a brick wall in that back alleyway. You don't want to be going there. Rotation now towards that barbershop. Envoy trying to get involved. Dashy on the god steps.
Yeah, now Insight still playing his life. This will be P3 or P4, excuse me, gonna pop. He still hasn't died. Talk about the longest life. This is 3 minutes straight. He's got the cruise missile. He's blocking the back spawns. Insight trying to set his teammates up for success. A 4-man stack at the backside of time.
Yep, here go the boys through the front. Nays there. An exchange of gunfire on the inside. It's a very, very close space to be battling in. Looks around, nobody home. That's fine. Envoy pushes out. Can he get another here? As the break is there for Ultra, they've got to dig in now and try to deal with the counterattack as Optic's still very close. Tunnel, steps, you name it. From the hip, Shotzzy walks away with it, but the win is done and Ultra are back in command.
Yeah, now they got to read the spawns to the right. 3 players in the back, and as soon as you ask for them to read it, everybody turns around. Insight. There's number 7 trying to keep him at bay. He's finally going to fall, but on the rotation, Ultra way ahead of the game right now. Players already pushed back to crates. You got P2, so you might lose a little bit of scrap, but now you are in prime position to run away with this lead.
Kleenex unbelievably involved so far. 13 and 11. Put them together, and what have you got? It's not bibbidi-bobbidi-boo, it's engagements. And now Ultra engaging with the new hardpoint, an early rotation once again. Time going their way.
And they're just like, I mean, what do you even do? They're going to get grouped up together and work through Ticket, but you can see they're concerned about the garage flank and start running down. Scrap's got an angle, getting out some damage. He got insight there for the cross and team fire with Envoy, and the setup is perfect. The execution even better. Freebie kill there from Kleenex because the nade is on point, and Optic right back to square one. Shotzzy tried to find a route, but you know, Ultra, every door is closed, and this is as good as a perfect 60 is really going to get.
I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about with what is going to save Ultra here is their resolve, is how cool they are. They have handled that unbelievable defeat on Invasion, and they bounced back magnificently. A couple down, though, here. Is that enough to turn the tide in Optic's favor? We'll find out. But as the first set's done, Chance, a very strong look out of the purple team.
Yeah, not a perfect full 60 on P5, but Ultra is certainly happy and going to cut their losses for the final 15. But right now, Ultra have dominated the Money Hills. And now even towards P1. This is where Optic got more than half of their time, was on this very P1. And right now, Ultra, you can see they've got the swarm and the kills still flowing their way. And Insight is 8-2, the least active, best hardpoint game we've seen played.
Indeed. Rival at hand. Can he take care of any more of these players? Shotzzy finds a 2 beast on the inside of the hardpoint. Here come the rest of Optic to try to back him up. And it's non-stop. As this hardpoint is an absolute bloodbath. They can test it for a moment. For those of you wondering at home, yes, it is Ava Unit 1. One for the Nerds. Pred. Nerds is way into the fight. Can't get the second. Kleenex is there for the trace. 20-14 once again. Kleenex working overtime here on Skid Row.
Ooh, big gunfight tunnel too. Ends up going the way of Kleenex. Pred just not ready in that moment. Kleenex, though, maybe a bit too quick on the jump. Insight couldn't quite rip him out. If there's any opportunity for Optic to get back in this game, this is how Skid Row plays out. It is just chain the Money Hills together. You are down by 100, a full 60 though, and you can make it a competition. If Ultra though, if they get the break, they will win the game.
There we go. Ultra trying to get the break so far. The Money Hill is in USD. No currency conversion just yet. 45 seconds to go, though. A little bit of time to get it done, as Ultra will not be winning it here, even if they get the break in the next few moments. But doing what they can to keep that pressure on, but not when Dashi is shooting like this.
It's like a different game when you're playing against, I mean, there's a lot of pro players that have a shot like that, but Dashi especially, that there are just certain things you can't do on the map. That's a moment where I think you get up to the craze 99 out of 100 times, but Bruce gonna be the man that stamps it. These are the big gunfights to win, by the way, but it's Kenny from down low that helps him out. So there you go. The full 60 Optic was looking for. They are able to secure it. The opportunity to get back in this game very much alive. On the rotation, though, Toronto Ultra going to be holding the back spawns. They're going to be towards new first, and it doesn't look like Optic are sending anybody in the flanks just yet. Shotzzy going to do it from up top.
Hold middle together. Oh, Shotzzy, the slide. Not enough to get the second, though. Alley's open for business, and now Ultra have still got themselves in there. Last time, they got a great break onto Optic. Can Optic now do the same? They want to get this done ASAP and keep Ultra away from the finish line.
They just can't get through, though. I mean, again, no opportunities to really flank. If you go through top P1, players for Toronto were nearby, and any kill they get from Optic is just getting traded, and if they don't get the trades, you get the deepest spawn, and unfortunate right now from Optic, not only do they have to rotate, which there's no time to do, you have to flood into where the time is now. You're not going to be able to get it done, and you talk about a bounce back game. Ultra absolutely throttling Optic on Skid Row. That late spawn not going to come in time, or maybe the 249. Ruin the final call, why don't you?
Well, there you go. Game 5. We wouldn't have it any other way. A final moment for our two teams to recoup, talk strats, and get things going. There's a real sense of camaraderie there. Kleenex getting a lot of pats on the back for that performance. He really helped the boys speed run that one and get us to the end of this series ASAP. Here we go, though. Game 5, Terminal SnD.
And I'm just curious as to what sort of like absurd stat line is going to be thrown up in the map 5. Like, we had the map 1 Rio that might be the most balanced sort of score sheet that we've ever had in terms of damage and like output and kills and consistency for both teams. Then we had Shotzzy with ridiculous numbers on the control, and then we had Insight that was 6-0 for 4 minutes in this game. But once again, it is the exact same score line, by the way, on the opening break there from the Rio. Or wait a minute. I'm crazy. That's the exact same. That's because it is the scoreboard from Rio. Okay, a little bit of a mix up there. You know, Optic had the strong start on P1. It was the rotation of P2 where Ultra did the thing, but there you go. We get the stats for this one in sight. Maybe a little bit shoes up, comfortable the whole way through, but Optic, for a rarity, struggling on Skid Row.
You are the GOAT for that one, brother.
That threw me off so bad.
On the dot. It was 251.55 here on Skid Row, and again, that was the performance from Kleenex, 27 and 20, nearly 5,000 damage. Massive work from them, but that is just another chapter in this saga of the build-up towards Major 2. Optic Texas have pushed Ultra the distance. The last search and destroy in the series was a 6-0. The Invasion was a 3-0 in Control. And now in Terminal, we've heard how they've struggled in the mid-game adjustments. The desk touched on it before. We find out how this one goes down. What a marathon this series has been so far. An absolute treat. We hope you folks at home are enjoying it. And for the folks who are going to the Major, you're going to get to see this in person as well. Chance, how you feeling, mate?
I do, just insane. I feel like my head's in a blender. Kleenex just had 47 engagements to Insight's 19. So two very different styles of Call of Duty being played. And as you pointed out, a 1-5 record on Terminal from Optic. It has been their pain point, their focus, the place they need to make adjustments. And for Toronto, it's just their first look on it. It's a brand new map for these guys to see how they play in SnD. So very interesting to see how deep their map pool actually is.
We'll find out after the break, ladies and gentlemen. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new map for Ultra, but for now, it's a commercial break. On the other side of this one, Game 5, Optic Texas have done the unthinkable. Can they take Ultra down? We'll find out after this break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
go, ladies and gents. Welcome back. Game 5 is moments away. Terminal SnD. We've got Toronto Ultra, we've got Optic Texas, and it's going to be an absolute delight. The series so far has been a nail-biter for one reason or another, and whatever side of the fence you're on, it's a fantastic day for COD fans. Here we go, mate.
And a scary sight from Optic as well. You don't want to sort of idealistically be in a situation where you have to rely on your SnD to actually win the series. They get bullied out in both of the hard points, but going into game 5s, obviously from Ultra, perfect. The team KD of 1.63 is absurd, and a big factor in that KD is Envoy doubling up on the damage there. 2.33 is completely absurd. But again, this is the first look we have seen from Toronto on this map, and I know for FaZe, it was the exact same story yesterday of just these teams pushing their map pool right before the major. On the attack first, Shotzzy, maybe one of the guys to lead the charge. A little bit of intel coming through and doesn't waste much time. He's already on the hunt.
Slinky shoulders there from Envoy. Shotzzy not taking the bait just yet, or will they? Again, decisions now. How do we take back that plane? Try to get that bomb down over towards A. Gunfight over by B. Slows down Dashi. Now the mind games continue.
Yeah, Envoy trying to disrupt the timing after you clear out the cockpit. Maybe that's when you slide in, so that's why he's chucking out the nade. But you know the plane hit's coming. You know it's going to happen, and it's Pred that gets that first blood. And they got the pressure down low, and Shotzzy is already hunting you down in your own spawn. Scrap can't make the play. Pred is gunning players left and right.
Maybe a slight mechanical error there from CleanX. Can't quite hop the box. Insight now. Takes one. Tagged up. Takes his time. He's got 40 seconds to play. Optic
that is not going to last long. Yeah, that is an absurd round. Was it Pred that slid into the plane to get that kill?
Yes.
Or did he wall bang from outside of it? If he slid in and got the kill on Envoy like that, that is clinical.
Yeah.
Able to get 3 in the round.
It was able to get prone as well, but it was the start. It was the nade from Shotzzy, cooked to perfection. It looked like an impact grenade. It hit that wall and exploded immediately. The inside of fuselage pops. Shotzzy sets up his boy perfectly. Envoy had nowhere to go. Round 2, here we go.
And you talk about mid-round adjustments being the focus point. After they got that first blood, they just ran it down underneath the plane. That is a very discomforting feeling for Toronto, and now on defense, 2-2 split, more or less from Optic. Kenny roaming more towards mid, but he can cover everything on the map from top third. Ultra making a good bit of noise over by B, but Envoy with the bomb, repositioning, and by the looks of it, it's going to be a bit of a late plane hit.
I think for Optic Texas, the objective is don't let the round get to that sort of middle portion. Don't worry about it. Shotzzy Pred on the outside. Catching some rays, waiting for a player to take the bait. Can Pred keep the spree going? As we are running out of time in this round, those 2 members of Ultra. Here they go. Envoy eats it. 4 in a row for Pred.
Drops down immediately, and if anybody wants to drop down to trade Pred, Shotzzy's also waiting in the wings. You get the plane cross covered, you get 2 players down low, and you got a man advantage. This is looking like a gorgeous round from Optic.
Days like that as well. Seemingly nothing can go wrong for Optic. Wonderful coverage there from Scrap. And Pred's still alive out here. 15 seconds on the clock. Time this right, and he's got himself streaks. And the round. Insight's been taken care of as well now, all down to Scrap. It's first come, first serve. It's an awkward lineup there, and I do think Pred got the kill in the end. He's 1 away from streaks.
That's just another, again, gorgeous round. Pred does everything right, gets the first blood. Really quite literally playing like a predator, just picks his spot and just waits for the kill to fall into his lap. Shotzzy maybe getting caught. Red dot chasing just a touch, but at that point, there's 17 seconds left on the game clock, and you got Kenny and Dashi watching the cross towards plane. So the wall bangs and shots on the cross completely on point. Back-to-back beautiful rounds coming from Optic, and also 8 rounds in a row in Search and Destroy. Just throwing that out there.
Oh, yeah. 2 teams have done it. Let's see if Optic can join the few. Nearly every round has been so slow in the opening break so far. Not a lot of opening action. Both teams doing a very, very good job of feeling each other out. Nice nade.
It is perfect. Yep, I was going to say, you could see everybody trying to line it up, and Kleenex going to be on the bitter end of that one. Kenny gets active in the meantime, and another cold and calculated round here from Optic. As Shotzi freebies for him. This is as good as it gets. This is going to be 9 rounds in a row from Optic against Toronto Ultra.
All on his lonesome now, Scrap. All my friends are dead. And the bomb's been planted at B. That should be it, those tags. He's not going to be able to challenge Dashy. Here come the members of Optic, hunt him down, end the round. Although, there it is. The trade's complete. 9 rounds in a row.
There's not even a moral victory here, rather. Scrap might get an extra kill before he falls, but that was a hopeless round. That is perfect nade coordination coming out the start. It was a Semtex for whatever player was playing inside of Dreams, but also the nade from Shotzi. Again, just perfectly coordinated. That duo right there. Absolutely perfect. And again, Kenny jumps on a player as well. Him and Dashy also making plays on the other side with the distraction. So both duos right now from Optic Texas putting in work. And again, 9 rounds of search and destroy in a row against what we might have to say was formerly the best team in the world, because right now a lot of teams are getting active.
Oh, very indeed. Trades Kenny. Oh, fights 2. Pred into the fight. Last man up. Envoy. Don't worry about it. Clean. As the writing is on the green wall, these boys are absolutely running Ultra over.
Don't want to deal with Shotzi by the plane. Have fun dealing with Kenny over by Eskies. 3 in the round and 7 overall. Maybe the only pain point for Kenny so far this year has been an aspect of the SnD game, but right now, absolutely thriving. 10 rounds in a row. This is a spectacle. Make no mistake. This is Optic again. Game plan on absolute point. And you have on the flip side from Ultra, I mean, everybody's struggling. Scrap has only been picking up freebies when he's the last one alive.
Yeah, and they barely count. Consolation kills all members of Optic. They've got priority boarding and they've got the plane. They're in. Massive damage. Kenny walks away with the first blood. They know Envoy's at the backside. They're set up here for this one. Just over a minute to go. Should be able to plant that bomb any second now, but they are waiting for the counterattack from Ultra.
Well, Pred's got the hallway. You got Dashy looking for the flank, and the other two doubled up in the plane. So if you try to make the move, someone's going to catch you. Pred able to get it. And now a 4 versus 2 with so much time. Optic simply not making any mistakes.
Oh, not at all. Oh, Pred. Bit of awkward timing. That player may be able to get behind them. Dashy, though, no problem whatsoever. Take care of its sight, and it is an immaculate round from Optic Texas. Once again, I cannot believe what we are seeing in search out of this team.
And, you know, the conversation maybe long-term needs to be the maybe pick and ban decision-making for Toronto Ultra. We're not going to get our answer until the major. But right now, Toronto Ultra might be dishing out some confidence to the other top teams in the game. They are getting obliterated in search. And it's one thing if it's just Terminal, the map that they've never played. It's their first look on it, their first repetition. But even on the Karachi, their bread and butter, Optic are just blowing them out.
It's match point, and the way the search and destroys have gone so far, you are rubbing your hands together if you're an Optic fan. Ultra, though, a sign of life. Snuffed!
Okay.
By Shotzi, and he's gone. Optic's ghost. He is uncatchable. He might be able to get another hit. Oh, it was close.
Those are clean shots, but still a 2 versus 2. Shotzi did get the intel that someone dipped out the back of the plane, and obviously they know about Insight, but Insight's going to be dealing with 2 different players, Pred and Kenny. Maybe just waiting for their moment, or maybe Scrap in the meantime actually finds the pick. That's from downrange. Those are good shots, but this is Pred's opportunity to clutch and dagger them with the double 6-0.
And this was the worry, the mid-game adjustment. They didn't quite have it. Scrap's now on the flank. The timing of this one. Wait, I don't believe it. Damage. Scrap's out. Pred holds his irons. Will he chow this? Ultra, stay alive.
And that is all it takes. Just a massive clutch with Scrap winning 2 huge gunfights. And that is absurdly icy and patient as well.
Hold on. It looks like Pred lost the match.
It's the worst thing that's ever happened to him. He's going to hear about it later. That's like a trash talk 1v1 that Scrap's just going to hold that over his head. But game's not over. Ultra maybe thinking about the concept of what it's like to have a comeback. But right now, Envoy, the man in Game 5s, has the 2+ KD right now on a goose egg. 0-6, still looking for his first.
I think Pred's buying the boys a steak dinner tonight. His card's on the table after that one. 5-1 though, Ultra. Uh-oh.
Kobe.
Shotzzy says goodnight. Man advantage, Toronto.
I do wonder if that's either him just being a moron or if someone threw a frag that landed on his feet and he tried to toss it back and just like accepted the kill. I think it's probably just unfortunate, but you never know. Either way, first blood. Ultra, congratulations.
We'll see if they can make something of it. They've kept Optic on their side of the map. All these shots from Scrap. Really nice shots. It's going to slow him down once again. Clock still ticking, 40 to go.
Very difficult to be comfortable in these moments. You do have Dashy in prime position to get a freebie. There it is. Even up the odds. 3 versus 3. The B site much more open now than it was before. And Scrap, if he wants to make the play, might be jumping straight into Kenny, but Scrap not getting active just yet. But even with the way this round started, Optic, this is incredibly clutchable.
They're very capable of getting this one done. Ultra now scrambling to find the approach towards the bomb site. Kleenex, the closest man. Shoulders thrown, doesn't see anything, commits. Dashy gets them both, the last man, Scrap. Can Bruce find another one on the round? No, Scrap gets it. And Pred puts in the bed, Optic Texas, with an absolutely disgusting display in Search and Destroy. They win the Game 5.
Not that I'm going to ever doubt Optic's confidence to begin with, but if they weren't before, they are certainly infinitely more confident now going into the new major. That was absurd SnD gameplay. They started to troll a little bit in like the very final round, but outside of that, the Karachi absolute spectacle every single round. They had a game plan, the mid-round adjustments on point, hunting down the players on Ultra right from the jump. No fear in their hearts, all the confidence in their world, and a very solid Game 5 victory. One thing that has certainly been true from Optic Texas, they have been clutch throughout this entire stage, and well, more things to add to the pile. A donut there from Dylan Envoy. And another 6-0 defeat as well. Ultra, this has been an incredibly interesting like qualifying stage for this Toronto team. And honestly, I just can't wait for the major.
Can't wait for the major, but yep, another donut. Another man in the running to be the next James Bond, as Daniel Craig is getting a little old. But there we go, Search and Destroy done. Game 5 complete. Optic. CDL points go their way, and confidence more than anything is something that we'll be looking at time and time again for them there. 6-0, 3-0, 6-1. No way, they Neslo'd Ultra. There you go. But the scorelines in the hardpoint still very, very promising from Toronto Ultra. Plenty to work on there on that terminal and the Karachi. But Invasion Control is another one, actually. These are really tough ones for Ultra. They certainly said we will square up on your best maps and see how it goes. It didn't go that great. So for Ultra, maybe a major takeaway here is we have a lot of work to do in those game modes. My God, what a good day of COD. Myself and Chance say see you later, and we say hello to the desk.
Thank you to Colorado's coldest color caster Chance and his good buddy Miles, and congratulations to Optic. You put on the show proving you are the most clutch team in the game. The question I have to open up this segment is, can you settle this for the FaZe fans in the chat? Is Shotzzy the best player in the game right now?
Ooh, he might have to take that title.
He's playing like it. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's any given day. With the top 5 talents, that it's any given day.
Let's take a look at what went down in this series, and a shout out to Toronto Ultra for taking this to a Game 5. But the Search and Destroys, surprisingly one-sided. It was a dominant showing from Optic on both of these maps. What went right for Optic and what was going wrong for Toronto?
Well, for Optic, I mean, they just, especially in this terminal, it was just new looks, right? Like, typically, terminal SD can be really one-dimensional in the fact of the way the setups work. It's typically going to be a 2-2 split with somebody saying top AC. But Optic took a different approach with that split. That first round where we saw Pred, and I believe it was Shotzzy sitting outside of plane, Pred watching inside of the terminal, and Shotzzy watching his back. We have yet to see a team do something like that. Typically, it's somebody cockpit, somebody's back plane. So that's what Toronto Ultra is playing for. So Optic Texas just weren't giving them any information.
Yeah, I think, for Optic Tex, they have a lot of reps on Terminal SnD. They have a lot of losses, so they were able to make some huge adjustments. I think one of the massive ones was like Shotzi just getting more involved in front plane. A lot of times he would just sit in the back of the plane, pre-aim the stairs with a pistol, and they would try to retake together. It wasn't working. They changed that up. And also not trapping yourselves after you post-plant. Get active. We saw Pred doing it plenty of times. We saw it in the last round where they backed up and pushed all the way around back burger, just allowed Dashy to completely focus on his hallway and three-story. Like, these are the changes that they need to make to win that map, and it works.
It's really interesting to see the top 4 right now. Subliners, they beat Atlanta, haven't played the other 2. Optic has now beaten Toronto. Atlanta has beaten Toronto, but lost to New York. And, of course, had that match against Optic coming up next week. It's going to be exciting all the way through. And tonight, Scuff Play of the Game belongs to the one and only Shotzi. He put up multiple records during this performance. A 13 streak beats Draza's spree of 12. And, of course, he drops a 3.5, besting Pred's 2.7 for the finest controlled performance we've seen from anyone on that green wall.
Listen, this was just crazy. Off the rip of the first round, Shotzi goes straight through the middle of the map, reflanks through Ice Cream, finds 4 consecutive kills to clear them off of B, and with the help from players pushing up river, he gets into their spawn. And when you go back and rewatch that, and trust me, you should, you're gonna see him every time they get 2-3 kills, he repositions an entirely different spot on the map. The guy is everywhere all at once. He is him, man. He was dominating this map.
For me, obviously this was an incredible map out of Optic Texas, but I said it in the pre-match when we were looking over the maps and modes that the first 3 maps in the series were heavily in favor of Optic Texas. And I think the most impressive for me definitely had to be the fact that that Terminal and that Karachi were both basically 6-0, 6-1. Like, now Toronto Ultra certainly is something they have to go back to the lab and work on.
Can't believe Pred choked that 1v1. Would have been so much cooler. 10-1 finish. Just kidding. Congrats again to Optic. And here's some social reaction to our Scuff Play of the Game. Anthony Wheeler saying it's egregious.
It was.
No one was getting fired up.
Can't let him get away with that.
Everyone chiming in on Twitter. And a big shout out to Esports Engine, our production team, grabbing these social members on.
Dude, they've been adding something new every week. Broadcast has been doing great.
Crushing it. Alley Cat, what was your favorite tweet of the night?
My favorite tweet of the night? It's got to be the one we just saw out of Ant. Egregious.
Egregious stuff. Keep your tweets coming and get ready for another Monster Winner Spotlight, because right now we got one coming your way, and we are joined live by the one and only Pred. Pred, how did you choke the 1v1, bro?
That's crazy.
I'm not even kidding. I was actually so mad when we lost that 1v1. I felt like it was like around 11. That's how mad I got, because I knew it was Ernie too. But yeah, I was upset, honestly.
No, we saw it on your face. You had the hands over your mouth, and you could just see you were shook.
Lost the series.
But you guys came back and you finished this one strong. Clearly, SnD has been evolving in the Optic camp. Is this Damon Karma Barlow stepping in and coaching you guys up, or who do you give credit to all the improvements?
Honestly, as a collective, our coaching staff has been on us a lot about getting improvements in SnD and just going on the map and just running around together and just figuring out ideas. I feel like that's something that really, harped on us to do. So it's a collective group. We've been in the lab, honestly, just trying to get our SnD better, because we knew that was one of our weaker flows.
Pred, you guys have now surged to being 6-0 heading into Major II. I feel like it's been a while since we've seen this dominance of a performance from Optic Texas. Assuming you guys make it to that grand final, what other team you think is going to meet you there?
Honestly, we don't know. We know the top 4 teams are, they're all really competitive. New York, Ultra, and FaZe. I think us 4 are we're all gonna probably meet each other on Sunday. So at the end of the day, these online matches are obviously good reps, and I just think between us 4, it's gonna be one of us in the grand finals. So hopefully it's us.
Pred, talk to me about the hard points in this series. It seemed like they got away from you guys a little bit, especially on that Rio. A lot of times it felt like it was just Shotzi making the huge plays on the rotation, and you guys can scrap a little bit. Talk to me, what was happening throughout these HPs, especially that Rio?
When you play a good team, there's going to be a lot of situations, and sometimes the better teams just end up playing situations better. So I think it comes down to a lot of the comm things. I feel like sometimes if we come and understand where the pressure's coming from, we can react better. So I think it's honestly, it comes down to that. When 2 top teams play, there's going to be a lot of situations where it's going to be like a one-hill situation where, for example, we end up getting that P4, they probably end up playing this map. So it's just going to come down to stuff like that.
Listen, Pred, man, it's loud in there. Tell those guys to shut up so we can hear your answers.
Just kidding. They're doing great. Those Razer headsets pick up everything. Pred, I do want to ask you a little bit about the final matchup. Earlier it said it was against Atlanta. Excuse me, it's against New York. 2 teams with 6-0 records. You're playing for the #1 seed. Is there any reason to hold some cards back here, or are you guys going to be giving it your all next Sunday?
Honestly, we're just going to treat the match like we always do. We're just going to head in and yeah, just play the game. We're not really going to be treating that match any differently. You know that, you know, if we win, we're going to have the #1 seed. So it's going to be the match for the #1 seed. And obviously having the #1 seed is obviously a good thing, but we're not too worried about that. We're just making sure that we get prepared for LAN. So that's the #1 thing, is just get into that tournament and win the tournament.
Somehow you guys have managed to win the round 11s. You have clutched up every step of the way, and I know everyone in the chat is fired up for your final fight next Sunday. Good luck.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good day.
That is Pred. That is Optic Texas with the surprise upset if you've been looking at the overall standings. But clearly, Optic now a strong team entering Major 2. Let's recap all of the action on the day. And Alley Cat, I got to get your thoughts on this first battle because Nameless and I, we picked Attach. You had faith in Dan Ghosty's crew.
Let me just flip my book on back to that series. At the start of the day, for me, for LA Thieves, it was just the fact of, you know, their slaying just had to be on par today when it came against Vegas Legion. And it was. They have talented players on their roster. It was just about when all of that started to click. We talked to Cramp afterwards, and he was like, you know what? After that first win, that's when it really felt like the ball started rolling for us. It was just an incredible series overall. I think the most impressive for me had to be that control, because that's where they have been finding a lot of struggle, and it really started in that round number 3, where they had LV pushed to mid, they got A, they were about to cap B, and then it was the fact that Purge was pushed up to try and play for those spawn kills. What does LA Thieves do? They push through mid instead. They re-wrap through the backside of Helicopter, find some kills, and render that spawn trap basically useless. So I'm really excited to see LA Thieves moving forward with the way they've been playing.
Nameless, what was more surprising, LA Thieves taking down Vegas or Miami taking down the Carolina Royal Ravens?
I was baffled by this series, to be honest. I mean, one, Carolina have been looking pretty good recently. It just feels like every time they take a step forward, they take 2 steps back, and that's what this was. And for Miami, we saw stage 1 Miami. They figured it out. Like, the search and destroy looked good. We saw them in the respawn subbase. They dominated them on subbase. And mind you, that is Carolina's best hardpoint map. Everybody played well. It was really exciting to see Vico also taking over once again, bringing that energy.
I'm really happy to see Miami get a win today. I do feel like this is a situation where Carolina Royal Ravens might have just had a bad day, because sometimes that happens, because it did not feel like the Carolina Royal Ravens that we had seen in the previous matches that they had shown us. So hopefully it was just one of those days.
It was an awesome day of matches, and we hope you all enjoyed tuning in for the last 3. We have just 3 days left of qualifiers before we all head south to Miami, and we hope to see you all there in person. Nameless, one more time. If they're tuning in the broadcast for the first time or seeing technology for the first time, how do you use it?
Listen, scan that QR code with your phone, pull your camera out, scan it, and go get some tickets and meet us down in Miami, Fort Lauderdale. We're going to have some fun watching some Call of Duty. Listen, man, we haven't had a LAN in a while, and I can't wait to watch these guys.
I haven't had a margarita in a minute. It's going to be great. Taking a look at these 3 days of action. Of course, everyone's looking at that Optic Texas versus Subliner, 6-0 versus 6-0 showdown. But what are the other big matches we need to key in on going into the final week?
There's a lot. The Vegas Legion and Seattle Surge is a big match to see if they're going to continue to be in that top 8. Same with the Carolina Royal Ravens the following day, and Boston seeing if they can kind of force their way in the top 8. So there's a lot to be desired here when it comes to next week and figuring out who places where.
And of course, if you want more Call of Duty, you don't have to wait till Friday. The ladies are back in action Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Matches are kicking off at 6:30 Eastern. If you want more information, follow my friend Alley Cat. Rosalie's got all the info for you, or you can check out twitch.tv/WX Call of Duty. Allie, that's kind of awesome.
That was awesome. Thank you.
Girl?
You killed that. I am happy. We technically have matches Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, so you can go to the girls' streams and find those matches.
Nameless, are you streaming tonight?
Yeah, actually, I might, yeah.
Rank Squad is taking you all on. Come see the caster desk as we face off amongst the finest in Call of Duty. And you get to watch our best teams face off once again on Friday, 2:45 Eastern. We'll see you then.
Yeah. AK, let's go. Estoy cansado de los falsos y les puedo ser sincero. Por eso mi enfoque es solamente en el dinero. Ya no quiero más relajo, ya no más amigos, porque lo único que hicieron es desviarme del camino. He retomado el control, tenía que tomar un receso para averiguar lo que en verdad soy yo. He retomado el control. Family to think about, no I don't need no clout. Fuck the game that y'all talking about. I've been doing late night, just trying to look into something that'll get my kids paid. Killing every verse I put my voice on. The jokers come out here to play. Guarantee y'all slept on me for too long. I've been known to just rip shit. Optimist in my prime, old Bron in Miami. I'm fired up, bringing the heat. It's time to show y'all the new vibe. Show y'all this new wave, this young cat, this my cansado de lo falso, si les puedo ser sincero. Por eso mi enfoque es solamente en el dinero. Ya no quiero más relajo, ya no más amigos, porque lo único que hicieron es desviarme del camino. He retomado el control. Tenía que tomar un receso para averiguar lo que en verdad soy yo. He retomado el control. El rey ha llegado, esta es la nueva era. Deja recordarles que he retomado el control.
Fondo, sale mal.
Abajo me dice Pedro, arriba oscuro se va al punto.
Tengo el push, Eric, túmbate.
Medio, tío, muerto. ¡Joder! Así me gusta, hostia.